is the future? Oh, stuck in the middle. Oh my, I'm falling for another one. I feel like I never know. Where does the time go? I feel so little. Oh my, I may as well ever go. Oh my, I'm falling for another one.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wild.
Sawubona is the greeting. It is the Quadakuza coastline on the east coast of South Africa, and it is a Saturday morning as the weekend sets in, that African sunrise just taking place. And well, myself, Gig Saliers and Paul Canning are already in position and anticipating another day of action from the World Surf League's third Challenger Series on the tour. 8 in total this year as you greet us from beautiful Ballito, and it is called the Dolphin Coast. And Paul, I'm noticing some dolphins just at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, morning Gigs, morning all the viewers. Looking forward to a great day of surfing action. And yeah, we see the dolphins moving out just past the line up there. So lots of action in the water. The swell's picked up slightly today. A little bit of onshore wind, but at least there's going to be a few more opportunities for the surfers.
Well, it's the right action in the water. Of course, it's Africa, so we need to remind you the action's the surfing. So this is a safe area of coast. Of course, the Dolphin Coast, lots of marine life here, but the good marine life, the friendly marine life, a lot of turtles, a lot of dolphins. Don't really see a lot of whales in the area, Paul, but certainly, well, we know it's the Dolphin Coast, and we get greeted with that pod of dolphins this morning. It always brings a good vibe to the contest site itself, to the town of Ballito, and of course, a good vibe on the set here as well. The most Africanized set we've ever seen, perhaps in surf broadcasting. And Paul, there's a whole story to that. So maybe a time to dig into that this morning as we greet viewers from around the world to the beautiful shores of South Africa.
Yeah, I know we identified the Nguni cow as the cornerstone of this year's marketing campaign and creative. And yeah, everyone's loving the merchandise. The Nguni cow is really iconic to the Zulu people of the local Quadakuza region. And yeah, it's been a great campaign. Everyone's loving it.
Yeah, of course, our tagline, Care of O'Neill and Paul Canning next to me here, is Umkhosi. Umkhosi, the Zulu dialect word for celebrate. And a lot of things to celebrate, Paul. Of course, for us, the international surfers coming back to the shores. And then, of course, the celebration of 70 years with O'Neill, and many things to talk about. But we want to know what's going to happen with surfing for the day. We'll dig into all of these topics or more through the show today. Let's go down and hear what the call is. Perhaps some surfing early on this morning.
Down on the water's edge with Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. Trav, we were over at Bathers over my shoulder yesterday, but we're back at the main break today, and you've got a few variables to take into account for today. What are you seeing and what's the call?
The call is we're on Brickers, another big day of surfing ahead. We decided to go with the main break today. Conditions-wise, there's not much splitting the two spots today, but staying at main break, starting there this morning, means it's less likely that we're going to move because we've got more swell today. The high tide's not as big today, so I think we'll be able to push through. If not, we'll do the move again, but for now there's some really fun waves out front, so we're going to get going.
Looks like a lot of crew getting a lot of good waves and a lot of excitement up on the surface deck. Somebody that was super excited yesterday after your call to give him a wild card was Luke Thompson. Just talk us through that decision, and it's a good one for the South African fans.
Yeah, it's amazing. Super stoked for Luke. I mean, what a couple of weeks he's had. He won the juniors, got through in the trials, and now he's the highest placed South African on the Challenger Series. His life's literally changed overnight, so super excited to see what he's going to do down in J-Bay, but his job over here is not done yet, so let's watch him today.
All right, well, hopefully we get a full day's worth of competition in. We'll chat to you a bit later.
Shut Brickers. Thanks, guys.
Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. So surf fans will get a full feast here as we are in the round of 16 women's this morning. And then, of course, they're preluding to the round of 16 men's. We'll be in man-on-man, person-on-person competition. That will be the format. And we're getting the green light, Paul. It's thumbs up. And, well, of course, we did have a little bit of a troublesome day a few days back. In all of that, though, we did hear yesterday afternoon that the swell was filtering up. So signs of it already in the lineup this morning at Ballito. It's come up the east coast of South Africa. And, well, perhaps an easier call for Travis Logie today than yesterday. We'll get competition underway shortly.
Yeah, it's great to see us back at Surfers right in front of the contest site. It was a tough move to move over to Bathers yesterday. I mean, it didn't really affect the judges. They can see the Bathers beach from there, but it was... it took a little bit of time for the whole webcast crew to move over, 6 camera angles, moving over to the beach on the side there. But they did it in 20, 30 minutes, and we got some good heats done yesterday over at Bathers. But, yeah, great to see us back at Surfers. And I think with a slightly bigger waves, it won't really affect that tide that comes in mid-morning.
Well, your view of the lineup this morning, early sunrise, the sun just falling onto the lineup, 7 o'clock local time, just after. And, well, no hesitation, we'll get competition underway straight away this morning, and I heard the horn in the background. We'll get our scores up and running here in the studio, and we can call the action for you from the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. More swell in the water, Paul, as you spoke about. And, well, we'll continue with... We did manage to get 2 heats of the round of 16 done yesterday afternoon over at Bathers. A heat with Bronte Macaulay and Paige Harrop. We did lose Paige, so Bronte Macaulay already in the quarterfinals. And then, of course, Zoe McDougall taking out Teresa Bonvalot. And, well, Teresa, off that win in Sydney, will have to settle for a 9th place finish here in Ballito. So we're working the field down. The round of 16, we're in the person-on-person competition, and welcome to the lineup here for the first heat of the morning, the start of the weekend here in beautiful South Africa. And we'll get a heat underway with former world junior champion in Viona Fierro, the talented surfer under the French territories. She'll bring her approach here to the lineup, and we'll see how she goes against the very talented young American Elisa Spencer. This is going to be a hard heat to forecast because they both have the ability to take out big results here, Paul, and looking forward to seeing how not only this heat unfolds, but the entire morning here as the tide starts to push.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big day for the competitors today, and I think it's the final last tough conditions day to get through. Everyone's been eyeing the forecast for tomorrow, and it does really look like the best day of our whole period. And so, you know, they'll be really wanting to get through today, and they'll know they'll have great conditions tomorrow.
We're about an hour off the low tide, so we'll have a pushing tide all the way now to midday here in Ballito. Just seeing that classic granite rock there. We've seen the barrels thunder off there on the sandbar over the years. You think of the years of competition here, the relocation taking place in 2008 from Durban, about 50 kilometers south. We've seen many, many exciting rides off that set of rocks on picture. 25-minute heats for our surfers in the lineup, best 2 rides counting, and no rides just yet. If you've just joined us for the action, it is the Challenger Series coming to you from South Africa. 3rd stop, as we mentioned, of 8. We've already had the Gold Coast for stop 1 in early May. Mid-May saw the GWM Sydney Surf Pro take place in Sydney. Over now to here, the start of July in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Around the end of this month, the US Open of Surfing. And then from there, opportunities for Challenger Series points through to Ericeira in Portugal, to Hossegor in France, of course back to Brazil for a stop, and then, well, as always, Paul, Haleiwa at the end to really make things exciting. And, well, every year, that last event, certainly that leaderboard, everybody number crunching to see who will go top 5 on the women's field, who will go top 10 on the men's. The Challenger Series certainly has tangibly had an injection, a shot in the arm from the previous qualifying series formats.
Yeah, I love the Challenger Series, and I'm such a surf fan. I watch all of them, and I really enjoyed Snapper and Manly, and it's been great to see the surfers, you know, firsthand here on the shores of Ballito. And so, yeah, I'm really enjoying the new format, and it's just every heat is like a final. Every heat's so hard, and you just see so many surfers you've never heard of before, and they're just absolutely ripping. And yeah, it's a great format, and I think a great springboard to those top 5 women that eventually get onto the CT and make it to that top sort of tier of professional surfing.
Well, with that mid-season cut, Paul, it gets rid of a crop of championship tour surfers that are immediately back in the discussion on the Challenger Series format. So there is that tangible, this is just that small decimal behind on the championship tour level now.
Yeah, no, and it is incredibly tough, and you know, those guys that then do drop off halfway through the year, there's so much pressure on. There's always pressure on, and I think it's showing in the level of surfing. It's just pushed their surfing to incredible levels.
Well, that's reason to celebrate, right? No rides in the lineup yet, and we're talking about the tagline Umkhosi, the Zulu dialect word for celebrate. And Paul, we're celebrating not only the lift, the tangible lift in performances with the Challenger Series format, but of course the O'Neill brand itself.
Yeah, it's the 70th anniversary of the O'Neill brand. Today actually is Jack O'Neill Day, 9th of July. It's a day we celebrate Jack O'Neill with all his contributions to the world of surfing, inventing the first wetsuit, opening up the very first surf shop, and everything he's done for the sport of surfing. So yeah, today being Jack O'Neill Day, we just want to encourage everyone to go down and enjoy the ocean like Jack would have.
So it's almost like International Surfing Day, but a little bit more personalized. Of course, a massive contribution to our sport. Of course, there is that rich history with the O'Neill brand, and of course, the South African history book in surfing. The association with 6-time winner of the event back in the 70s, Shaun Thompson, was a proud sponsored athlete, care of O'Neill. I mean, nobody in South Africa knew the brand back then in the early 70s, and Shaun was the first to link that association with the brand based out of Santa Cruz, California, and this particular region of the world.
Yeah, Shaun's incredible run of all those event wins in the 70s was phenomenal, and then going on to be South Africa's first world champion. And he's very close to the O'Neill family. He's very close to Jack, and nowadays with Pat O'Neill. So a great link to the O'Neill brand there.
And of course, that would flow through the seasons and the decades. Of course, the young upstart Martin Potter would have his association with O'Neill through the 80s.
Yeah. Potts' rise to fame in the early 80s as an O'Neill ambassador, and in the back then the Gunston 500. We also had Rob Bain. His semi-final, which shot him up to number 1 in the world at that stage. Brad Gerlach's double event win. And then obviously further on to Timmy Reyes and Geordie Smith. So yeah, lots of O'Neill riders.
I even remember the incredible goofy foot talent of Tommy Lawson being associated with the brand in the mid-80s. So many stories with the history of South African surfing and the O'Neill brand itself. And then, of course, the Geordie Smith era.
Yeah, Geordie's won the event twice. He's always a hot favourite for the event, and there's so much history and with the O'Neill riders and the event.
Well, already 8 minutes into the seat, no rides just yet. We've covered a number of topics, but none of them surfing, and perhaps a potential heat restart would be something that may be being chatted about in the judges' tower. There were multiple waves from in the dark through the sunrise, and making a tough topic for us as we get going here on the Saturday morning. It is a big weekend as far as sport goes. Of course, Wimbledon tennis is unfolding. Previous weekend here in KwaZulu-Natal in the greater region. The horse races, it's always a traditional time. Seems a very traditional time, July, for sports. And well, of course, every year, going back to the Gunston 500, there won't be a heat restart. We'll get Elisa Spencer, 2-turn combo. And wow, straight into it. Spicy left-hander. We spoke of a year with more lefts than rights, perhaps, in the lineup. And quickly an exchange between our two surfers to set the pace for the opening heat of the morning. It is the round before the quarterfinals. And Elisa Spencer perhaps into the advantage there with a chunky left-hander. And Vaheen Ferrer just finding the right-hander, the back part of that set. And we have some scores to finally talk about, Paul.
Yeah, that was a great way for Alyssa finding a left out in the lineup. Traditionally we'd be looking more at the rights, but that left bowl going towards the rocks has been working on the higher tides. So still a little bit low for that, but along that bank she found a good opener there. And as you said, the whole morning in the dark we saw lots of sets, and then for the first 10 minutes of this heat it sort of just went dead flat. But at least we got some scores on the board. And
judges will perhaps take their time as well here this morning. They'll like to just, sort of marinate on it, just soak up what they've seen. It's the start of many scores that they'll throw today. You think about the wave frequency. Let's have a look at the replay for the Elisa Spencer opening score.
Yeah, really well done to get that first turn in there. She's just got it in just before the wave ran away into that closeout section. You see, she just cut the bottom turn a bit short, really got a nice little hit off the top, and then this is where the big turn was, this big closeout turn, navigating all those smaller waves and the chop and that, and riding it out.
Kind of navigated a little step as well between the two turns there, Paul.
Yeah. Then Vahini, finding it all right in the lineup there, and got two nice. Oh, this is actually.
Yep.
That was live action. Yeah. So that's her second wave.
That's Vahin's first wave for the replay. Let's have a look at it in slow-mo.
Yeah, a nice turn off the top, and coming through to the closeout section, and a great second turn there. So yeah, nice start.
What are we thinking? Point separation between the two? Advantage Spencer for the first exchange?
Yeah, I would say Alyssa's turns were just, a little bit more, maybe that closeout turn, a bit more powerful, a bit more committed. But we have seen the judges liking the rights, sort of when the surfers are surfing across their vision, and instead of going towards the rocks towards that left bowl. But it just depends on the bigger turns, the more power and the more commitment in the turns are getting well rewarded.
Well, the history books will always speak of exciting backhand surfing, getting big numbers in Ballito, but advantage to the goofy footer for the opening exchange. 683 for a bigger, more meaty wave, and perhaps faster through the turns for Elisa Spencer. She'll go a 683 to get her campaign moving. And, well, a softer wave, Paul. We didn't see a lot of white water come out from the bottom deck of the goofy footer Vaina Ferro, so a slightly lower number to 4.5. So that's a fair separation, 6.83 versus a 4.5. As we ponder all of that, and Paul looks pensively and thinks of how to reply, we'll go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back for more from the first heat of the morning from Ballito. Welcome back to South Africa. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly backed up by O'Neill, and we are with us for the opening heat of the morning. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. The weekend is upon us. It is finals weekend. This is the round of 16. It is the round before the quarterfinals. It is the story for men's and women's surfing today. You're joining us in heat 3 of round 16 of the women. And we'll go to wave number 2 for Elisa Spencer, who opened with a 6.83, gets a nice tag in the pocket, and keeps the center of gravity real low as she brings a second score to the judges. And we're at the 11-minute mark. A small throwaway score during the break for Vahin Ferro. So right now, Paul, seeing a lot of momentum going the Americans' way.
Yeah, Elisa surfing really well and getting 2 great scores. We'll see where that second one comes in, but her first wave was well rewarded, and she's going to start taking a stranglehold on this heat, heading into that 10-minute mark. So we'll see where that score comes in, but it's looking really good at the moment.
Well, the surfer based out of Carlsbad, California, will do a lot of surfing at Trestles, the American in blue, born in Pasadena. And, well, still very, very early in her career. And she's already put her hand up and told the world, well, she's on her way to stardom in the sport. 2 nice tags there. A little bit of white water out of the bottom of that board, Paul, as well.
Yeah, just that first turn really is a setup turn for this closeout maneuver. And, nice spray coming off the back, riding out of it fast. And, scores coming in at a 5.33. So, that's making Vahin's job a little bit more difficult now. Not really, only that 4.5, needing a 7.66 now. So, obviously sitting with priority, she's going to be needing to get something on the board now.
So 2 backhand turns we've seen, 1 from each surfer. Here comes the second meaningful ride. That's a good let go, slightly hinged in the lip there, just caught perhaps. See where that score goes. But certainly Alyssa Spencer's backhand attack for the 5-3-3, a full point more than Vahin Ferrer's opening ride. And now we'll wait for that backup score and we can start making an accurate comparison. Already under 10 minutes remaining in the first heat of the morning, Paul. But a 12.16, it's made up of a 6-8-3 and a 5-3-3. Alyssa Spencer looking confident here in the round before the quarters.
Yeah, but I really liked that last turn of Vahin. You know, it was she really got the board out the back, nice and vertical, and that's going to help her situation and get her into fighting shot here towards the end of the heat. Yeah, we see a great bottom turn setup, and sure, really gets the board out the top. As you say, she did slightly get stuck on the lip there and on the ride down, but it was a great turn, really fast and snappy off the lip, looking nice and electric and throwing lots of spray out the back.
Well, beautiful conditions here this morning, local time after 7 a.m. in the morning. In the lineup, scores starting to come at us from the backhand turns. And, well, a 5.2 for that knifing turn in the lip there. So compare the last backhand attack of Spencer, a 5-3-3. And then Vahin Ferrer, 5.2. Very, very balanced scores there for the backhand attacks. The two goofy footers duking this one out in the first heat of the morning's proceedings. We did get heat 1 and heat 2 of the round of 16 done to end off yesterday. And that was, of course, Bronte McCauley and Zoe McDougall getting the advancing slots. And, of course, we did lose Teresa Bonvalot. We're talking about goofy footers. We've lost Teresa, who won over in Sydney. She's out of the draw. So chance now for surfers like Elisa and Vieira to make up numbers. Of course, Vahin Ferrer comes here 25th on the Challenger Series. And Elisa sitting 14th. So room to make up numbers now. The worst that any of these two surfers can do is a equal 9th place finish. That pretty much was the story for all of last year for Elisa Spencer at the Challenger Series. She did the US Open, she did Portugal, she did France and Haleiwa. She did 2 9ths in the US Open and in Ericeira, but then better for 5ths. So Elisa Spencer finished last year 10th on the Challenger Series rankings. We take the top 5. So watch for her this year. This is her chance to move. A successful quarterfinal finish for a 5th place over in Australia for the American, losing in the quarterfinals to Nikki. And let's have a look and see how the requirements can be found now for Vahin Ferrer, who's chasing a 6.96. So it's a high number. And a lovely little inside-out ditch there. You can see that sunlight filling in. There's a crispness to the air this morning. Definitely need a wetsuit.
Yeah, no, a little 2 mil, you know, short arm, long leg, or long arm, short leg will be perfect for these conditions. The water temperature is actually quite warm. It's just that, as you say, the crispness in the air just to keep the body temperature up.
Well, perhaps the recent floods around 6 to 8 weeks ago may have actually dropped the water temperature just a touch. I know that there's a lot of ocean to move around and currents, but did feel that the water temperature was just a touch colder than normal for this time of year, Paul.
Yeah, I know, definitely. Those floods were horrific, and it has taken the sandbanks at all our points along the KZN coast here to settle back in, and a lot of the rivers are still 3-4 times the size, you know, where they're flowing out into the ocean, putting lots of browner water into the ocean. But Vahin, you know, Alyssa did have priority on this one, and she let Vahin go on it. And Vahin's really just trying to match that 6.83 of Alyssa, and she managed to get 3 nice turns in here. It's interesting to see where that score goes, but I like her surfing. She's really fast and snappy off the lip, nice and light, and in these sort of punchy beach break conditions, she's looking good.
Well, Vahin Ferrer, the 22-year-old from Polynesia, will get a 4.63 on the last wave. She's straight back at it, closed out turn, bigger, more impact, and incomplete as we just slip under the 5-minute remaining mark now. So Elisa Spencer in control of the heat with a 6.83 and a 5.33. That set of scores top left of screen is up to date. It's a 9.83 for Vahine Ferro at this stage, made up of a 5.2 and a 4.63. She is chasing the requirement to advance of a 6.96. So I haven't seen a 6.96 in the lineup. We've seen a 6.83. You think about Elisa Spencer's first ride, the big two-turn hit on the left, big chunky section that went close to a 7, and that's where Vahine Ferro's got to go to, Paul, if she wants to find the unlock here and move to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think that would have sent a signal to Vahine, you know, only getting a 4.63 on that smaller wave where she was actually able to get 3 nice turns, and she'll know now that the judges really are looking for the sets and 1 or 2 big turns off the lip. She's going to have more chance of getting that 6.93 on a wave like that. So yeah, tough situation. Obviously, Elisa with priority, so she's just got to hope a set comes through and there's 2 waves in it, and try and turn that priority and get something right towards the end of the heat.
Definitely more energy in the ocean this morning. Movement, some regular sort of shoulder high sets. That's an increase on what we've had yesterday, and well, of course, the day before we were on hold. So the ocean moving in a positive direction. The swell can only lift as far as the forecasts go, and a very tight heat here on paper. And well, everyone's soaking up this first heat of the morning, including Brad Bricknell. Let's go down and see, where are you, Brad?
Just down at the back of the judges area here, and just wanted to give our viewers some inside access to see how the whole setup is. So we're going to peel back the curtain, and you'll see inside there we've got 5 judges on the panel at any given time. They've got dividers between them, so there's no chance of seeing each other's scores. They are locked in. The top 2 are the highest and lowest are dropped, and the middle 3 are then averaged. And we're going to peel across over here. We've got the priority judges over on the left-hand side. Their job is to just watch priority and make those calls as surfers take off on waves or paddle for the waves. And then one of the innovations that we have here, of course, is the replay screen. So many waves have been ridden throughout the event, but the judges do have the ability to get replays up on the screen. And you can see the guys are hard at work here, making sure that all that technology is available to our judges so they can make the right call. So just a little insight here into the engine room of the Ballito Pro.
Well, a hushed tone from Brad as he just peeps in to something that people really don't get to see, and there's a lot of tech available. Of course, head judge Louis Pereira overseeing the panel, 5 judges on duty at any given time, of course replays available, so there's no detail that's missed. There'll always be that discussion about judges' opinion and stuff like that, but it's a very, very stringent setup. Of course, those priorities as well, the call, there's a spotter, and then of course the beach commentators and all the other World Surf League admin, all in and around that there. Down to 90 seconds in the water, and the judges have not added any scores because we've had no rides during the peep into the little NASA launch station there. 6.96 requirement remains the chase for the surfer in red, who is also not in the priority situation. Tough position now as Elisa Spencer will not let go. She'll stay very close to her opponent. But there have been multiple waves when the sets come, Paul, so perhaps still an opportunity for Vera as we get down to 1 minute.
Yeah, as a pro surfer, it's never over until it's over. You know, you give it everything right to the end, even if you're sitting with a second priority. You never know what Mother Nature is going to send, but she'll be watching the lineup and looking about, half a kk out to sea, looking for any bumps that will come, and just really praying that there'll be 2 waves in a set. It is tough with sitting in that second priority.
Well, cat and mouse, backwards and forwards. Spencer with the lead, and the priority is not going to give Vahine Ferro a chance to pick the prime wave if it does come. Clock watching now as we get down to a little over 20 seconds to go. Just again, just taking note of that brushed surface. In fact, to feel that the offshore's almost picked up over the last 25 minutes from when this heat commenced to now. That sunlight filling in. But it looks like the sun is about to set on Vahine Ferro's campaign here at the 3rd Challenger Series stop. And the heat is going to expire, and it's going to be Spencer who will now move through to the quarterfinals. It is, as I say, at the expense of Vahine Ferro. Vahin not getting great results in Australia either. 25th on the Gold Coast to 17th in Sydney. She'll go slightly better for a equal 9th place finish. And that will be the story of the first heat of the morning. Stay with us. An all-Australian affair coming up in heat number 2.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. The third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. 64 women looking for the valuable 10,000 points. We have taken the field and we've cut it down. It is the round of 16. Now person-on-person heats as we introduce you to an all-Australian heat. The experience of Dimity Stoyle, 30 years of age from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, will take on Macy Callahan, the 21-year-old, a former world junior champion out of Avoca. It is a good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside former championship tour surfer, a man with the brand of O'Neill here in South Africa, Paul Canning. It's good morning, Paul.
Yeah, morning, Gigs, and great to be calling these heats with you. Really thoroughly enjoyed the last week of surfing and looking forward to a big weekend. And getting keen to watch Dimity. She shows us so much behind the scenes on the Challenger Series, and she sees herself competing in a heat in Ballito. So really excited to see how this heat unfolds.
Well, Paul, you used the word excitement. That has been pretty much the theme, because the week before this Challenger Series, the Ballito Pro, we had a number of other festivities and events. You're obviously all part of that. The O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior showcased a lot of the visiting talent as well. Some of those surfers having a run in the main Challenger Series. Of course, the inter-schools and a number of other activities and activations from the O'Neill brand in and around, which has been a festival season here in Ballito.
Yeah, I mean, we feel like we've been here for about 2 weeks already. It's been so much festivities in the Ballito Pro this year. We've had, as you say, we've had Pro Juniors, right from the under 12s all the way up to under 18s. Then we had the under 20s, Pro Juniors, and as well as school surfing and development surfing. All the development arms of the KZN districts came, and we ran a tag team event. Great to see everything that's happening with development surfing, and then into the Challenger Series. So it's been an exciting 10-12 days here in Ballito, and not looking forward to come to an end. I've really enjoyed it.
At some stage you'll have to go back to the O'Neill office and do some work, Paul. Of course, we've had the Ballito Pro Skate Jam. There's been the music festivals. It's just been a cultural melting pot. Everybody just descending on the town of Ballito. We love it. It's winter. The rest of the country, we always talk about it, is pretty chilly. It's the southern hemisphere. It's winter down here. But this region warms up beautifully during the days. The evenings can be a little crisp, perhaps a little lightweight O'Neill jacket just to go out and enjoy the social and the whole fun scene that happens in and around the town. But certainly during the day, the beaches are packed, swimwear, perhaps even some sunblock, and, well, everybody enjoying and, packing it into the beaches here at Willard Beach in Ballito.
Yeah, it's a great time of the year to be in Ballito. You know, we have such mild winters where, you know, the temperature's getting up to about 25 degrees. Normally not much wind this time of the year. Nice land breezes, offshore winds in the morning, dying down to dead calm days. And, you know, not much rain around. Our rainy season is normally in the summer months of November, December, you know. So, yeah, the winter time in Ballito is an incredible time. Really, really good waves on offer right up and down the coast. And, yeah, school holidays. Winter school holidays are in at the moment, so lots of kids on the beach enjoying all the action.
Well, water temperatures in the low 70s. So, you know, perhaps a thin wetsuit required, especially as we mentioned for the morning. The crisp offshores are coming from the colder interior, and the mountain ranges about 2 hours back from us. Let's get the action moving forward a little bit. Lovely rip to the pocket for Dimity, who just lets go of that turn. We're already 6 minutes into this, and well, just prior to that throwaway score, another throwaway score, just over 1 point, and no rides yet for Macy Callahan, who has been holding the priority for a while. Bit of an age difference between the two Australians. As we mentioned, 21 years of age, Macy Callahan, former world junior champion. And having a look at her campaign, she's finished with 2 ninths in Australia, in her homeland. And well, the worst she can do is level out and have another ninth here if she is not to make this. Of course, the heat advance will reward with a berth in the quarterfinals. That's a 5th place finish if she falls out there. So opportunity for Callahan to find her best Challenger Series stop of the year thus far. Last year, her Challenger Series campaign also 4 ninths. So she hasn't broken into the quarters yet in the Challenger Series over the last 2 seasons that it has been structured and put in place. But we know that she has the potential, of course. Of course, Macy, a run on the championship tour a couple of seasons back. She has a lot of experience. Of course, we mentioned that World Junior title as well. She got that down in Kiama. It's all the way back in 2016 already, and yet she's only 21 years of age. A story for Dimity Stoyle, older, now just around 30. She's one of the older campaigners, and we saw her get to championship tour level a number of years back. 2013 was her first year on that, and she fared quite well, Paul. Up and down results for Dimity. We'll talk more about Dimity's pedigree. We'll get Macy Callahan's first ride moving here. And holds it together nicely. That was just on the edge of completion, that turn for Macy.
Yeah, that was a nice critical finish to that wave. As you say, just got the board up on the lip and lip line and rode it down nicely. At one stage, it looked like she was in a bit of trouble, but riding out, and I think that'll be a nice start to her heat.
Well, Macy Callahan will enter the lineup again to look for the second counting ride. Let's try and speculate a value for this, Paul. One of those right-hand runners.
Yeah, a lot of lumps and bumps to navigate, but nice first turn, and yeah, great second hit off the lip, really threw the tail round and the nose. Yeah, riding out of it, and great opening start for Macy.
Good snap in the pocket for Macy, and as you mentioned, Paul, just gets it inside out there. Not the biggest turn we'll see from her, perhaps, during her time in South Africa, but it's a step in the right direction, and it'll be an easy lead for Macy, because there's really nothing on the scorecards just yet for Dimity Stoyle. While we wait for the judges to process and bring an opening score for Macy, let's go down and hear from Melissa Spencer, winner of the first heat of the morning.
Congratulations to Alyssa Spencer, the winner of that first heat of the day, the first person-on-person heat. And you had a bit of a scuffle early on, if you want to call it a scuffle. You lost priority inside the first few minutes against Fierro. Let us know what happened there.
Yeah, I really wanted to hold the inside at the beginning of the heat to try and get the first good wave. And we pushed each other so deep and so close to that rock over there. And then there was a wave that came and I blocked her, but it was just such a bad wave, so I didn't want to go. And I ended up losing priority, but I managed to turn it around quick and get a wave right off the bat.
Well, your way you did turn it around off the bat was a 6-point ride on a left-hander. You only rode 2 waves, and 2 waves count. What happened there? Was that something you were thinking about, or was this one of those slower heats?
Yeah, I mean, going out there, I knew that I wanted to wait for a couple good waves because Vahine's such a good surfer, and I knew that she was going to be dropping some big scores too. So I thought, you know, 2 6s would probably make the heat. So yeah, I just wanted to wait for 2 good waves, and I ended up only getting 2, which was crazy, but I made them count. And yeah, one of them was a left, which is funny because my game plan going out there was not to go left at all. I was mainly just looking for rights, but I was just like, if a left comes, I'll go, and yeah, it worked out.
Well, you're having a good roll so far. You're guaranteed equal fifth as your worst possible outcome of this event. That's got to feel good for you coming into event number 3.
Yeah, for sure. 5th place is a good result to keep, and yeah, I'm hoping that I can just keep it going.
All the best for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, watch Elisa Spencer. She's into the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro, and she's been a consistent performer. And we'll see how she fares here at Ballito. As we mentioned, Elisa already making a quarters over in Sydney. So she's at least matched that for now. And we'll see how Elisa fares when we get back to the quarterfinals. We've got to get there though, and here is Macy Callahan, who's been putting a couple of numbers on the scorecard while we were away, Paul, including this backhand attack.
Yeah, that's a great replay to see here. That was a very nicely ridden wave. Just see she pedals in here. Sees it lining up on the left, and then great bottom turn, throws it up onto the wall and throws buckets out the back and gets a second hit off the top there. So very well ridden wave by Macy.
Well, judges loved it, Paul. A 6-3-3 for the 2 backhand turns, nice and tight. Combination coming out of the one turn with lots of spray flying, and then, well, she'll just link it straight to the backup, spike through the lip. 6-3-3. That right-hander that we saw to start her campaign of 5-6-7, so into the lead just like that, Macy Callahan, and, well, combo situation for Dimity Stoyle early on. We're not even at the halfway mark in the heat.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, you know, within 5 minutes you can get 2 good scores on the board. You just got to stay busy. And yeah, like Alyssa was saying, you know, I think most of the surfers will be going out there with the mindset of trying to find the rights. We have seen rights getting slightly higher scores, you know, but if a left comes through, they're going to go.
Well, that's exactly what happened with Elisa Spencer. Will there be more lefts in the lineup? Can Dimity Stoyle use that priority? We'll take a quick break and we'll be back to answer all the questions for the second half of the heat.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore.
Calm yourself
You
down.
know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. It is the 3rd Challenger Series event of the year and an all-Australian heat out in the lineup. You missed absolutely nothing while we were away at break. No change to the situation. Macy Callahan quickly snatching a 6-3-3 and a 5-6-7 in the lineup, is in a very strong lead over Dimity Stoyle, who is holding the priority. And it is a good morning from the second heat of the morning. Gig Saliers alongside former championship tour Paul Canning. And Paul, nice to get into the weekend. And of course, people already starting to flock down to the beach here. It's going to be an exciting finals weekend. We're looking at crowning champions tomorrow.
Yeah, I know it's going to be a great weekend. I'm sure we're going to see packed beaches, everyone making the trip up to Ballito from Durban. We got some great weather today. A little bit of onshore later on this afternoon, and then absolute cracker day tomorrow. Very light wind, swell jumps up a little bit. Should see that land breeze in the morning. So I think we are lining up for a great finish.
Well, Paul, the other interesting thing to talk about is Elisa Spencer got nearly a 7-pointer on her left, and now Macy Callahan has the best single number, the 633, again on her left. It's been a strange year in Ballito. We've never seen so many lefts ridden, and perhaps that's what Dimity Stoyle could be sort of keeping an eye out for. She'll look for anything that's available. She holds the priority, but the lefts have played a part in the 2022 version of the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, we have had sort of a very unseasonal week of weather. We had great conditions for the Pro Junior last week. The kids got 4 to 6 foot waves, beautiful offshore conditions. We know there's a big swell lining up for next week. It's going to make its way up the coast through Jeffreys Bay. Probably have an early start for the J Bay Open, and that swell will hit us early to mid next week. But this week we've just seemed to have fallen into a little bit of an unseasonably bad sort of weather patterns, very small conditions, a lot of onshore swell direction, a lot of onshore wind, and then that coupled with not the best banks at the moment at surfers. We have seen good waves when it's a little bit bigger and the waves break off that bank of the back rocks, but on smaller days, not the best.
But to talk to that point, Paul, I haven't heard one complaint. I mean, it's still been contestable. We've still been getting 5s, 6s, and 7s out of the lineup. We've had a couple of excellent category scores. I think of Eli Hanneman's punt into the air, into the wind a day or two back. So no real complaints. Everybody loves coming to the area. Of course, it's a tangibly rich experience coming to the shores of Africa. And of course, the world's best already making their way into town in Jeffreys Bay, about 1,000 kilometers off to the right of screen. Just 3 days now until the start of the Corona Open J-Bay, the second to last stop on the championship tour. And well, to decide the final 5 for that showdown come early September at Trestles. It's also very exciting that these are the weeks that we focus in on Africa. And certainly the Ballito Pro has been another valued experience. Everybody enjoying, I trust, the coverage that's come from the edge of the east coast of South Africa here. And well, of course, what's more important is to get a fair result and to cement a third stop on the Challenger Series, and we'll see who walks away with all of those points. We'll know that by tomorrow afternoon. For now, Dimity Stoyle with an opportunity to get involved in this heat. She's in the combination situation, and she'll just slam into that section. Does she hold on? We'll say yes. And the Australian will find a number to replace. Well, she's got 2 numbers to replace here, Paul, a 1 and a .83. They've got to go out the door quickly now. She's got to build 2 scores, and she's got enough time, 7.5 minutes to go. And, yeah, nice strong turn, particularly at the end there. We'll see where that value goes.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good start for Dimity. I mean, she's had a pretty slow heat, and that should get her out of combination going into these last 7 minutes. So at least she'll have a fighting chance towards the end of the heat.
Well, Dimity's done better already by getting to the round of 16 here than she did at the 2 stops over in Australia. 2:33 from the Goldie and from Sydney. Let's see if we can get a value. We're waiting for the judge's opinion on this.
Oh, great cutback, and really throwing herself into that closeout turn, able to ride it out. So the cutback was really just to get her into that next sort of section of the wave, a little bump to get over there, and did very well to get to that closeout maneuver and ride through all of that bump.
Well, judges not overly impressed. They'll only throw a 3.67 at, perhaps just slightly caught in the lip for Dimity Stoyle as she slammed into that last section. There was a little bit of a chatter and sort of backwash ricochet of water through that wave as well, Paul. So a score to unlock the combination, 3.67. Now Dimity must chase an 8.33. And just talking about Dimity a while ago, perhaps one of the best female tube rides I've ever seen on social media. She had a barrel at Kira a couple months back. It was absolutely ridiculous, maybe like a 10-12 second drain pipe. And well, Dimity's such a character as well. We've seen her on the entertainment side of things, care of the WSL, and well, great to have her in the lineup competing as well. But for now, she'll keep the competitor's hat on. We'll see if we can get an 8.33 out of the lineup from her. We haven't seen anything close to an 8.33 yet in the lineup. It is only the second heat of the morning. starting to heat up. The sun is warming up things. Let's go down and see what Brad Bricknell's up to.
I'm down here in the athletes area, guys. Just wanted to give you a little behind-the-scenes tour of the setup. It's probably the best seat of the house here down at Ballito Pro. Up behind me is some viewing area for the athletes. We've panned around. We've got some breakfast going on here, and up in the back we've also got a whole bunch of physiotherapists on standby to give those massages in between heat, and also check if any niggles on injuries can be dealt with accordingly. And then we're going to pan around to this side. This is where the money happens. This is where we have our check-in. This is our man Lucky. He's the guy that hands the surfers their signals before the heat. Also got a screen up here where the guys can check out their scores and watch their fellow surfers and how they're going in the event. And then we're going to just pan over to the left-hand side. Yeah, we've got the surfers' board racks. We've got lockers up the back. We've got the monster fridges. And then, of course, one of the most important things, if you want to just pan over here, these guys have got their very own barista sitting in here making amazing espresso coffee every morning. And what I do is if I need a quick one, I come and sneak into the athletes area and just order my cortado from these guys. So a great place for the surfers to relax and hang out. They've got the best seat in the house, and there's a few Monster Energies in the fridge as well. Back to you guys.
Well, perhaps all that caffeine, the reason why Brad Bricknell talks so fast. We love having Brad here in Ballito. It's a great show. And thanks, Brad, for the insight into what is a newly improved athlete area. Of course, again, more discussion of going from the qualifying series, the infrastructure here in Ballito this year just magnified, expanded, and improved for the Challenger Series level.
Yeah, I know the athletes area is looking incredible this year. You know, we've definitely raised the bar into the Challenger Series level, and yeah, all the athletes really enjoying it. And yeah, great to have Brickers back in South Africa for a bit. Macy Callahan getting a nice hit off the top there. Just watching it in slow-mo. Yeah, beautiful bottom turn, throwing lots of spray. Very impressed with her surfing in this this heat. 2 great scores on the board.
Well, Macy Callahan in charge of this heat, inside and upside down in that turn, but only fetches a 5, so she won't replace her opening ride of the 5.67. Of course, Macy Callahan's partner, Sheldon Simkus, faring very well at the Challenger Series of his own, back at their home break of Snapper Rocks. Not such a great campaign here in Ballito, but certainly Callahan and Simkus going well on the Challenger Series. We'll see how Macy goes. She looks like she's on her way to the quarterfinals at this stage. A big requirement for Dimity Stoyle of an 8.33 in the lineup. Still 2.5 minutes to go. Anything's possible. We love the script that can unfold, especially at the end of heats. But for now, Macy Callahan will just stay busy. Intention here to improve on the 5.67, which she's held on to from the very start. She's going to go left again. Spoke about lefts playing a part. Lovely inside out. Very good backhand turn there. And that could be the nail in the coffin. Perhaps she'll be lifting the requirements for her opponent, Dimity. And if she improves on the 5.67, certainly the 8.33 requirement will expand, Paul. Just under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Macy looking very strong. I think she will probably improve on that 5.67, and that's going to make Dimity's situation very tough into these last minute 40 seconds.
Well, Macy, stalwart performer, as we mentioned, 2/9 in Australia. We'll see where the effort goes now for Dimity. Almost carbon copy of her 3.67. Same part of the bank, same approach. Cut back to regroup, to gain some speed, to try and hit the oncoming section. So perhaps only fetching a score very similar to her last ride of the 3.67 on that. And we're still just waiting to see. And points are starting to come in from the judges. They're already sprinkling some 7s. So we expect the number to increase. It does. Bigger requirement now of just under the combination, a 9.59 requirement for Dimity Stoyle, care of Macy Callahan's last ride of the 6.93. that pretty much will write the story for the second heat of the morning, Paul.
Yeah, I think Dimity's been quite, really just trying to find those rights, and that's been her main focus in the heat, where Macy has been looking for the rights, but been open to the lefts. And the lefts just seem to be a little bit easier to ride, with the lumps and bumps that are coming through the lineup. It is quite an east swell direction, and obviously they are looking for the rights, but, it has shown that the lefts just seem to be a little bit easier to navigate all those lumps and get better scores.
Incoming tide certainly bringing more energy into the lineup. We're back at original location of Willard's Beach, the Surfers Bank, and it is going to be a result for Macy Callahan. She's going to be on her way to the quarterfinals for the first time this year at the Challenger Series level. So the worst that Macy can now do is finish in equal fifth, but she'll want to go all the way and take home the full 10,000 points from the third Challenger Series stop. That is the result. It's going to be Macy Callahan's win, and Dimity Stoyle is going to fall out equal ninth. Stay with us. The Ballito Pro will continue. We'll bring in Tash Mentasti and Kai Linda for the call.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The Comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
A very good morning from Ballito, the Dolphin Coast here in Quadakuza municipality. We are into round of 16 women's division, and out in this, it's heat number 5. A really great morning. I am Tash Mentasti alongside Kai Linda, and we're going to be making the call for this heat number 5. Quite a big heat. Molly Picklum, the Australian in red. Summer Macedo from Brazil, although Hawaiian.
Via Hawaii.
Yeah, via Hawaii in the blue singlet. And yeah, Kai, we've seen these ladies come up in previous rounds. For me, Summer Macedo is a name that I know, but not someone that I've seen recently performing, and it's been great to watch her here at the Ballito Pro. Both girls under the age of 22, and it's just showcasing what women's surfing is doing globally. And Molly Picklum, 19 years old, was on the championship tour and unfortunately didn't make the cut and relegated down to the Challenger Series. And when I say down to the Challenger Series, I don't think there's anything easy about this Challenger Series. It is quite an incredible field of female surfers. We started with 64 women, and we are now down into that round of 16. So it's a good day here in Ballito. We've got a little bit more swell. We don't have as clean conditions as what we expected from the land breezes this morning, but we have seen in those first heats, I mean, Alyssa Spencer, she just had 2 waves, 2 really big maneuvers, and showcasing that the lineup has changed compared to what we've had over the last few days.
Yeah, it's definitely changed. There's certainly more swell in the water, and I think we're all expecting the onshore. It's just how hard is it going to come through and how early. If it holds off a bit, maybe we'll go into some quarterfinal action later today, but that is on call. Otherwise, as we discussed this morning on the beach, Mike Tash, it's looking like a great day tomorrow. Really low wind conditions, hopefully a nice land breeze in the morning, and that'll keep it clean all day. Of course, building towards the high tide at lunchtime tomorrow, so you'll have a push from the low all day. And if we started the quarters on 25-minute heats, we'd be looking at about a 1 o'clock finish. So it's looking very good for tomorrow. Obviously, I think they would prefer to have just semis and finals on call, but I think if the East really comes in and tears up the lineup for the surfers and the quality of surfing you want to see for quarterfinals, they might just move it till tomorrow.
Yeah, the quality of surfing that we want to see, but also just careers on the line here, especially into this business end of the event. And I think, the surfers always getting put first in that regard. Yes, we want to see exceptional surfing, and yes, they can perform in all conditions, but if we're seeing a better forecast for Sunday, I know that a great call will be made from Travis Logie from Tours and Competitions. And you can just see this drone lineup. So only 2 ladies. It's a 2-person heat moving forward for both men and women's divisions. We are into the round of 16 for both. And out here, heat number 5. We've got 3 more heats of the ladies round, and then we do move back into men's round for today. And then just chatting a little bit about these 2 ladies. Molly Picklum, having the best result out of the 2. She took runner-up finish on the Gold Coast this year, where Summer Macedo, her best result is actually in this heat right now. She's had a equal 33rd for the Challenger Series, stop number 1. She had a worse result on Challenger Series number 2 and equal 49th. So placing here already, even if she loses, it will be her best result and maybe a keeper result. 8 Challenger Series on the program for 2022, 5 of those events counting towards making the cut for the 2023 Championship Tour.
Yeah, and both ladies happy to be here. It's a beautiful place, and the conditions are great, and hopefully they'll be able to pull back that drone shot from this morning with the whales and dolphins for everyone to see again, because we were on the beach and didn't get to see the drone angle, and I'd like to see a technical team.
Yeah, and it was like we were all these big fans. There were so many cameras out this morning, but we are going to cut across to the beach interview from our Heat 4 winner, Macy Callahan, alongside Mike Frew.
Morning guys, I'm down here with Macy, the winner of that last heat. You waited a long time, almost half the heat to get going, and then you used the right and your very, very strong backhand to take out the win in that heat. Talk us through your strategy and what was going through your head in that first 15 minutes in that long wait.
Yeah, it was definitely a slow start. I had my best friend out there, so we were kind of chatting, wondering where the waves were. But yeah, I was just happy that I found 2 good lefts and managed to get some good scores. I knew that heat was going to be tough, especially against Dim. So yeah, I'm happy to be in the quarters.
We saw, if we look at the buoy readings out at sea, there's a big jump in the period overnight. And compared to yesterday, do you find there's a lot more punch and power in the waves out there compared to what we were surfing yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday was really small considering why we moved over to the beach. But yeah, you can feel it in the ocean. It's definitely picking up. I think that wind's going to be super strong later, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's life. And yeah, we'll hopefully get a couple.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your time, and all the best in your upcoming heats. Back to you guys in the studio.
A very big thank you, Mike Frew and Macy Callahan, just letting us surf fans know what the ocean is doing this morning and that she is feeling a little bit more push. If we look to live footage right now, live action, this is Summer Macedo finding that first wave of the heat. 17 minutes already gone through. 17 minutes remaining, Kai, so we've already lost 7 minutes and seen that first ride.
Well, I think the swell is new, so you're going to see those lulls as it builds in intensity. Just looking at the first heat of the day, we almost looked at a restart there. So there's been the story, and even Macy there, Mike mentioning she waited almost half the heat before she got going. But she did drop 2 high 6s, and we've seen some big scores already through the first few heats. So I think it's game on out here. You just got to be patient and wait for those good ones. I think in the first heat of the morning, Vahin needed a high 6, and she was like hunting the inside. And those little insiders are just really not going to give you that opportunity. And look at this. This is one of the biggest set waves, I think, of the day coming through the back line as we look at the replay here. And Summer, a lovely carve to start things off. Then had to work it down the line, and unfortunately she's got wedged in there by that 2 directions coming towards her from both ends. But if she had made that last turn, I think it would have been a really good score for her to open up with. She got the 2.83 for this, and that's pretty much all off that first turn because the big hack off the top just didn't get ridden out of. And I see a small 0.37 for Miley Picklin, so she obviously went for one of those set waves. And of course we see surfer in blue, Tessa Tayson, coming up.
Yeah, Tessa Tayson impressed me yesterday getting through that round. We did move location yesterday. I thought it was a great call. We saw some good surfing coming from Bathers Beach and then moving back to the main podium. Now, Tessa will be looking for a good result out here, but back to live action. At the moment, it is Summer Macedo representing Brazil in the lead with that very small score. But as we've seen with previous heats, the bigger scores coming through as these girls get into that rhythm of the ocean. And also moving towards the right-hand side of our screen, closer to that rocky point. Live action now. This is Molly Picklum. So wave number 2. And both girls going down on that oncoming section. So it does show the push and the power coming from that northeasterly flow and direction onto that shallow sandbank car, which we saw some junior surfers many days ago getting absolutely crunched and unable to hold on that final maneuver, and unfortunately affecting the ladies out here.
Yeah, of course, during the juniors, we had the spring tide, so the low was pretty brutal. It was really, really low. We're just off the neeps at the moment, so this morning when we got down here, that rock was already under the water, and whereas last week it was almost bone dry on the low. So I don't think we're going to see too much water come into the bay either, and with the new swell in the lineup, we should be good on this bank all day long. But like I said, the most interesting thing here weather-wise is what is that east going to do? What time is it going to start blowing? On the charts, it's in the red, for the afternoon.
Which is so uncommon for winter in KZN. I mean, I grew up in KwaZulu-Natal and not far from Ballito, and it is very uncommon to see those gale force forecasts for the middle of winter here in KZN. But we're dealing with Mother Nature, so we've got to just adapt and make a change wherever's needed. But while we wait to see these ladies get started out here, we are going to cut across to an ad break. When we come back, we will conclude the heat number 5 of women's round of 16. Welcome back. If you have just tuned in, it is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And talking about O'Neill, Kai, it is Jack O'Neill Day, the 9th of July.
Yeah, it is Jack O'Neill Day, and we're looking back at Jack O'Neill's many contributions to the sport of surfing. We celebrate his incredible life, exactly how he would have wanted us to, which is by being in or around the ocean. So if you get in the ocean today, share your experiences with hashtag Jack O'Neill Day and tag O'Neill Zaf to be featured on the O'Neill Instagram and to celebrate a man who changed the game for us surfers.
Yeah, and for surfers around the world, I mean, where would we be without wetsuits?
Sure, especially the Cape Town surfers.
Yeah, I mean, that cold Atlantic Ocean. I mean, even here, it's been chilly in the morning. you would think KZN, it's subtropical conditions. We're in bikinis and boardies, but most surfers are in wetsuits. And live action now, quick in and out for Molly Picklum. But during the break, let's do a little catch up. We have that heat total, top left of your screen, 6.43 for a heat total for Molly Picklum. She found a 4.33 during the ad break and backs it up with a 2.1. Not going to be happy with those heat scores. And you can see keeping very busy. Priority is with Summer Macedo, and unable to complete that second maneuver on wave number 5 for the Australian.
Yeah, Tash, as we came back in, there was that lovely drone shot. You can actually see Molly has moved right down the bank, completely away from Summer on that first peak, and just keeping her distance and getting some scores in. And the game plan's working. She just got a 3.33 during the break. We saw that backhand attack of hers getting the 4.33. Not massive scores, but she's starting to build up a little bit of momentum. And Summer now on the outside, I mean, she's only had a 2.83, so she's going to need a 4.83 to advance. And with 10 minutes to go, now it's time to get going.
Yeah, I mean, the 2.83 for Summer Macedo, if she had made that second maneuver, it would definitely have gone into a good scoring range, and I think a different story would be unfolding. But at the moment, Molly Picklum sitting in the lead. The 4.33 backed it up with a 3.33. Summer Macedo only looking for a 4.83, so an average score needed, and definitely got the potential to put much bigger scores on the board. But as we know as surfers, no wave is the same. Our environment forever changing. And I was chatting to some people yesterday evening, hearing that John Florence has pulled out. For us South Africans, we get to see the young gun Luke Thompson go in. But what we were talking about was the extremities that we put our bodies on the line. If you think about it, we're pushing it so hard, and then you're dealing with the force of nature at the same time. And John, unfortunately, being a victim to trying to expand what surfing is all about, but then also putting his body on the line. And where do you kind of make a call and go like, I need to look after me,
Yeah, I think, if we look at all professional sports, I played some pretty top-level rugby in my youth. You look at like the injuries coming out of an impact sport like rugby or American football or ice hockey. And that's on one extreme. Surfing, you wouldn't think, looking at it's in water and it's all nice, but water, when you hit it at a certain speed, becomes quite hard.
Yeah, it feels like concrete.
Yeah, and if you hit a sandbank or your surfboard, which all of us have experienced, there's fins on a surfboard, there's coral reef, there's rocks. When you look at super tubes, like there's a shelf. And when you impact on that, it's going to damage you. And then obviously, when you look at the high-risk maneuvers, especially a guy like John Florence going for these massive airs into the flats, just the impact of landing those maneuvers on your ankles and knees is extreme. And much like in wakeboarding and snowboarding, we're starting to see a lot of knee damage happening, specific cruciate ligaments, lower backs, and of course for us surfers, as my doctor likes to remind me very often now in my 40s, we absolutely work our shoulders, our rotator cuffs, because when you paddle a lot, especially if you surf as much as these guys, you're putting massive strain on the ligaments around your shoulders and neck as well. So surfing can be hard on the body, and it all comes down to conditioning, obviously. And for these guys, when you're carrying an injury, that impact's just going to accelerate that deterioration as well. So we do have a team of physios on site for the athletes, so they do have that. And the physios have been really busy at this event, I might add too. I spoke to them yesterday. Currently, just in the men's side of things in the next round, there are probably about 4 or 5 guys carrying injuries from ankles to knees to lower backs.
Yeah, and it also just showcases the high impact that these surfers are all dealing with, and thank goodness that we've got physios on site. Charmaine Corporal, who's actually been involved for 27 years at this event. So really understanding surfers' bodies, understanding the sport of surfing and what to look out for and how to help them to at least try and perform at their best out here at the Ballito Pro. We're already down to 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And really, the only score to talk about, a 4.33 from our current heat leader, that is Molly Picklum in the red singlet, holding priority as well. She's backed it up with a 3.33. Summer Macedo with just 2 waves under her belt, a 2.83 as her first score, a throwaway 0.47. Well, both really being throwaways if we look at the bigger scale of things. And Summer Macedo only needing a 4.83. The problem here is Molly Picklum holds that first priority.
Yeah, and approaching that last little segment called the 5 minutes where things get really interesting. And, you know, it was really interesting for me was to see in the first heat, our heat winner with just 2 waves. Literally got the 2 scores and then just sat in priority in case she needed to block later in the heat. And normally I think a little bit of a scary tactic to put into play, but it worked for her. And she showed nerves of steel to do it. But, you know, that's what you've got to adapt to the heat as well. And she had those 2 nice big scores. The heat only started about halfway through as well. So, you know, 12.5 minutes, she got the 2 scores, sat in priority, and Vahin was just not able to get anything underneath her, so it worked out well. In this heat, similar kind of story. We're seeing 6 waves from Molly, although this time she's the one in the lead. Summer taking things really slow, and you know, she's got to start thinking to herself, I need to start finding waves, even if they're not big ones. 4.33 is the biggest score for Molly Picklum. Go find a couple of insiders, get your rhythm going, and see if you can find a good scoring wave. In the meantime, here goes the Australian.
Yeah, choosing to find a little left. Nice, strong hit off the backhand there. Will it remove the 3.33 that sits on her scorecard? We'll be seeing that shortly. So not a set wave, smaller wave, but just keeping busy, wanting to start breaking away a little bit. And yes, it comes out slightly stronger, 3.77 for last of red. What that does for Summer Macedo, her requirement jumping up to a 5.27. And that will be the highest wave score of the heat if she does get to find that opportunity. But with 4 minutes on the clock, are we going to see the Brazilian finding something there to really turn this heat upside down? Once again, those girls totally separating. We saw Molly find her high score on the right and now finding her backup on the left.
Yeah, lovely bottom turn and really whipped that turn off the top. So the judges did go a little higher than the previous one. And I love getting the 2 angles. Look at this really good little hold there. She just waited for that section and then gets the board nice and clean up into the lip. Super good surfing from Molly. And I've been impressed with her throughout the event. She's a very calculated surfer, and I love her approach to getting scores as well.
Yeah, and she also timed that turn so well. So we look at it, only a 3.77. It's all about the comparison, Kai. And for me, it was that first wave of the day, ridden by Alyssa Spencer, 6.83. I mean, it was pretty throaty. It really just grinded along the sandbar, and she just throws so much commitment into it. And Alyssa Spencer has spent some time here. She was in the JQS, so getting to understand the surf zone and the break. But yeah, from a judge's perspective, that 6.83 will be the big comparison for all waves ridden through the rest of this round. And coming up next, it's going to be a very exciting heat. JQS winner Betty Lou Sakura Johnson coming up against Tessa Tayson in heat number 6. But we have 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, and still waiting to see if Summer Macedo can now, with first priority, find something that Mother Nature throws at her.
Well, let's look at this one. Tash Red finding a nice looking little right bowl here. Bottom turns. Oh, beautiful arc. Getting a little layback in there just for a bit of steez factor as well.
Yeah, just showcasing that she's in total control, utilizing the rail of her board, which is what the judges want to see, but also no 2 steps. It's a beautiful flow through that top carve, and yeah, I enjoyed it, but that's all that wave had on offer. Is she going to make a little bit more distance with just under 2 minutes remaining in this heat number 5? So we have 8 heats in round of 16 for women, and then we will move directly into men. But let's watch the replay here. Sets up nicely. Powers off the top there with that carve.
Well, the comparison's going to be interesting now between this and her previous ride there, the big snap off the top. This one, though, I kind of prefer it. Lots of power, really putting the heels down on that inside rail. And I love the hands as well, like really clean through the shoulders. You see her just opening up her chest and the board following. And of course, a lot of people don't realize that in surfing. Snowboarding and skating, all in the hips. Surfing is all in the shoulders. Where your front arm goes is where the board's going to go.
Yeah, thank you. It's very, very true. And that score did come in. It's a 4.27. So she makes some more distance between her competitor. Molly Picklum in the lead with a 4.33 and a 4.27. Summer Macedo in second, now needing a 5.77 to take the win, but with 45 seconds on the clock. Time is definitely running out for our Hawaiian surfer representing Brazil.
Yeah, well, I think I'm happy with the judges there. I love a beautiful layback carve, and big fan of a down carve too, and that was beautifully executed, so I'm glad they rewarded it.
Yeah, it definitely does showcase how these girls have evolved with their surfing. I mean, we never used to see this even 5 years ago, really. Maybe the odd few one, but now it's through every heat. There is some incredible surfing coming from these ladies. It's wonderful to just see the evolution of women surfing and now an Olympic sport as well. So, lot going on in our surfing world. We're going to see that heat end, and unfortunately, Summer Macedo being relegated and not advancing through. It is Molly Picklum taking the win for Australia, and she'll be advancing through to the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're going to cut to an ad break, and when we come back, we'll be calling heat number 6 for the ladies' round of 16. Welcome back. If you just tuned in, it is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We are into the women's round of 16 for stop number 3 on the Challenger Series. Heat number 6 out in the water, and an exciting surfer that I've been enjoying watching. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Hawaii in the red singlet. She is going to be coming up against Tessa Tayson representing France. A fairly unknown name, Tessa Tayson, especially if you do a little bit of research. She's definitely on my radar now. I've been enjoying watching her surfing car. But Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the phenom coming out of Hawaii, and just, you know, she only started her WSL QS campaign in 2019. We've had a pandemic since then, and she's come out absolutely booming, live action. So wanting to go for that big hit to get things started, and just showcasing the maturity in her surfing and the strength and power in her surfing. She's already taken a win out here at the Ballito Pro in our junior QS that took place on the 29th and 30th of June. So feeling good out here, enjoying Ballito. It is her first time visiting these shores, and let's see if she can take it all the way.
Well, Tessa Tayson has been doing some great surfing through the event, but she's really got to go for it in this heat, because Betty Lou, for me, the standout surfer of the event so far in the ladies, she's just looked completely at ease out in the Ballito lineup, doing some incredible surfing And, like you said, not just winning the JQS, but I mean, absolutely dominating every single heat she's surfed in from round one.
Yeah, and dominating the tour as well. I mean, yes, didn't make the cut back down onto the Challenger Series, but, for someone who's only started her competitive career in 2019 and we dealt with the pandemic, so not seeing any surfing really in 2020, just showcases what she's going to do for women's surfing globally and just inspiring so many young girls.
Yeah, and talking about that, every time she's on the beach, she gets absolutely swamped. So she's definitely a fan favorite here in Ballito. And it's easy to see why. She's always got that big old grin on her face, always got time for people. I've noticed around the contest site, always happy to have a conversation and give people of her time. And that's not just through her surfing, but just through her behavior, making herself a fan favorite.
Yeah, and up and riding now. This is the French woman, gets that first backhand hook, almost holds on to that second turn, and you can just see that warble in the water, and that is due to the tide. Not making things easy out here for the ladies, but early days, 25-minute heats for this round of 16 women. Good pulled back shot. Usually the land breeze is cleaning up our surf zone a little bit more for the morning. But what it is offering these ladies is multiple sections to attack and hopefully ride out and find those big scores. Our highest wave score of the morning so far is 6.83 coming out of that first heat, Alyssa Spencer. But then I start looking at who's coming up next and holding the highest wave score of the women's round so far. Nikki Van Dijk coming up next with an 8.5 in that first round, but then she's coming up against, what do I call her? Caity Simmers, but I mean, just such a phenomenon in surfing, really, making the championship tour for 2022 and choosing not to represent and not compete. I think it was a great decision just from a mental health point of view. And she's got so many years ahead of her to actually get onto that elite tour. And really just showcasing that by taking the win, Sheldon Simmers, for Challenger Series #1 on the Gold Coast.
Well, there is Betty Lou on the replay, and you see just connecting the dots for a little two-turn combo. Love the bottom turn, really drives the board off the bottom into the lip. No hang-ups there for her. Got a little bump there, so she did really well to get to the second turn. It just gets the board into the lip. Now we look at the replay for Tessa. Also a very nice big deep bottom turn. Didn't really get too much of a connection off the first turn. You saw there going a little soft on turn #2 and then the wonk getting her. And I really like this first bottom turn. I think if she had just maybe looked for a little bit more projection off the top, she would have actually gotten around for the second turn as well. So sometimes instead of holding back, I know it goes against all your instincts, you really need to just put the hammer down and go for it.
Yeah, with that comparison, I mean, Betty Lou was able to react really quickly for that second maneuver. I think Tessa almost got thrown off a little bit, seeing how quickly that wave bottomed out, and also not as vertical as what you want to see, a little bit lateral with that turn in the pocket. So there's the point of difference. Tessa Tayson's first ride, 3 points. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with her second wave of 4.83. And we can see top left of the screen the totals at the moment. 5.83 total for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the Hawaiian, and then 3 points for the French woman, Tessa Tayson. So Tessa only looking for a 2.84 to advance, but only one score on her scorecard at the moment. Things will change. As we all know, top 2 scores are taken into your heat total, and that defines if you are placed first or second. Betty Lou definitely wanting to get rid of that 1 point ride and replace it.
Yeah, and she's got time to do it, 18.5 minutes on the clock. And I think also just looking at equipment today, of course, Betty Lou riding on those Firewire epoxy surfboards. I think you're going to see through the women and most definitely in the men, you're going to see a whole lot of epoxy equipment being used today.
Yeah, and we've been seeing the equipment change over the days, and we've seen some like special old boards coming out, like trusty old steeds. But while we wait for more action in the water, we will be cutting down to our heat winner from #5, Molly Picklum.
Congrats, Molly Picklum, on that win in the last hit. It was a bit of a grindy one. You got a pair of fours. Just describe the conditions out there. It looked a little bit tougher than that first hit even.
Yeah, I was watching Macy and Dimity kind of go swing for swing, and it looked really fun. I thought we were going to be posting some big scores, and then to my surprise, it was pretty grindy, and I think I kind of didn't get over for 1 or 2 sets, but other than that, it was, yeah, pretty lovely, and just happy to have rolled the dice on a couple waves to really try and get 2 fours. It's small, but I got through the heat, so that's all that counts.
Well, you're into the quarterfinals now, meaning you've bagged a counting result equal 5th overall. What's your mindset coming into finals weekend, though? Are you going for the win, or just trying to bag points at this stage of the series?
Always trying to win. I feel like every heat I go in, I just want to win, and that means, of course, winning the event. I don't enter comps to try and get points or whatever. It's to take out the top position. So, yeah, all eyes on that final, and hopefully we get some fun opportunities. It should be getting better.
Hey, well, you're known for your aerial game. Are we going to see an air reverse thrown in sometime soon?
Maybe. I can't throw them in until I got good scores, so we got to build the floors up to be able to do those ones. But yeah, hopefully. I mean, if I catch a bunch of waves, that's kind of when I start to do my airs. So let's see.
Well, looking forward to you maybe in the water later on this afternoon, so we'll keep our eyes on the call.
For sure. Thanks so much, guys.
Back to you.
I'm just going to laugh. I love her exuberance on the mic. I did an interview with her yesterday, and she's also a really, really good on the mic, you know, and a lot of surfers kind of get like deer in the headlights when you put that microphone in front of them, not so Molly Picklum, and I'm sure that is in large part to do with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall, spending time not only on the surfing, but also on the media presentation.
So as we watch live action here, utilizing her priority, the Hawaiian, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. 2 strong turns. Do we call that complete, though, riding out? We're going to see, is she going to replace the one? Of course. But Tessa Tayson finding a left. So maybe these girls moving slightly in the lineup to pick up both those left-handers. But what I love about Molly Picklum, only 19 years of age, she actually was inducted into the Sports Australia Hall of Fame in 2021 already for some of her success as a junior surfer. And you can just see she's really comfortable with media and interviews, and I think it plays an important role as a young professional athlete to understand how to manage and deal with media in this day and age. You know, we've got all the social media platforms, and just having to have a presence as a brand name online, and she's doing a fantastic job, and we're going to be seeing her in the quarterfinals. When they call that, 2 strong turns there from the Hawaiian, keeping super busy. So we are waiting for scores to drop in. We've got 15 minutes on the clock, so 10 minutes have gone through. All these heats, 25 minutes at the moment as it stands. And it is 2 scores to drop in for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's got the 483 that sits in her top 2. She's going to replace wave number 3. Wave number 1 with wave number 3. So a 317, but we are still waiting for a last score from Betty Lou, and I enjoyed those 2 forehands cracks.
Well, watching the 317 come in and going, that can't be right, because that last turn was one of the best turns of the morning. Really liked how she got in that one, kept her high line for the speed, saw that first little section coming, so just did the little check turn, but it was all about getting off the bottom and around the section, and then absolutely destroyed the lip on that second turn. So I'm sure we'll see the replay shortly, but first we're going to go off and see what's happening in Adland.
Yeah, we're going to cut to an ad break. When we come back, we will be seeing the second half of heat number 6 out here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back. Stop number 3 of the Challenger Series. It is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We are into Heat 6 of the women's round of 16, halfway through this heat. And it is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the Hawaiian, on your screen right now, up and riding and also holding down the lead. She's starting to get into a good rhythm, Kai. She's keeping busy, but she's also building scores, which is great to see. And she is up against Tessa Tayson, the French lady representing in the blue singlet. She's got a 3-point ride and then that throwaway, 0.7. But what we have been seeing on the judges' scoreboards is that requirement for Tessa just getting bigger and bigger as this heat moves through.
Yeah, and interestingly, you know, we've seen Betty Lou really starting to get active in the lineup. She's paddling around, she's trying to find scoring opportunities, and it's working out for her. In the meantime, on the opposite side, Tessa in the blue, you know, she's just been very quiet. She's only had that one scoring ride. We saw her get that one big left, but then actually pulled out instead of maybe just trying to go for the big turn. So a little bit tentative is the word I would use right now, and I don't think that's going to win you a heat. And we saw a paddle there for a wave, and that's literally just handed priority to Betty Lou.
Yeah, it's not what you want to be doing out in a heat, especially at the business end, the round of 16. So maybe nerves getting the better of her. This is going to be her best result on the Challenger Series, even if she does lose. And then the Hawaiian Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Pair of 4s, not going to be happy with that one. She wants to get into that good scoring range. That last ride of red, a 3.4, so it doesn't factor into a top 2. We might be able to get the replay of the 4.33, wave number 4 for the Hawaiian. Kai, you were saying you enjoyed that final maneuver from Betty Lou for wave number 4. But judges not going into that 5-point range yet, so really staying in the low-level average scores coming through. We have yet to move into a good score, so anything from 6 points and above, and then very few excellent scores coming out of the Ballito Pro so far.
Well, here you go. She took off, nice little check turn, came around the corner, and really did attack the lip there. So I enjoyed that surfing, but I think, you know, the first turn was more of a check than an actual maneuver. If you watch it here, she could see that little lineup coming down the line, and really going up into the lip. She got the fins out the back, so that was aggressive surfing. Maybe the judges just looking at it as not one of the bigger waves of the morning, so that could have factored in. If you look at that highest wave score of the day, it was a big, solid, chunky left, kind of well over sort of head, and really, really heaving sections, and that didn't even crack the 7 mark range. So the judges are being strict this morning. It's the round before the quarters, and they're asking these ladies to step up the performances if they want the scores.
Yeah, definitely showcasing that. And out in the water, 10 minutes on the clock, only 7 waves being ridden. And really the 2 to talk about, the 4.83, wave number 2 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She backs it up with wave number 4. And that came through at a 4.33. So what it means, Tessa Tayson looking for a 6.16. And even that score out of the first 3 heats of the day would go in as probably the second highest score of the morning so far. She's lost that priority, unfortunately, with the committed paddle. She needs to now keep hunting. Taking a look at this one, you can see that high tide playing a little bit of an effect out in this lineup, kind missing that wave again, so missing 2 waves as well. It can get you a little frazzled.
I think nerves certainly coming into play here. I mean, I can't see much other reason for what's going down. And like you said, this is her biggest result. It's the first time she's getting this far in a major event, and you know, as a youngster, you're going to feel the pressure. I, like you, went and did, tried to do the research on her, and there's not much out there about her, so it's hard to see what her junior career was like. But on the other side of the draw, we know Betty Lou has had like a huge junior career. She's got loads of experience. She's already surfed at the championship tour level, so she's calm. She's like, it's just another day at the office. I'm going all the way, you know, and she's very much like, you know, Molly in that interview is, you know, Betty Lou is not here to make points. No. She wants to win. She wants to get number 1 on the Challenger and go straight back to the championship tour.
Yeah, and with 8 minutes on the clock, it looks like we will be seeing Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I know it's an early call, but with time running out. That is what the problem is for Tessa Tayson, up and riding, choosing to utilize her priority and unfortunately not offering much. It definitely was a slightly bigger wave, Car, and just shutting down on that shallow sandbank.
Almost thought the barrel was coming there. It, like, had that little look for it, but fortunately just clamping. And of course that's because that land breeze is gone already. We've lost it pretty early this morning.
Very early. It is only 8:40 a.m. South African time, and usually we have this land breeze blowing until about 9:30, even if we do expect the onshore flow. So very uncommon conditions here for the Ballito Pro in winter on the Dolphin Coast, Quatakuza municipality, and 3 waves being missed there by Tessa Tayson. You know, you're going to have to reset the mind. I mean, big monkey games being played in the mind right now, and you've just got to write it off, reset it, know that you've got 7 minutes left, trust in yourself that you can find a score like that. And if we did have to see Tessa find a good wave, slightly bigger, and fit in 2 quality turns, which she is capable of doing, she could definitely get into that first position. I mean, really, if she even had to replace the 3 with a 4.5 and find another 4.5, she could be going up into that first position. Heat total, a 9.16 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, but that lowly 3.7 sitting as a heat total for Tessa Tayson.
Yeah, I've got to say right now, my advice to her would be just to catch waves. Doesn't matter if they're big, doesn't matter if they're good, just get into a couple of waves. And Betty Lou just playing the head game here so well. She had the priority. She goes for the 2-turn combo. That wave's not even about the score. That was completely about just shutting down her competitor.
Yeah, great game out there, great strat. And it does. Priority can go your way or not go your way. And now, Tessa Tayson with that first priority, 6 minutes on the clock. She's really going to have to, number one, make sure she gets into that wave and not give it up. Priority giving up again. And this is at live action on her backhand.
Oh, really like that first hook, so this is better from her. And gets the second turn, has to pull the plug just as that next section comes. But looking at that first wave, the 3.0, I think that was a better ride.
Yeah, and it's going to help her situation. She's sitting at a second scoring ride of a 0.7. So her requirement will drop down once the scores are collated by the judges, but keeping so busy is the Hawaiian Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, just a little bit more in rhythm with the ocean, not sitting and thinking and wondering, should I go, shouldn't I go? She's kind of just going for anything and everything, and that's just showcasing the little bit of messiness in the lineup that's of the waves coming through. So we are waiting for 2 scores, one of blue, Tessa Tayson, one from red. I don't think it's going to factor into Betty Lou's scorecard, but we are down to the last 5 minutes. And if we see, well, there you go, scores are starting to drop. Last of blue comes in, it's a 3.6, so you can see Tessa Tayson's heat total jumps up to a 6.6. Her requirement doesn't change much though, Kai, now needing a 5.56, so still would be the highest wave score that comes out of this heat.
Yeah, and if we look at what Betty Lou's done already in the heat for those 4s, she's going to have to up her game. You know, a couple of calves are not going to do the business here. You're going to have to get busy. You're going to have to find some lip line, and you're going to have to start getting the tail activated out the back of the wave. So watching the replay here, this is her best ride. I like that little whip off the backhand and keeping the flow nicely. You got the check turn into the lip there, and then did well to get over the bump. This angle, I think, will show us a little bit better the great direction on that turn. And I really like how she waited for this one. Of course, got the cross wave into her as she hit the turn, so she did do really well to come out of it. But like you said earlier, like lateral surfing a little bit, she's going to have to get that board just getting a bit more dynamic in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, she has got so much ability, and I really have been enjoying watching her surfing when she's able to link turns together. I thought she did quite well. That wave wasn't easy, Kai, especially when you've got that crossover of a wave. I thought she transitioned and adapted really quickly, and that comes out as her highest wave score, 3.6 for Tessa Tayson, backs it up with a 3-point ride, now looking for a 5.56. Priority is in her favor, and are we going to see that crazy changeover in the last couple of minutes that we did see quite consistently through heats yesterday and the day before. On offer, though, we have a little break within the sets, and we have been seeing that sometimes.
Yeah, a couple of lulls through the morning. I mean, the first heat almost went exactly halfway before the first waves were caught. Having said that, we did have an interesting priority paddle to start things off, so I think the head judge would have gone with no restart because there was a scoring opportunity in the heat. But yeah, it's going to be a little lully today for sure. It's a new swell feeding in. Period hasn't solidified yet. When the east comes in, it's also going to break it up a little bit as well. So it's going to be not the easiest day, but at least much more swell on offer than yesterday. And as I said, all these surfers have to look forward to is get through the heats today and finish tomorrow in what's looking like some pretty perler conditions.
Yeah, I'm going to call it Sunday Fun Day. Couldn't think of anything better. Live surfing with some of the best surfers in the world. We had started with 64 women in this field. We are now down to only 16 and already halfway through this round of 16, so cutting it in half once again, going into quarters. And at the moment, it is the young Hawaiian, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, holding down the lead with a pair of 4s. Tessa Tayson representing France with a pair of 3s, looking for a 5.56 with 90 seconds on the clock. She does have priority. Now sitting, waiting. I saw her look back at the beach, so just getting her line up and her markers right. And this is why it's called the Dolphin Coast here at Ballito Pro. These incredible mammals greeting us every morning. You can see the rock on the bottom right of screen. They're very close inshore.
Yeah, the dolphins love coming in here, and if you surf along this coast in the mornings, anywhere pretty much, you're going to see the dolphins at some point during the heat. The big bottlenose variety here on the east coast, and I must say they also like to come up for a little sneaky hello sometimes and give you a bit of a fright, but it's always such a special occasion having them in the lineup with you. And of course, next stop on Championship, J-Bay. They've been known to come through the lineup and share a wave with the guys there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nostalgic for me growing up. I mean, I've always wanted to be first surfer in the water at sunrise, and you would see the dolphins. If you didn't see the dolphins, what was wrong? I mean, it also showcases how clean this water is along this coastline. Just such a beautiful part of KwaZulu-Natal, and not just what is on the beach, but also you go a couple of Ks inland. I mean, you can go to a game reserve, 15 minutes out of Ballito and go and see some of our big 5. So much on offer here for our international competitors that have come down to Ballito thanks to the WSL Challenger Series. And that heat winds down and concludes. We will be seeing Betty Lou Sakura Johnson advancing through to the quarterfinals of the women's division here at the Ballito Pro Challenger Series. Live on the screen, these are the best surfers sticking around. Big part of dolphins and right next to the surfer girls. So we're going to cut to an ad break. When we come back,
the home point has been updated. Please check it on the
Brad
takeoff.
Bricknell for heat number 7, round of 16 women's here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Meeting Jack O'Neill for the very first time, I remember going down to Santa Cruz and meeting up with him at his house, and then just kind of saying to him, like, hey, sheesh, the water's really warm at the moment. And he just looked at me and said, you're welcome. And I laughed and didn't really think much of it at the moment. But then, kind of when I thought back on it, it was just such a cool saying, and obviously I'll be forever grateful.
The story of Jack O'Neill is very special, being just ahead of his time and inventing the wetsuit, building that first surf shop. It's just so inspiring, and I also really like the man he was. You know, he was very adventurous, and it's just very inspirational for me.
As far as Jack O'Neill's story, he is the innovator, the perfecter, and somebody that I really think of as an icon.
How will you be celebrating Jack O'Neill Day?
How are we celebrating Jack O'Neill Day? Well, we're on the Dolphin Coast, on the east coast of South Africa, and well, the Dolphins are celebrating too, as we bring you live coverage from the World Surf League's third Challenger Series stop. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. I'm Gig Saliers, and I sit back with my good friend Brad Bricknell, and we enjoy just a few scenes from the beautiful Ballito Bay.
Yeah, it's a really special part of the world, Gigs. Thanks for having me in the booth here this morning. I can just feel there's a new energy out around the event site today. It's finals weekend, the second last day of the event. The Dolphins have joined the party, and yeah, we've got a big day lined up and a big heat as well.
Well, the Dolphins will celebrate, and so will we, because it's number 1 and number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings that will meet in the lineup. Welcome to the action from Ballito. A heavily touted heat here. We spoke about it yesterday, Brad. Nikki Van Dijk, momentum out of Australia, and well, Caity Simmers. We know the prospect of her. It's a big name for the future. This is what the future of surfing will look like. Caity Simmers is one of those names we'll hang the discussion on, and we welcome you to the action. And well, testimony to that. An opening score already in the hatch for the American in red, a 6.83 to get her campaign underway, Brad, amongst the beautiful sights in the Dolphins as well.
Yeah, what an impressive young lady Caity Simmers is. She seems to have this supreme confidence about her, not in an arrogant way. She's really humble. She's quite reserved in her conversations that we have with her, but when you get her in the water, she's an absolute tiger, and you can see she turned down that WCT spot last year, the Championship Tour spot. She said that she just wanted to hone her surfing, make sure she got a bit better, make sure she was ready mentally and physically for the tour. And, well, she's up in the number 1 slot now, up against Nikki.
Well, a lot of people wouldn't have heard of her, but a year ago she shot into limelight with that win at the US Open on the Challenger Series, and, of course, a finals day appearance in France as well. She's up against a very wily competitor, someone who's had a Championship Tour win of her own a number of years back. Nikki Van Dijk, a regular at the Championship Tour level. And of course, Nikki, a former World Junior Champion back in 2011, if I recall, Brad. So no easy heats, and well, this is why Simmers and Van Dijk are at the top of the standings at this stage coming to South Africa.
Yeah, we've already got those first 3 quarterfinals booked.
And live action again. Spicy turn, forehand surfing from the American. Already open to the 6.83. Perhaps that one won't feature when we get down to the end in just over 20 minutes' time. But for now, Simmers, the strength of that score, the 6.83. And, well, we'll see where Nikki Van Dijk's second numbers go, Brad.
Taking a look here at Caity Simmers, a little inside runner, right-hander, big turn off the top there. You can see she might be small in stature, but that's one of the biggest turns of the morning on a nice close-out turn. And just looking at this one from another angle, yeah, what's the bottom turn? So square off the bottom, eyes on that lip line, and really hammers the tail into that lip line section, which allows her to ride out cleanly, and a good opening score there from Simmers.
Well, single maneuver for a 6.83, Brady. I love the way she dropped her head into that. You saw all the grit and intent. And then, well, the reply from Nikki Van Dijk.
Yeah, bigger set wave here for Nikki. Opening section, a little flat, but she does well to set a transitional line into this close-out turn on the inside too, so also strong on her feet. Love this angle. Yeah, you see a nice easy roll in. One of the biggest set waves of the morning. Nikki just negotiating this section. A bit bumpy on the face there, so she finds the easy line through, and that sets her up for this big close-out turn. Whips the board up there, nice and fast, and gets a big spray kicking out the back as a result. So both surfers are showing their intent early gigs, and I just feel like this is going to be one of those heavyweight boxing matches. And it might not be heavyweight in terms of the stature, but they're going to be going blow for blow, no doubt.
Well, blow for blow it is, because the score sheet's already reflecting the punches. A 6.83 for Simmers to start, and then a slightly better 6.93. So just a 0.1 split between the best 2 rides there. So it's game on.
It's game on. I think Nikki just getting the nod on the score comparison there, just because she had more opportunity on the face. Had that first little opening turn, which also set her up for that second close-out turn. So love the battle so far.
Well, just sitting back and enjoying the sights and scenes course, the Dolphins here just outside of the lineup. And of course, it is referred to as the Dolphin Coast. Clear water, Brad, which is typical of this time of year here. It is winter. This is a region that doesn't have a lot of rainfall. We did have quite strong tropical storms and a lot of flooding about 2 months ago. It's all cleaned up. And as is typical of this time of year, it is a dry winter. The summers catch the rain. And, well, generally what that means is there won't be a lot of runoff and the water cleans up beautifully. Little inside-out turn there for Nicky van Dijk, who uncharacteristically go down, so trying to force a score there. We've seen the lefts playing a part. We've seen some scores coming from the left-handers. I think back to the opening heat, Alyssa Spencer this morning going near 7 for 2 turns on the left. And even Macy Callahan's campaign counting scores for the advancing win with a couple of left-handers in her scorecard.
Yeah, it's true. And also, can't forget, Nicky van Dijk posted that 8.50, one of the first excellent scores of the event in those earlier rounds. From a left-hander, found a 3-turn combination that ran down the beach. So you're not really safe in these sort of multiple random peak sort of scenarios, gigs. There are opportunities for rights and lefts out here. So we're going to see the full thing on display here.
A little over 17 minutes to go. I'll just sit back and soak up the picture on screen. Simmers with the advantage of a second meaningful counting right, Brad, a 5.33. So Van Dijk chasing, not a big requirement, just the 5.23 requirement.
Yeah, just looking at the leaderboard in terms of those positions, both surfers have got an equal fifth this year, so both have got a quarterfinal as their worst result. And the only thing splitting these two is Caitlin's got a win and Nicky's got a runner-up spot in second. So super tight at top of that leaderboard, and they're joining together here in this round of 16. So someone is going to get knocked out early here that will have consequences as far as that rankings leader is concerned.
Well, Dolphins in the background. Ryan Logie floating in the foreground is the older brother of Travis. Of course, 3 brothers in the Logie family. Of course, Dane Logie, also a very accomplished surfer, getting to the high ranks himself in the national team a number of years back. So the Logie's just a passionate surfing family, and everyone just gets to share the moment here in Ballito. You've had dolphins swim through the lineup for you for a heat in a Challenger Series before, Brad?
Well, maybe down at Super Tubes in J Bay, but not too many times in a heat outside of that little region. Well, there's a lot of them out there this morning.
Yeah, that's a big pod. Is it a school? Is it a pod? What is the collective pronoun for dolphin?
Pod of dolphins?
We'll check.
Lock it in, Eddie. Can I find a friend?
Herd of sheep.
Gaggle of commentators. Who knows?
Well, who knows? Yeah, there must be. Do you think there's a collective pronoun for that? A chatter? A chatter of commentators?
Could be. Especially when we're in the booth.
Well, exactly. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. Nicky van Dijk back on screen, trying to up the numbers. Searching for a 5.23, and she'll just get displaced. And with around 15 minutes to go, I'm very keen to hear what Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has to say. I'll tee that up shortly. In the meantime, it is Nicky van Dijk trying to chase the 5.23 here, Brad. And meanwhile, Caitlin Simmers will have the priority.
Yes, in those early stages, of course, we are going to see some effects of that higher tide coming up around, I think it's around 12 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, today. So that tide on the way in. But the good news is so is the swell, and we are going to see some strong onshore winds this afternoon too. So I think the high tide today is less of a stress than we've seen throughout the week so far.
No, absolutely. Mid-tide right now, 9 a.m. local time. And, well, 3 hours to go to the high. There's enough energy in the water for it not to become perhaps a discussion. We trust that that energy increases all day. Of course, charts are indicating a lift and swell. And have you ever noticed, Brad, that sometimes when the dolphins hang and they come through the lineup, it does precede a couple of big sets?
They are probably the most in-tune surfers there ever was. The Dolphins used to call them the real locals in J Bay because they used to just come across the lineup down their gigs and literally would surf away from boneyards down to the car park section. It's an amazing spectacle. And, I mean, this is one of the things as a surfer, outside of the contest that we love to see. Surfing in nature and getting the opportunity to surf with these creatures is an incredible blessing.
Well, of course, us as humans, we are mammalian.
We are?
do have a genetic link to, you know, these amazing swimmers. The minute you submerge your head in water, your heart rate drops 20% automatically. Did you know that?
Well, I'm learning things every day on the set with your gigs. Here we go.
I learned all of that, and I'll explain it a little further because Caity Simmers will also get unstuck here. So a couple of little mistakes coming out of the lineup for both Nikki Van Dijk and Caity Simmers. So no real change to the numbers as we're moving closer to the halfway mark.
Yeah, looks like it's the battle of the backup scores right now. They both started very strongly, and then, like you said, Giggs, a couple of falls on those closeout turns. I think Nikki just unable to generate enough speed on some of the closeout left-hander, and an awkward landing section there for Caity Simmers on that one. A lot of speed going into that turn, but couldn't convert, so it's going to tighten up coming into this last 12 now.
Well, we're talking of all things, including dolphins and the ability for humans to stretch their capacity. Look at them going right now, Brad. I've seen they're doing a little bit of a chase here, perhaps a little shoal of fish, and definitely dolphin activity here. We want to stay with this image just briefly, just outside of the competitors' area. Beautiful images coming care of the production team. And, well, all part of Umkosi, the celebration here in beautiful Ballito.
Getting really close to the surface there on that occasion. Just come in and say a little cheeky hello. They actually, by nature, are quite curious creatures, Giggs. And I don't know if you ever put your head under the water when they are around you. The sound under the water is amazing.
Do you speak well?
I'm not going to try and impersonate that live on the show, but yep.
Well, we're into the second half of the heat. A little lull in the action. We'll take a quick break here from beautiful Ballito. It's the sights and sounds of the Ballito Pro. But before that, we'll shoot down and get the beach interview. We want to hear what Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has to say.
Betty Lou, going on day 10 down here at the Ballito Pro. And of course, you've been along for the whole ride, surfing right through the JQSs and getting the win. How is it that you keep that motivation going after so many days in competition?
Oh, it's been a quite long couple days. Just getting up early and kind of just getting this repetition and doing the same thing every day. It's a really good momentum that I've been doing, and we just have another day and tomorrow as well, so I'm really excited to keep going.
Now, moving into the quarterfinals, of course, you've had a couple of solid results already this year on the Challenger Series. Starting to think about that requalification?
Yes, I am. I really want to requalify this year, and even if I don't, it'll be a great way to reset in any way, just to better myself. I really just want to compete more and get more heats and repetition in and learn more all about competing, and it's just a long ride.
Well, certainly one of the standouts of the event so far, and we look forward to seeing you moving through the rounds.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for watching.
Well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is into the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro. What a beautiful morning we're having here. We'll take a quick break from the action and we'll continue with one of the loaded heats of the draw.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to the show. It is sunny South Africa. All eyes on this region at the bottom of the African continent. South Africa opens its arms to the World Surf League this year, the Challenger Series, the third stop of 8. And of course, next week over to Jeffreys Bay for the championship, to a stop just now 3 days away. It is a good morning from myself, Giggs Cilliers, and Brad Bricknell in for the call. And we're down to the final 9 minutes of a heat to decide who is going to move into the quarterfinals. And no matter the outcome, one of these two surfers will serve the other the worst result thus far on the Challenger Series for the year, because they come here ranked 1 and 2, Brad.
Yeah, that's a very good point you make, Giggs. person who loses out here gets an equal 9th overall. So with a 5th in the bag for both of them, and a 1st for Caity and a 2nd alongside that for Nikki, it's going to be crucial into these last 8 minutes. Here we go.
Well, here goes live action. Nikki van Dijk down the line, still hunting the 5. It's a mid-range 5 requirement, 5.51. Nikki did, during the break, improve a number. She's fetched a 5.4 in the lineup, but just short of requirement, Brad. So it's an edgy heat, as we expected. We touted this yesterday, and we know the pedigree and the experience of Nikki van Dijk. Several years at the highest level on the championship tour. She'll want to get back there. And of course, well, Caity Simmers, like a meteorite onto the scene last year. Let's have a look at Nikki's efforts.
Yeah, just a quick in and out here for her. Big up over that section. That's actually the score that we missed. Beg your pardon there. Have another look at this one again. Has one opportunity, squares up off the bottom, hits it nice and critical on that section. Timing absolutely perfect on that closed-out turn for Nikki. So it's that one-turn wonder that bags a score that got her into the lead.
Well, there's a story to take from that single maneuvers going into the good category. It's a matter of how much you can spice it up and perhaps how big the wave is. Got a feeling that as the day improves as well, single maneuvers may become even more of a story. For now, that one fetched the 5.4 just short of the requirement, Brad. And Caitlin Simmers has the priority, and she'll use it to now up her 5.33, still sitting in her scoreline. 2-turn combo. Spicy and sharp, as you would expect from the young American. Just 16 years of age. And, well, so much potential. And surfing, her power-to-weight ratio is incredible.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and just go Caity Simmers absolutely nailed that score and then some. There'll be some change here in the score that she gets. Just we'll get a replay of this, but that first bottom turn, Giggs, was so impressive. It's the fundamental turn that sets up all other turns, and she executed it absolutely brilliantly, but then still had some work to do to finish that second turn. So incredibly great surfing under pressure there from Caity Simmers.
6.5 minutes on the clock. Nikki van Dijk perhaps looking at a left-hander. We've seen scores solve problems on the left-handers. That one not a stretched out wall. She's got to look for one that's got a big wall, perhaps a slamming section that she can ramp into. And let's break this one down.
Nice roll in. That's a square bottom turn. Big top turn with a spray. But she had so much work to do to be able to get that second maneuver in. Watch this here. Squares off deep off the bottom. Eyes on that top lip line section. Now transitions onto the back foot. Gets a lot of spray. Critical. Back to the power source. Has got a split second to get that board up and over that second cascading lip. And she timed it absolutely perfect. And I think this is going to be the biggest score of the heat.
Tight transition between the
So
turns.
tight.
It becomes a combination. That is going to tick a lot of boxes and perhaps the best score of the heat. Judges starting to ponder that. And, well, Brad, they're sprinkling in numbers. I see a 7.2 and I see an 8. So it's going to go right in between a 7.5 for the average. And, well, that stretches the requirement to the same neighborhood of score. 7.51 requirement now for the Australian trailing. And Nikki van Dijk does have the priority. But, wow, scorecard's starting to stretch now for the young Caity Simmers.
Yeah, now Nikki van Dijk, she's got priority. That's what she's got on her side. For her, it's all about decision-making on the wave choice. She needs a wave that's going to allow her to get at least those two big turns in to get up into that 7.51. In the context of today, it's a massive score. Nikki can absolutely do it, but she needs the wave to make it happen.
We'll watch these remaining minutes very, very closely. Caity Simmers rocketing into profile last year with the win at the US Open at just tender age 15. There are very few stories like that. You think of the meteoric rises of the talents like Mark Occhilupo, Martin Potter. Caroline Marks certainly was a quick flash to stardom, and perhaps Caity Simmers right in that discussion.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why she decided to decline her spot on that championship tour. Just felt she was a little bit too young and wanted more time at home to really prepare herself, for the big leagues. But I think, should she end up in that top 5 advancing spot, she's grabbing it this year.
Well, you paralleled that to the Taj Burrow discussion when we were speaking about it. Again, one of those talents, Taj, that did the same thing, held back, easily qualified, just felt, another year just to process it. Going to be doing this for Asian. Well, of course, we'll look at the illustrious career 15 years on. So perhaps that is the set of roadmaps laying out for Caity Simmers. We'd expect so for the Californian.
Yeah, I think it's a really wise move. I think plenty of time. The world of pro surfing means you are traveling on the road a lot. You're away from your creature comforts. and it's a big transition to life on the road.
Under priority, heat leader will just look at upping a number. She'll let go that one. Remember, she opened with the 6.83. She bettered it with a 7.6. So a strong set of numbers, 14.43 heat total. That won't change. The lead will remain the same, as will the requirement. Van Dijk chasing the 7.51. And as we mentioned, Brad, one of these surfers is going to leave Ballito with an equal 9th, and the other will move into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this has definitely got implications as far as that top 5 rankings is concerned. It's, if things stay like they are now, it's going to be Caity Simmers bagging another equal 5th as a minimum, and we might even see those quarterfinals on later on today. Trav Logie from Tourism Commission is going to keep an eye, and they are on hold for those quarters.
Well, we look at that top 5 arriving in Ballito. We lost Teresa Bonvalot in the last heat of yesterday, so she's out of the draw. She came here sitting 3rd, care of the win in Sydney, so the rankings will change there. Molly Picklam's still in the draw. She came to Ballito ranked 4th, and well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson got here 7th, and she's still in the draw. So, lots to talk about over the next day and a half before we crown champions, and certainly we'll see the Challenger Series rankings on both men's and women's sides go through a couple of changes.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, this is early days as far as that whole series is concerned. Stop number 3 of 8, and surfers obviously going to get to bag their top 5 results. So this one might not be a keeper for the person who loses in the
Yeah. Well, Brad, just to talk to that point, 5 count. Some people have 3 throwaways now, so
yeah, that's the challenge.
There's some tough campaigns ahead for a lot of our surfers. Just under 2 minutes to go in the lineup.
Yeah, looking like that surf is kind of getting a bit more consistent in the back of his heat. This is the wave that Caity Simmers took under priority, threw everything at it. You see the big fin drift here, and unfortunately just over-rotated. Lucky to not get the board connecting with the head on that dismount. Yes, live action.
Well, the 7.51 requirement, big bowl, and Nikki Van Dijk will just try and hold on. That wave flexing and bending a little bit underfoot, and can't help but think that the clock kind of pushing Nikki Van Dijk into that decision. She'll try and salvage the last 1 minute 15, but we're not seeing a 7.51 for the last effort of Nikki Van Dijk.
No, we'll see with priority here for Simmers. She might try and close this gap down between her and Nikki. Nikki is obviously in her best interest to stay away from Caity as far as possible under their priority and try and find something, but a 7.51 is a big requirement. It needs a certain kind of wave, gigs, and with 50 seconds remaining, this is where the pressure just really builds.
Well, Caity Simmers is not paddling towards Nikki Van Dijk. Nikki kind of sitting just inshore of heat leader Caitlin Simmers. And she's keeping a close tab on it. The clock's down to 30 seconds perhaps. Caitlin can feel the rhythm in the ocean that there's not going to be the opportunity for Nikki. So she's not exactly tracking her down. And the clock is not on Nikki Van Dijk's side. And it's looking like we're going to serve a 9th place finish to the Australian, who will still remain in discussion. She'll drop a couple of slots, still a 9th. There's a number of Challenger Series campaigns that have held on to 9ths to get to that top 5. But certainly, perhaps a slightly disappointing result for what we feel is a fairly informed Nikki Van Dijk in 2022.
Yeah, she's looking great this year. I think she's always going to be a threat when she puts a jersey on. And unfortunately for the Aussie, she's out with an equal 9th here in Ballito, but put on a great account. And she'll look forward to the US Open now.
Well, Nikki Van Dijk, a 5th on the Gold Coast, a finals in Sydney, and just on screen, Caitlin Simmers is on her way to the quarterfinals here in Ballito. The young, talented Californian remains in the draw. We'll take a quick break and we'll bring in the final heat of the round of 16. We'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting. Higher, higher and higher. I said your love. Keep on lifting. Higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted. Disappointment was my close to
You are with us in sunny South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, coming to you from beautiful Ballito on the East Coast. And we bid you a very good morning. If you're just joining us, Gigs Helios alongside Brad Bricknell for the call as we tee up the final heat of the round of 16. This is the round before the quarterfinals. Rachel Presti will take on Sophie McCulloch. It's a good morning, Brad, and we are enjoying every wave ridden here in Ballito this event.
Yeah, thank you, Gigs. It's great to be here. Saturday in South Africa, school holidays, sun's out. I'm expecting a pretty big crowd to pull in here during the course of the day, and of course building nicely now towards our finals day tomorrow, and there are plenty of opportunities for our surfers out the front.
We wake up to clear skies for finals weekend. Slight onshore pattern with the north wind over the last few days, but nonetheless swell in the water today, and an easy call for Commissioner Travis Logie to get things underway. And rapid fire for an opening wave for Rachel.
Yeah, Rachel's a real powerful surfer, spending most of her time out of the US, representing Germany. Gets a nice little fast running down the line, gets one opportunity, eyes the lip line nicely. Timing on this one is absolutely perfect. She just gets the lip to line up perfect with the bottom of her board, and that helps her sort of transition into that closed-out completion. So nice surfing, and that's a great feeling, Gigs, to get that opening score on your opening wave.
Yes, 5-5. It may not be the greatest score we've seen out of the lineup today just yet, but 5-5, a great building block score to start, and then always to get something with some momentum in the first minute or two of the heat always just sets you on the right course.
Yeah, it's such a mental game, professional surfing. Everyone does all the hard work, coming into these events, but then you have the ocean to deal with as well, and that's not a level playing field. There's so many variables that go into it, and you've really got to have your wits about you, and your mental game's really got to be strong.
Rachel Presti, 20 years of age, as you mentioned, basing in Florida these days out of Melbourne Beach. And of course, up against Sophie McCulloch, the Sunshine Coast surfer from Australia. 21 years of age is our Australian in blue, who currently holds the priority. And just looking at how they fared in the first two Challenger stops, Sophie McCulloch, the better of it, comes to Ballito ranked 6th, care of that third place finish in Sydney.
Yeah, she's a great surfer. She's been around this QS and challenge, QS series for some time. Is one of Australia's great young surfers. She's studied as well. She's got a degree in, going to get it wrong, bioengineering. I'm gonna look that up and let you know what it is. But she studied part-time, got that degree under her belt, and she really went toe-to-toe with Isabel Nichols for some time. She probably got a few 50-50 calls go against her. We saw Isabella then go on to qualify, so she's one of those caliber surfers that certainly will not look out of place on the championship tour, and I know it's one of her goals to get there. She's a hard worker and a great human as well.
Well, we expect much from Sophie McCulloch in the future. And let's see what we expect from the next 20 minutes for her. Can she go into finals day and be part of the quarterfinals to go up against Caity Simmers? Because we are looking for one more quarterfinalist now, as we have narrowed the field of 16 down to 8 on the women's draw.
Yeah, the grand prize for whoever wins this one is going to come up against the number 1 ranked surfer in the world on the Challenger Series, Caity Simmers. So it doesn't get any easier from here, and that's going to be a big quarterfinal matchup. And just to reiterate, or just to confirm, Sophie McCulloch has a degree in biomed science and is a marketing graduate as well.
Well, I got an F for science, so I have nothing to contribute to that topic at all. It's great that she is able to, mix up the educational goals. That is the perfect formula right there.
Yeah, it's certainly a part of what Surfing Australia is encouraging. They're encouraging development of the whole athlete, so not just the surfing and the professional competitive side, but really developing the person as well. And the theory behind that is that good people make for good athletes, all-rounded people make for all-round athletes, and they do a great job in encouraging that at Surfing Australia.
Well, success in the academic world, and now let's see how success unfolds for Sophie McCulloch in the seasons to come. Beautiful morning here in Ballito. It is the east-facing coast of South Africa, very, very similar to we always make the comparisons, Brad, to where you are now based over on the east coast of Australia. Very similar coarseness to the sand, the geographical orientation, southerly winds versus northerly winds, sunrises over the sea and such.
Yeah, and for someone like Sophie McCulloch, Ballito is pretty much on the same latitude as the Sunshine Coast, a few hours north of the Gold Coast, so very similar patterns for her to sort of come to terms with over here. Beach breaks all along that section, no point breaks to speak of up on the Sunshine Coast outside of Noosa. So where Sophie's from, a lot of her time outside of the Jersey would be surfing in waves very similar to what we see today.
A relatively slow start to this final heat of the round. One more quarterfinalist to establish. Just that 5.5 in the scoreline for Rachel Presti. And as we mentioned, incoming tide this morning, local time now moving towards 9:30 a.m. We feel that we will get another flurry of waves in the next minute or two.
Yeah, we're just going to keep our eyes on that wind today. It is forecast to be, going to use the term gale force this afternoon, but looking at that sort of 35 k's an hour from that northeast, so it's going to be onshore. But I know a few of the guy surfers have been rubbing their hands. They're coming up next. If that wind comes up, it's going to be blowing into those right-handers, and we know it's a great air wind and air assisting wind, so there's not going to be too unhappy people later on. Air winds these days for that kind of surfing is what you actually want.
Well, of course, the call having been made, we'll wrap up women's round of 16 here, and we'll transition straight into the round of 16 men. We'll tee that up with Aleo Muniz taking on Rio Waida in another highly touted showdown. Looking forward to that. So we are achieving our goals this morning, Brad, wrapping up round of 16 women's into round 16 of men's, and we have been notified quarterfinals to be on standby. So we'll obviously update that as the day goes on. Still plenty of sunlight. 9 hours still of daylight ahead for us. So Travis will be monitoring, particularly as we get to the back part of the men's round of 16. Do we go on hold? Do we hold the quarterfinals?
Let's keep going.
Or do we keep going? There is definitely more movement in the water, and in fact an increased swell energy. And perhaps the longer we wait, the bigger it'll get later this afternoon. And so that will bring a lot of discussion to. We will crown champions tomorrow either way.
Yeah, looking forward to that finals weekend. Yes, you are right. That swell is meant to pick up as the day goes on too. So we are looking at some solid conditions on the forecast for this afternoon. And down to the final 8 surfers now in the women's. It's really exciting. And just looking ahead to those quarters gigs, some pretty amazing matchups. Bronte up against Zoe McDoodle. That's Bronte McCauley, of course. Then we've got Alyssa Spencer up against Macy Callanan. That's going to be an amazing matchup. Molly Picklam's up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. The two up-and-comers going to go head-to-head there.
Ooh,
and
loaded.
then Caity Simmers will take on the winner of this heat. So I hope the quarterfinals keep going. Let's just run all the way through dark tonight.
Eager Beaver is Brad Bricknell next to me. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. We're having so much fun with it too. I mean, it's been great to sit back and have a look at the emerging talent coming through. Of course, the new names like Sophie McCulloch, Caity Simmers, how they fare against. There's been that sort of structure of experience in the lineup. Former championship tour surfers in that quarterfinal as well in the form of Bronte McCauley. So you've got your yardstick, you've got we can measure. Lots of things to talk about and great content coming out of Ballito this year again.
Yeah, absolutely right. They say the cream always rises to the top, and there are a few of those surfers who got knocked off the tour early on at the mid-year cut this year. Some of those young ones, particularly, talking about Molly and Betty Lou, and they have the opportunity now to redeem themselves and make it back onto the elite ranks.
The priority is with Sophie McCulloch, who we're waiting to get on the scorecards. We'll take a quick break from Ballito here. We'll be back for more to wrap up the round of 16 on the women's.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. Into picture comes Sophie McCulloch for her opening ride of the encounter. 13 minutes remain in the lineup to answer the question who will go up against Caity Simmers for the last slot in the quarterfinals. Gigsaliers alongside Brad Bricknell to answer all those questions and more, with still 12:45 on the clock and not a special way for Sophie McCulloch to get going.
Yeah, she waited a long time for that. Gigs over half the heat, and she's just locked in a 2.33. So not the way she wanted to start, but at least she's got something on the board now. It's up to her now to go hunt around that lineup under priority to see if she can back that up with something a bit more meaningful.
Rachel Presti on one ride, Sophie McCulloch on one ride. One of them will take on the quarterfinalist waiting, Caity Simmers, winner of that last heat. We'll just stick with the action here. Let's just see what unfolds. For Rachel Presti, wave number 2. She opened with the 5.5. And as we said, one of these two in the lineup will go up against Caity Simmers. Let's go down and hear from her.
I'm here with Caity Simmers, winner of the last heat. Caity, that was a big matchup. It was the number 1 against the number 2 on the Challenger Series ratings, and you came out the better in that one. The waves look so much better today compared to when I chatted to you the other day. Tell us a little bit about that heat.
Yeah, it was definitely a different kind of heat, and it was like less closeouts, like actual faces, so it's a different kind of surfing. And yeah, I was pretty terrified because Nikki's like one of the best surfers in the world, and she's really like fun to watch surfing and stuff. But yeah, it was like I was stressing because it's like she's the number 2, and like I don't know. And I got her like in an early round. That's kind of like who I would expect to be in a final. But yeah, it's pretty fun out there, and I'm glad I could get a couple.
Good job. Great job. We'll see you into the next round. Tell me a little bit. You went through to Durban the other day and you surfed with the Surfers Not Street Children crew. I believe some of them were on hand this morning to come and watch you in your heat. How was that going through to Durban?
Yeah, it was really cool to see, and like all the kids were so like stoked on surfing. Like you just see them like after they get a wave, they're like looking to see if their friends saw it, and like it's just so sick to see someone that happy about surfing, because that's kind of how I feel, I guess. So that's good to spread the love of surfing, I guess.
Good stuff. We'll see you. Good luck for the rest of your heats in the event, and well done on that big heat win against Nikki. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thanks, Mike. A great chat with the young 16-year-old Caity Simmers, who is in the quarterfinals. And Mike referencing the Surfers Not Street Children, a great initiative that Geordie Smith sows into every year. Of course, it's made a huge difference to lives in the culture here, especially in that region, in the inner city of Durban. And, well, what a great cause.
Yeah, Tom Hewitt, what an incredible man with some vision and a heart to help these underprivileged kids and give them the opportunity, you know, to get off the streets. And it's so amazing that our sport, surfing, can become the conduit to a new life for those children. And I love the names. We're surfers. We're not street children. Don't refer to us as street children. You know, we're surfers, and that gives them a sense of purpose. And like they say, you know, just an opportunity to get off the streets. And it's an amazing initiative.
And the other pure thread that came out of that chat with Caity is it's not an exclusive thing. That joy of surfing belongs to everybody.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, whether you're a contest surfer or a free surfer or someone who just loves to get in the water on the weekend, you know, the ocean's for everybody, surfing's for everybody, and we do it for the stoke. Some people just happen to be better at it than others, and they get to compete on the world tour like this. And yeah, what a great spectacle this event's been so far.
It's been a great spectacle. It's been a great morning thus far. Only 9:30 in the morning. And we're close to wrapping up the round of 16, cutting the women's draw in half. Person-on-person challenges here. And, well, still 8.5 minutes to decide who will go up against Caity Simmers in that quarterfinal number 4. And we mentioned Umkhosi, the celebration. Even the Dolphins have come to celebrate this morning, as it's the weekend here in beautiful Ballito.
Yeah, real festival vibe happening here from even from yesterday In fact, the whole week's been a bit of a celebration, just incredibly supported by the local community here. It is school holidays, and we knew that we saw that music festival kicked off last night. I think I heard the music from my apartment block a few blocks away. It was going off. And,
you weren't dancing, Brad?
I wasn't. I was dancing in my bed through load shedding by myself in my room in the dark.
That sounds creepy.
Moving on.
Moving on. 8 minutes to go, and those are up-to-dated scores. Top left of screen, Rachel Presti has built a 9.67 out of her opening ride of 5.5, Brad. And we'll try and get a look at her 4.17 because she backed it up. And, well, Sophie McCulloch, kind of low scores for her. Her 5.83 only made up of a 3.5 and a 2.33. So work ahead for both surfers. And here we go for a little look and inquiry for the Australian, trying to up her numbers. And, well, not finding a solution to that. 7.5 to go. And Presti with the priority.
Yeah, Rachel's only ridden those 3 wave gigs, and she's made, well, she's had to make 2 of them count. That's how it works, but she's converted a couple of those opportunities, whereas Sophie struggling to find those open face waves. There's, I think this is the replay here. Big backhand turn there from Rachel. Had locked her in that 4.17, so just a 1 turn there for her. And you can see now she found a left-hander again. She's been really good on her timing. When there's only one opportunity on a wave, the timing is so critical to get that turn right. You can see got the board right on that rail apex and put that pressure on the back foot to make sure that nose didn't dig in on that completion. So that's the reason she's in the lead over Sophie.
Well, kind of critical there. That slow-mo just showing it down that board, almost tipping. And just pulled it in for a completion. So that, for now, adds to the heat leaders' numbers. 4.17 in. And Sophie McCulloch chasing a 6.17. She hasn't got anywhere close to that in her relevant scores, 2.33 and a 3.5. So McCulloch must work. She must work the lineup now. She comes here 6th on the Challenger Series. As we mentioned, care of that 3rd place in Sydney, a 17th on the Gold Coast. Rachel Presti arrived here in Ballito for the start of this event, sitting 28th. No great results. So easily Rachel Presti's best outcomes so far on the Challenger Series for 2022.
Yeah, 100% right. And like you mentioned before, some surfers in that top 5 have already been knocked out, so we'll see how that changes things.
6 minutes to go. Strong impact to the lip there for Sophie. Just the one maneuver, though. Already speculate that that'll get rid of her 2.33, Brad. Patel, she'll want to gear up just a little more than that and build some momentum now. Heat is starting to get a little narrow on time.
Yeah, ultimately she's trying to find that wave that's going to give her those 2 opportunities. We're seeing the 2 opportunities being paid by the judges anywhere from that sort of 6.5 zone up to 7.75 if there's a lot of critical nature in those turns. So Sophie is looking for a certain type of wave out there. When it gets down to 5 minutes, you start pulling the trigger a little bit earlier on some that might not be there. You start trying to manufacture that score. So for her now, it's really about trying to find something under priority. But yeah, the pressure is going to mount. That scoreboard pressure combined with time pressure makes things really, really tight with 5 minutes to go.
Well, that last score will feature a 3-pointer, replaces a 2.33. Small step in the right direction, but still a 6.17 requirement for the Australian. So as you mentioned, Brad, under 5 minutes to go now. I've got a feeling that the ocean does owe us a little bit of rhythm. We haven't had a set through the lineup in a couple of minutes now. But for now, Presti will just hold that priority. And for her objectives to better a 4.17. And every wave is now going to get an inquiry from Sophie McCulloch, who under the priority will just roam around. And every time there's been a crunch moment, there has been left-handers at play. I'm just going to throw that comment in there. Not sure if that's what will happen now as the tide fills in. But certainly we've seen numbers on the left-hand peak in the lineup in Ballito.
Yeah, absolutely right. Sophie's got a strong backhand as well, so I think she'll take any opportunity, left or right, as long as they can give her those 2 turns. That requirement, 6.17 in the grand scheme of things, doesn't sound like a massive score, but in the context of the heat and the scores that have been laid down so far, multiplied with the conditions, it is, it's almost like getting an excellent ride when the waves are pumping. So pressure is certainly going to mount here, and well, there's some things you can control. That's you're surfing on the wave. You can't control which waves come to you. So for Sophie, it's all about how she converts any opportunity that she's going to get.
Well, if you're a sports bettor, you may have speculated that McCulloch would have had an easy run past Rachel Presti here. in the final heat of the round of 16. It hasn't been the case. And well, an opportunity here. McCulloch has a look over her left shoulder, saw that Rachel also turned her nose up at that. So heat leader will hold on to priority. And the clock continues to tick here, Brad.
Yeah, this is a stressful times. If you're both surfers, there's two types of stress. Yeah, Rachel's just praying there's not going to be an opportunity for Sophie to get a score, and for Sophie she's going, come on, this time to slow down. I've got to find one more opportunity. But the hard part for Soph is that she's got second priority, so she's going to try and find something under the priority of Rachel. And if you're Rachel, I'd be sitting right next to her, not giving her any opportunities to move.
Just stay locked onto the moment here. As we mentioned, Presti will, no matter the outcome of this heat, end up with her best result on the Challengers Series thus far. So the worst that any of these surfers can do is finish 9th. McCulloch will be disappointed with the 9th place finish. Care of the momentum coming out of Australia. And Rachel's not going to inquire on this. Perhaps opportunity under the nose of the heat leader. Sophie McCulloch's going to get on board. Sets the rail, gets the direction, and a lovely hit into the lip right there. And that is the beginning of fixing the heat. 617 requirement, not sure if it's going to go all the way. It could be close. Lots to talk about, Brad. 2 minutes to go. And, of course, Rachel Presti will also have an opportunity in the next 2 minutes to pull the trigger for herself. And so this story is far from told.
How did she get away from Rachel to get that wave? And, again, we talk about manufacturing a score. She only had one opportunity, and she absolutely nailed the execution of that closeout turn. So we'll get a closer look at that and break down to see any of those sort of technical nuances in that one. The 617, there is a possibility here. Decent sized wave for Soph, a lot of speed. Smooth entry into this turn, whacks the tail out of that wave, and it's a really, really good turn from Sophie McCulloch. This one's going to be very, very close. Squares up at the bottom here. Timing is perfect. You can see the fins almost coming out of the back of that turn. Almost lays back a little bit to just accentuate the drama. And yes, she goes again.
Well, she's going to keep looking. 1 minute 10 on the clock. We don't have the score yet from the panel. If it was not to reach the requirement, Brad, what would any negative part of it be? What would be holding the score back, perhaps?
I think just that one opportunity, Gigs. It's like I think she did all she could on that wave. The only thing maybe, to, again, like we talked about accentuating that drama, is maybe to push those fins out and really get extra critical on that maneuver. And, as far as I'm concerned, she did really well on that turn. The wave really was a thing that's let her down.
Well, 40 seconds to go. We feel perhaps that McCulloch needs another wave in the lineup. It's not bank guaranteed yet. The judges owe a score for last of blue with 30 seconds to go. Is there going to be more drama unfolding here? Can Rachel Presti exercise the priority and perhaps even up her own number? She's leading the heat in one of her scores, Brad, a 417. There is a vulnerability to that, and there is a score owing for McCulloch.
Oh, this is going to be tight. 15 seconds to go. I don't know if that score's been dropped yet. So.
Both surfers don't go there. Under 10 seconds, and it looks like that will be the script written. McCulloch will break away. And, well, a priority change. And numbers starting to trickle in. Requirements of a 617. We did ask the question, was it enough? We looked at any negativity to it. We felt that the big, powerful turn will be right in the zone. A 617 requirement. Last for blue, a 6, a flat 6. It's just not enough. It's short by the 0.17, Brad.
That is heartbreaking stuff for Sophie. She threw everything at that last turn. She managed to get away from Rachel and actually give herself the opportunity, so credit to her for that. And, she really did what she could, and that's going to be a very heartbreaking loss given where she's sitting on the rankings.
Wow. We have established a quarterfinalist in the name of Rachel Presti, who will take on Caity Simmers. That will wrap up the round of 16. Stay with us. We'll transition to men's surfing. Brad Bricknell and Kai Linder will be in for the call.
Calm yourself down. Disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed. And you know he never. Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. As long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I get higher. Try to put me out and I get wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Meeting Jack O'Neill for the very first time, I remember going down to Santa Cruz and meeting up with him at his house and then just kind of saying to him, you know, like, hey, she's the water's really warm at the moment. And he just looked at me and said, you're welcome. And I laughed and didn't really think much of it at the moment. But then, you know, kind of when I thought back on it, it was just such a cool saying and obviously I'll be forever grateful.
The story of Jack O'Neill is very special, being just ahead of his time and inventing the wetsuit, building that first surf shop. It's just so inspiring, and I also really like the man he was. You know, he was very adventurous, and it's just very inspirational for me.
As far as Jack O'Neill's story, he is the innovator, the perfecter, and somebody that I really think of as an icon.
How will you be celebrating Jack O'Neill Day?
Well, we've locked in our women's quarterfinals here on Saturday. It is this penultimate day of the waiting period here, the penultimate day of competition. It's great to have your company wherever you are. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, great to see core surf brands like O'Neill and obviously getting behind this event, but celebrating Jack O'Neill Day today. I think every surfer should tip the cap to the man who invented the wetsuit, and also, not many people know, but also had a big part in playing in inventing the leg rope as well.
Yeah, Jack definitely started a legacy that should be honoured, as we see this man, of course, on fire, Liam Winners. And we also have Jack to thank, looking at Geordie there for the wetsuit tan.
Absolutely right. Well, we're going to change gears now. Those women's quarterfinals are locked in, like I mentioned, and now we're going to jump headlong into round of 16, heat number 1. In the men's, of course, in this round, we go to man-on-man surfing. So introducing to you in the red singlet, Alejo Muniz from Brazil, a man with a wealth of experience across the qualifying series and championship tour. And he's up against Rio Waida from Japan, possibly one of the most powerful surfers in the draw, Kai.
Yeah, really been enjoying watching Rio surf, and we don't often hear those two words, Japanese surfer power, but he certainly has bucked the trend. Really solid on the rail, loves to attack the lip, and always aggressively. But of course, Alejo, the smooth operator, I mean, he's won out here before. He's had a strew of really big results in Ballito. And chatting to him yesterday, he's like he wants another one of those trophies on his mantelpiece. Yeah,
that hunger is what's going to be needed to push through from this round. Of course, we're looking for our men's quarterfinalists to be locked in today. And there is a possibility that we will go into either the men's and the women's, or the women's quarterfinals after this round of 16. Of course, we have 8 heats to get through. And we're sitting around 9:45 in the morning here, local time, with plenty of opportunity. We're coming up to that high tide around midday today, but with the increased energy and the forecast strong onshore winds, it's going to be less of a stress for Travis Logie in terms of what we're going to do over that high tide. We've seen some lulls. We've even seen the contest put on hold for that high tide throughout the course of the week, but today it looks like we should push all the way through.
Yeah, looking at the last two heats, especially in the ladies, Caity Simmers' heat, in the last heat with Rachel and Sophie, there are a couple of bigger sets coming into the lineup now. It's certainly a lot bigger than this morning. So that swell is building. The east is probably just going to blow even more in as well. So it's going to get bigger. That generally on this bank over the course of the last 2 weeks has meant that it will break through the tides. And also, I think we're getting pretty lucky. The east hasn't really started up. I don't want to jinx us here, but moving on to sort of 10 a.m. already, and it's not looking too bad. This is certainly highly contestable conditions.
Yeah, super fun sort of multiple random peak scenarios here this morning at Willard Beach. So we are back to the main event site. We did make a inspired move over to the bathers section yesterday, just to capitalize on some more energy, focusing on that part of the sandbar. We did go on hold for about half an hour yesterday, and it proved to be a great decision from Travis Logie. It helped us get through a full day of competition, and now, Carl, we set up nicely for finals day with the forecast for tomorrow looking even better.
Yeah, it's looking like a Sunday fun day written all over it. You're going to have some really nice swell in the water, beautiful land breeze probably in the morning, and then the wind pretty much stays under 5 knots for the entire day. And of course the high tide tomorrow is probably going to be about 1:30, so we'll have that push throughout the morning, which is just really the perfect scenario.
That'll be a great setup for finals day. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. It's great to have your company. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. 25 minutes heat. You've joined us just in the time for the start of the round of 16. Heat number 1. Of course, the surfers that lose in this round get an equal 9th overall, Kai, and 3,320 points. And we have one South African left in the draw. He's coming up in Heat 3. Luke Thompson will be taking on Rio Waida. So that'll be an interesting one from a South African fan perspective.
Battle of the Groms, really. I mean, Rio's just out of the juniors. Interesting speaking to Matthias Hurdy yesterday. You know, they went through in the same heat, and he was saying how, like, he pretty much spent the whole of lockdown in Indonesia with Rio Waida, and they're really good friends. And he actually mentioned Luke Thompson because, of course, they were all on the same team. And he said there's a real energy coming out of the whole team because they're super stoked for the Grom. But I don't think Rio is going to be too stoked coming up against the young South African today because these conditions suit Luke Thompson coming out of Durban.
Here goes Leho Mooney, who's having a look at this one. Rolls in from the outside, blows the tail out in that first turn. Solid on his feet. No second opportunity there as that wave splinters across the bank. So Mooney is locking in wave number 3. He's opened up with a 4.83 and a 3.67. Ryo Inaba from Japan. Just a 0.77 opener for him. He's the man with priority on your screen. And that right-hand banker has all but disappeared with this filling tide. And we have seen those quarterfinals now all locked in for the women's. These are what these guys are fighting for here. The last quarterfinal place was booked by Rachel Presti. She's on the sidelines now with Mike Frew.
I'm here with Rachel Presti, winner of the last heat. This is a big result for you. It's certainly your best result on the Challenger Series this year. You're a previous junior finalist in Ballito. Tell us what this heat win means to you, beating a number 6 seed, Sophie McCulloch.
Of course, all of these heats are ridiculously stacked from the beginning, all the Challenger events. So I'm very happy to be passing some heats. Last year in the Challenger, I didn't do so good, and even the beginning of this year, first 2 results weren't great. So it's nice to be making some heats again.
How were the waves today? It looked like there is a lot more power out there. It must be a lot easier to surf your heats against your strategy compared to yesterday when the waves were quite difficult.
Yeah, the hard part is how inconsistent it is, so you really just have to be patient. But, you know, this morning they were playing a lot of oldies, and that's some of my favorite music to listen to. So I was singing out there and just trying to stay calm.
All right, that's a cool story. Thank you, and good luck for the rest of the event. I'm going to throw it back to the guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Michael Frew. I think Rachel should thank my co-commentator, Kyle Linder, for the playlist this morning. Kyle, that was your doing, wasn't it?
Yeah, John Hutch, the contest director, said it's enough of this new school music. He wanted some classics, so I duly obliged.
Rachel Presti there, really enjoying the golden oldies as she referred it to. So she's through to that final quarterfinal. She'll be up against Caity Simmers when that competition, or that round gets underway rather. Let's bring you up to speed now with the heat in the water. Alejo Muniz up against Rio Inaba in the heat 1 of round of 16. It's going to be Muniz having a look at this one with priority, but down the beach it is Rio. Watch this man's backhand. Big spray kicked up from that first turn. Can he find a second opportunity here? He will. He stabs it vertically, and that'll be a great two-turn combination. The Japanese surfer really showing his power there, Kai.
Yeah, Mike Thompson will be a happy man. Of course, that gotcha sticker on the front of his board. I couldn't believe it when he ran down on the beach and I saw the old shark man. Nice to see a little bit of surf heritage out of Durban, continuing in Japan. And that surfing just, he is so aggressive off of the turns. And this heat is such a comparison because you've got this like raw, aggressive surfer as you watch him just deep off the bottom and whips it. And then he a little bit caught up, but he was waiting for this section to come along and just throws the board up into the lip. Love it. You could see his body language there. He was super happy. And look at this bottom turn, Brad. Like, just so solid. Whips the tail out. And had to work his way through this middle section. There was a bit of work to be done, and then just throws the board up into the lip. Great surfing from Rio. And then on the other side of the heat, you've got like Mr. Consistency, Alejo Muniz. I mean, I would love to see the stats on Alejo. He hardly ever falls. Yeah,
it's a very true call there. 2.5 for his last one, just a small in and out for him. But look at the score coming in now for Rio Inaba. It's a 6.50, so great. Well, you're going to call it the opening wave, really, because his first wave just a 0.77. So Inaba now with the most meaningful score in the heat. He's still in second place, needs a 2.0 to go into first. That's because Alejo Muniz has a 4.83 and a 3.67 as his top two. 12 minutes to go in this one. Coming up next is heat number 2 of this round. It's going to be Keanu Osing, who's been on a roll in this event, up against Taichi Wakita as well. So another great matchup coming up next. 25-minute heats. They seem to be going a lot quicker as we see a great aerial view here of the lineup. You can see the bank move just towards the middle of the beach here at Willard. That rocky outcrop not really holding the swell on this higher tide as Alejo Muniz, you've got to say. Maybe a little error in priority there, error in judgment.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit excited.
Seeing a bigger set come through.
Rio's sitting on his shoulder. And, I mean, I love this drone shot because you can literally see those lines, and they start all the way up at Bog Bay, and you just start seeing that swell moving down from the south up towards the north end of the beach. And it's pretty cool for the surfers here because when you're sitting at the top of Willards, you can literally just keep your eye up at Bog. And when you start seeing those big sets coming through the lineup, you know they're on the way.
Yeah, absolutely right. We just love the east coast of South Africa and so much to love about KwaZulu-Natal at this time of the year. 10 minutes 45 remaining in this one. We're going to take a short break. Actually, we're just going to hold on that thought because of strong paddle here from Alejo Muniz, looking for one of the first tube rides of the day, and then responds by blowing the tail out on that section coming up. Haven't seen one of those in the contest yet, Kai, and Alejo Muniz sniffed that little barrel out.
Yeah, I think, like we said, with the growing swell during the juniors, we saw a couple of crazy barrels. And I think you're going to see a lot more in the lineup as the swell picks up. And now the action's coming hot and heavy.
Square off the bottom into that top turn from Inaba, unable to convert at that point. And while we're waiting for those scores to come in, and looks like we have a little bit of a lull in the action, we'll take a short break here from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back after this.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Well, welcome back to a beautiful Saturday morning here at Ballito. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. Alejo Moniz. Muniz has opened up an account over here with a big inside turn. Closeout, which didn't quite work out for him. Incomplete there for Muniz. He's the current heat leader with a 4.83 and a 3.67 to his name, but he's got Rio Inaba breathing down his neck. He only requires a 2.0 to get into first place. 8 minutes remaining in this one. Kyle Linder in the booth with me, and Alejo Kai's got a ton of experience on the CT from 2011 all the way through to 2016. He's surfed a lot of heats at that championship tour level.
Yeah, I feel like I've commentator cursed him a bit because before the break I was saying how he's Mr. Consistency, and very uncharacteristically we've seen him falling on a couple of turns in the last few waves, especially the 227 there. You got that really nice clean barrel, and we haven't seen many barrels, so I feel like if he had been able to ride out of the turn on that one, the judges really would have gone to the scores.
Yeah, it's a good pick up there. One of the first barrels we've seen of the event. We'll talk it through over here. Kai got in nice and early.
Yeah, he's down that wide bank, and it is a bit shallower down there, and you can just see him lining it up straight away. Saw the board the whole way, so not too deep, but he certainly got the back door part down, and then going for the big blowtail over the section and just lost the fins out the back.
Yeah, well, unable to convert on that second turn, and yeah, you made the reference there that you could see the nose of his board all the way through that barrel. Judges are very critical of those barrels. They do pay barrels that are one of the highest scoring maneuvers in professional surfing, but the judges do like to see surfers coming from behind the section, backdooring it, we call it. They don't like to see too much stalling. They just want to see big 30 barrels and complete disappearance if those scores are the ones that are going to go into the top two.
You got to go full vampire, lurk in the shadows.
All right, 6 minutes 45 remaining. It is the surfer from Brazil who's maintaining his heat lead over Rio Inaba, who's still effectively looking for a second score. The man from Japan has priorities. Having a strong paddle here. He needs a 2.0 on this wave. Squares off the bottom. Gets a little tag in, a slightly hung up turn though, but able to find a little redirect off the oncoming section. So it's not going to be a very exciting score coming in for Rio, but certainly that 2.0 will be a thing of history.
Yeah, he's done the job there to get rid of a 0.77. Wave looked so good as he took off, but it just got a little bit of that crosswonk on it. And we've seen through the ladies this morning quite a few waves, and that's why you got to really be careful about the ones you're choosing in the lineup. Yeah,
that wave selection always critical, especially when you're surfing this multiple random peak scenario. Obviously, this is a sand bottom setup. There are a couple of little rocky outcrops here, which really do a great job in collecting the sand and pushing them around the corner. That's why we get these amazing sandbags here up on the north coast at Ballito. And those little rock fingers almost causing little coves, Kai, to have the sand collect around those areas to form those good sandbars.
Yeah, I mean, everyone talks about the good old days in Durban. You know, you had the rock groins, not the piers. And obviously, without the gaps in the piers, those groins really used to create some incredible waves, especially at Dairy and down, those beaches. And it's interesting, in Ballito, they don't need the groins because there are these natural groins all the way along the coastline. And every bay you go to almost has got a finger of rock, and there's almost always a little right-hand bank running off of it. And interesting to see with the erosion and everything happening in St. Francis Bay, where Bruce's Beauty is, of course, that famous wave is. They've been worried about the houses. There's been a lot of talk there, and they're actually going to put 8 rock groins in now along the St. Francis beaches. That's been signed off. So we might just have
a couple of new breaks
down there in the Eastern Cape as well.
Get down there and claim some local status, Kai. We've got 4 minutes and 43 seconds remaining and a change in the leaderboard. Last score came in as a 2.20, so just getting the requirement did Rio Inaba. Now Alejo Muniz in second place looking for the 3.88. So a very, very tight encounter here between these two surfers. Looks like Inaba's going to try and bank something a bit more meaningful. That one also just not quite hitting that bank. 4 minutes 20 on the clock, of course. This event has a long history in South African surfing. As we watch now Alejo Nice up and over that first section. A lot of energy, spring in his step. Finds a second opportunity. He likes it. Gets a bit of a look back towards the judging tower. And no doubt the Brazilian contingent on the surface deck giving him their support.
I thought he was getting ready for the over the top. Asked Rio for an arm wrestle there.
Let's go. Yeah, well, a 3.88 requirement. Kai, we see the judges have enjoyed those two-turn combinations. That first turn, really a transitional lip line re-entry to get to that second section, but he really capitalized when that second stood up. Let's have a look.
Yeah, he wanted this one, got into it, really building the speed early. Nice quick whip over that section. The second turn, really powerful. He actually almost blinded himself with his own spray there. Just watch how fast he comes off the bottom and moves up into the lip here. And that was a fast breaking wave. Almost lost it on the landing and recovered so quickly and just absolutely detonated. And he was a big fan of that one.
Dynamic end to that wave there for Alejo, looking for that 3.83. Scores are coming in quite quickly from the judging panel. The scores have now been coming in across the board. We've seen a 4.8 being given. We've seen a 6 point given. Those highest and lowest scores are then eliminated. The middle three are averaged out, and that scores come in at a 5.33. And Alejo Muniz takes back the lead with 2:45 on the clock.
Yeah, and good news from down the coast. Just getting told that it's about a solid 6 foot at Super Tubes today. Unfortunately for those pros down there getting their time in, the devil wind is a-blowing.
Which means that's northwest down the coast. And generally, Super Tubes looking for that southwesterly wind, or even sometimes those straight westerlies that blow. And of course, the Corona Open J-Bay will begin next week. The waiting period starts on Tuesday the 12th. We've got 4 South Africans in that event, the most we've seen in a Championship Tour event for some time. So looking forward to seeing Matt McGilvery, Geordie Smith, and then our 2 wildcards, Luke Thompson, and of course Jose Faulkner getting a start there next week.
Yeah, and the heat's getting dropped late last night. Jose's got a cracker of a first heat, Kaloe and Felipe.
Welcome to the Championship Tour.
Welcome to the Championship Tour. I don't think he'd want it any other way, though. If you're going to go do it, may as well start with the big boys. And, of course, he'll be the only goofy in the heat, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes.
Well, forecast looking good for the Championship Tour. The penultimate events of that tour getting underway next week. Of course, we go over to Tahiti, to Chopu for the final event of the year, and then we formulate the final 5, which will battle for the world title showdown at the Rip Curl Finals at Trestles in September. Plenty of time to go before we get there. Not so much time left in this heat. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Rio Inaba sitting with the highest score of the heat, but unable to find a solid backup score. He has priority with 1 minute to go, and he's just praying that he gets one more opportunity to give him at least a chance to get the lead back.
Yeah, and I mean, the 6.5 was incredible. So he started so well. You see him looking at the watch there, though, and it's going to be the fastest minute of his life now, because needing the score, needing the wave. He has got priority, though, so everything's in his favor. He just needs the ocean to oblige. And you just see Alejo shadowing him. Here goes the big paddle, Brad.
Well, this is the last throw of the dice. He's opted for the left-hander. There was a right on the other side of that peak too, so I just wonder whether that was a mistake in his decision-making in terms of which way he was going to go. He had priority, so he had to make the call, and now he's trying to get away in the last 20 seconds from Alejo.
Jeez, well, Alejo's just activated the outboards there. He is steaming across. 13 seconds on the clock. I'm not seeing too much action in the lineup. Rio's going to have to go for that insider, but it's not going to happen for him. And unfortunately, the very impressive Japanese surfer, he's been putting on a power display the whole week. We're going to say au revoir, and one of our defending not defending, but previous champions is going to keep the roll going for a number 2.
Yeah, well, he's going to be the first male surfer to book himself a place in that quarterfinal. Plenty of action coming up for a full day of competition here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We'll take a short break from the action, and when we come back, it's going to be heat number 2 of the round of 16 between Keanu Using and Taichi Wakita. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see you right after this. Welcome back to a beautiful sunny morning in sunny South Africa. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are tuning in from around the world. About 10:05 in the morning here, local time, and you've joined us just in time for this matchup. Keanu Singh from Ewa Beach in Hawaii opening up this encounter up against Taichi Wakita nice and quickly with a three-turn combination. Brad Bricknell in the booth here alongside me is Kai Linder, joining us for the call this morning. Kai, great to have your company, and great to see Keanu getting things underway nice and quickly after a bit of a slow heat in that last one.
Yeah, and speaking to Keanu this morning, he's just his usual exuberant self, big smiles, so happy to be here and competing again after a little hiatus. And he was saying he just wants to get to tomorrow because the forecast looks so good. I was like, what, for the result? He was like, no, I just want to surf good waves.
Yeah, it's great to have Keanu back here on the Challenger Series. Didn't qualify through those regional series. He's been doing a bit of coaching, bit of working with the youth over in Hawaii. And he got the call up here as a replacement. Paddle in here from Taichi Wakita from Japan. Nice little up and over that second. He's been really impressive in the earlier rounds. He's found an inside corner now to capitalize on. Gets his board up, but not over that section, unfortunately for Taichi. He's locking in his wave number 2. Opened up with a 3.67. So we'll stand by to see how that opening exchange works out between Keanu and Taichi. Of course, Keanu, a former championship tour surfer, is on the tour in 2015 and 2016, as well as 2018. And Wakita wasting no time now, wave number 2. This is a replay, actually, from another angle, Kai.
Yeah, and you see a very dynamic surfer. We've been super impressed with him, especially on the smaller days, like really accentuating those turns. And you see very flexible surfer, this guy. He is able to really contort his body and get those fins out the back, even on the small sections. Of course, the flip side of that is Keanu's not the biggest man on the block, but he is a power surfer. He surfs from his base, really uses his core, and also very quick. I mean, you see how quickly he got through those 3-turn combos there. So I love watching Keanu surf, especially on his front side. I know he's had some of his best results on the backhand, including on the CT, but on his front side, I just love watching him put that rail to good use.
Yeah, he's a fantastic surfer, fantastic human. Of course, he did get that win on the championship tour at the Quicksilver Pro in France back in 2016, I think it was. And so a big highlight in the career of Keanu Singh. And he's definitely one of the most liked surfers on the tour. He's locked in a 5.33 for that opening wave that you just described for us. And the second score for Taichi coming in around the 3-point mark. So nice flow shown there by the Japanese surfer throughout those first 2 waves. Maybe just didn't find that big punctuation, that big closeout turn, which has seen those scores pop up into that 6-point range today.
Yeah, a little bit more lateral on those first 2 waves when we looked at the replays, and whereas Keanu, solid top to bottom surfing. We spoke about it before. Your core principles when you look at competitive surfing is really getting that movement from the bottom, nice hard bottom turn straight up into the lip, and almost a split of the peak there, but the Hawaiian on the left. Yeah,
using priority on this one. And his backhand, there's that big closeout turn that he's used to great effect throughout this event. He likes the feel of that one. Used priority well. Taichi could have gone right, but I think he played it safe by just not putting himself in position to maybe get a paddle interference with priority. And so Keanu Singh had that left-hander all to himself, rightfully so, and finished off very, very strongly with a nice closeout turn, Kai.
Yeah, and putting those principles he's been coaching the kids on to good use. And he said it in the interview the other day, it's really, many surfers move on to a coaching career and stay there. It's reawakened his competitive drive. First turn was a good one. It's this one we want to look at. Big bottom turn, throws the board up into the lip. I think from that angle looked a little bit different. From this angle, I think it looked like a much bigger maneuver. But when you see it flat on, like the judges, maybe not quite as heavy as we thought, but he really did well to get the board up into the lip.
Just love seeing how that tail drifted across the lip line there as he got to the apex of that section and drifted beautifully over the cascading lip. And then the score has reflected that judges are loving these two-turn combinations, especially with a big closed-out turn. And Kiana rewarded with a 6.17 on that occasion. So a tidy two-wave combination to make up that 11.50, 5.33 and a 6.17 plays the 6.37 or 3.67 rather, and the 3.0. So Taichi still looking for something more critical and also looking for a result this year. Opened up with a 49th at the Boost Mobile Pro on the Gold Coast, and then his 37th at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro has Taichi. So really looking to find that result there, and this will be his best result of the year so far if he gets knocked out in this heat.
Yeah, he's done well to get here, and I'm sure he'll want to continue the role. I'm sure the Japanese crew would like to see him going because, of course, we lost one of his countrymen in that last heat. But it's been incredible to see like how much growth Japanese surfing has had. I mean, I looked at this event. I think there were almost like 12 Japanese surfers in the draw, and that's incredible, you know, for a country that just a couple of years ago you wouldn't have seen any surfers in the QS.
Yeah, amazing to see the growth over here. And under the priority is going to be Kiana Singh again, up and over that section, just mistiming that turn a little bit. Taichi just looked a little bit indecisive on that wave that came up. He is the man with priority, and just really trying to make the right decision and not waste that priority opportunity. And someone who didn't waste the opportunity in that last heat was Alejo Muniz. He got a solid victory over the Japanese surfer Rio Inaba. He's standing by. We're just going to keep an eye on this live action as we'll track with Wakita now on his front side. Square bottom turn up and over that first section. He's going to get the opportunity to go two up here and does so nicely. So a great little two-turn combination from Taichi. That'll be his best number. 16.5 minutes remaining while the judges reflect on that score. We'll throw down to the sideline with Alejo Muniz.
I'm here with previous heat winner Alejo Muniz. Previous winner of this event in 2015, you're one step closer to getting that trophy back onto the plane and flying out of here, but that was a really, really close heat. The lead switched between you and the other competitor a number of times, I think 3 times the lead change. How did you feel about that? And tell us about the end of the heat. You were like paddling right behind him like that.
Yeah, it was a very hard heat, you know. I knew the conditions that are getting tougher, like with the tide coming up. But in the end, it was super, super close. I needed, I think, a 3.88, and I got a 5.5 with only like 3 minutes left. And he got priority, and he needed a very small score, and he's so capable to get it like that easy with only one turn. So he paddled for his last wave. He was really late, and I couldn't see if he was going right or left because I know he was pretty much a closeout, so I just wanted to go and paddle close to him, you know, because I was going to get priority for the last 30 seconds. And I didn't know if he went left or right, so when I saw he went left and it was a closeout, I just tried to paddle as hard as I could to get to him. I couldn't get to him in time, but luckily no more waves came.
Great win, and we'll see you in the next round. Do you want to say a few words in your own language?
Yeah. Obrigado a todos que estão assistindo. Eu sei que é de madrugada no Brasil. Obrigado a todos pela torcida. Beijo para minha família.
Great stuff. See you in the next round. Well done. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Frew. Great to hear there from Alejo Muniz. The first quarter-finalist has booked himself a place in that next round. So good stuff there for Brazil. And well done there to Rio Inaba as well. Put on a great account of himself. Scores have come in from that last score. It was a 4.33 for Taichi Wakita. Not enough to put him into first place. As we see, the last remaining South African surfer in the draw, the 18-year-old superstar from Durban, Luke Thompson. He's going to be coming up next against Rio Waida in a very highly anticipated matchup, Kai.
What I've just realized looking at Lukey is that he gets into J-Bay thanks to John Florence. So you just watch this quick replay here. Beautiful vertical turn and the closeout maneuver. And a little cheeky whitewater climb to finish. Watch how hard he came off the bottom here. Straight up and over. Didn't get too critical on the first turn, but really nice section in on the second. And as I was saying, what I've just realized is Luke gets into J-Bay thanks to John Florence pulling out. And looking at Luke there, you can't help but draw similarities. Both big natural footers, blonde, got all the big aerials and maneuvers. So I think he's a really worthy replacement for John. He's going to fly the flag for him.
Yeah, well, absolutely right. Of course, the reason he got that position was courtesy of that result win yesterday. He became the highest ranked South African surfer on the Challenger Series. So number one from a South African point of view, and Travis Logie made the call, and I got to announce it live on the set to Luke Thompson yesterday. He was gobsmacked for a few seconds, had to process the news, and well, the job's not done for him here. He's still got to keep the dream alive in the Challenger Series. He's an amazing young junior with a bright future ahead of him. So we'll see him coming up next, and we'll see him at Super Tubes, Jeffreys Bay next week. What a great opportunity for this young man to fly the South African flag.
Super stoked for him. He's a really nice kid, and I've watched him pretty much since he was about 10 years old. So to see him at 18 years of age, what a birthday present for him as well.
Yeah, what a week he's having.
It's going to be a good one. I really think he could go really far in this event too.
12 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock. It is Keanu Using leading the heat over Taichi Wakita. Wakita needs a 7.17 because Keanu Using has locked in at 2 solid scores. And that is the shape of the heat. We'll take a short break from Ballito Bay. When you come back, it's going to be the final 12 minutes. And we are steaming along in the round of 16 of the men's division. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. We'll see you right after this.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
It's finals weekend here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company as we see that northeasterly wind just starting to ruffle up the texture of the surface out there. Kai Linda in the booth with myself, Brad Bricknell. Great to have your company, Kai, with 11 minutes to go. Keanu Using is in the lead over Taichi Wakita, who needs a 7.17. Keanu Using's been on probably the 2 best waves of the heat in terms of those scores. And Travis Logie keeping a close eye on proceedings here. That wind is forecast, though, to be very strong around 2-3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, it's picked up a little bit even during this heat. You can see those little like white tips just on the back of the swells there. So Trav will be keeping an eagle eye on things. And he's made some good calls considering the difficult conditions this week, so I'm sure he'll make the right decision. You know, we've said before we could leave the quarters for tomorrow. There is enough time in the day. We'll still finish up around lunchtime, but it's going to be a bit tight with that high tide maybe, and that'll come into his thinking. But also, you know, it's such a tough one because do you want to surf your quarters in the Challenger and in the Howling onshore? So I'm glad I don't have to make that decision.
Well, I mean, I guess the only thing that you can factor in there from the positive point of view is that northeaster is going to be right into the right-handers for the air wind. We know that that kind of wind condition assists the big airs, and there'll be some surfers in the draw who will be putting a bit of pressure on Trav to make the call to keep going, just because they love surfing in those kind of waves.
Well, keep an eye on the next heat. Rio Waida, Luke Thompson, both
fireworks.
Very, very capable frontside surfers in the air. So that could be our first hit. We actually, I'm quite surprised. I thought maybe Alejo would have gone to the tail blows and airs. He really kept it clean. So we haven't really seen anything yet in the men's so far. Yeah,
it'll be a matter of time, no doubt, Kai, as we see these opportunities starting to show their face here. We'll just get over that high tide, and then we're going to have a good run into that low tide for the afternoon with swell also forecast to increase throughout the course of the day. So if you have just joined us, we started the day with the early call around 6:30 this morning in the dark. We got underway just past 7 o'clock this morning here local time, so I've been running for about 3.5 hours already. We finished those girls' round of 16 heats, and so the quarterfinals are set. We're down to the final 8 women in the event, and we are here to see who we can pencil in for those quarterfinalists as we are in now the finals weekend. Going to be finishing the event up tomorrow. And we've seen a very well-controlled heat here from Keanu Singh. A lot of that CT experience coming through here over the young Japanese surfer, Kai.
Yeah, it's a bag of experience for Keanu, both QS and Challenger and CT. And, you know, he's now imparting that knowledge, so why not use it yourself as well? Taichi, one of the new faces we've seen after the big break of professional surfing for 3 years. So I really didn't know much about him when he pulled into town. But in the free surfs and in the heats, I have been immensely impressed with him. But when you've got someone like Keanu breathing down your neck, it's going to make your job a lot harder.
All right, so Taichi going to take this one under priority. It's a little stretched out right-hander. There's that vertical backhand attack that we've grown to love over the course of this event. Just the one opportunity on that particular wave. Taichi been very active in his regional qualifying series. Been at it for a few years now. His best result is a semi-final, 3rd place overall. So building that experience and building that momentum as he's now found himself with opportunities on this next level up. The Challenger Series, 8 events around the world. Top 5 results count, and the top 10 on this particular tour will find themselves on the 2023 WSL Championship Tour, the Elite Tour. And what an opportunity is that to go surf in some of the most amazing waves around the world.
Yeah, and I'm really stoked they've done the 2 throwaways for the Challenger, much like the CT, you know, and just gives you an opportunity to have that shocker. And 8 events, it's very rare for a surfer to go on a tear for all 8 events. So you've got that little bit of a buffer. For most of our South Africans, Australia was a shocker, so that's there too, gone already. And now, of course, what's interesting as well is like a wild card like Luke Thompson, no results thus far. He's missed 2 events, but if he goes on to win this event, for example, he'll probably be given a wild card for the US Open as well. And then suddenly he's in the Challenger Series mix, and he could just find himself headed for the championship tour.
Yeah, your career trajectory can change very quickly with a bag of quick results. And if you didn't know who Luke Thompson was before this event, certainly a lot of people are going to know about him over the next 2 weeks. Of course, he is coming up next up against Rio Waida, one of the world's most exciting young surfers of the world. He's currently at number 2 on that Challenger Series behind Leonardo Fioravante. He's already coming off a win in that Manly event, is Rio Waida. So Luke Thompson will probably have his biggest test in this event so far coming up in that next heat.
Well, we're excited. I think every South African is going to be cheering in the next heat as we see our most experienced surfer in the draw.
Live action here. Keanu Singh's found a nice little bowl off against the rocks. Vertical hit on that second section from Keanu. And, well, that was a well-executed ride. Looking to drop a 5.33 from his top 2 scores there, Kai. And my first impressions was that second turn was certainly one of the most dynamic of the heat so far.
Yeah, when we get to the replay, we'll see it, but almost looked like he almost got into the air. But the board stayed connected, but certainly very side-on to the wave. So I'm excited to see what's going to come from that score.
Yeah, he's found a nice little rolling bowl, and I guess the talk of the town, as far as the judging criteria and the scores are concerned, is that there's a lot of consistency around those 2-turn combinations. We spoke about how important they are to win a heat. Let's have a look at what Keanu got done.
Well, once again, that beautiful bottom turns straight into the hook, and bang, just goes straight to the lip. And he really got the board lateral to the lip there, which I think the judges will be very cognizant of. Lovely first whip too. I mean, nothing wrong with that first turn. And I love this. Look how side on the board goes. We could pretty much see every decal on that bottom deck. And the judges, I think, will reward that kind of surfing.
Luke Thompson going down the competitors' tunnel. He'll make his way through the South African crowd. 4 minutes until his match up against Rio Waida. But we just did see Keanu Singh improve his situation, a 5.73 on that last one. It didn't quite top that 6-point mark. but a solid backup score, which now puts a lot of pressure on Caity Wakita. A 7.57 is a very, very big score in the context of the conditions today and the type of surfing that we've seen.
Yeah, and he's got to find something that's going to give him the opportunity now to really put down a score. 7.57 today is a big requirement. In order to get that on one wave, you're going to have to go really radical and either, go absolutely bonkers in the air, or you're going to have to do like at least a string of 2 to 3 really good turns. So he's got his back to the wall right now.
Well, he knows what he has to do. Keanu will just put some pressure on this priority call, but he goes. Caity Wakita squares off the bottom. Nice little jam to start off with. Transitional floater. He loves that turn. Bit of power in that turn there from Wakita, and we love seeing that passion. Personally, I don't think it's going to be the 7.57, but you can see what it means to the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go, so pressure's on, but he's certainly going to replace, I think, both his current scores. That was a good-looking wave, very clean surfing, and a little on edge, He was late takeoff into that thing, hit the bottom turn, and then really went for the lip line on both turns. So I think that was a really good effort, and wow, Brad, I'm starting to see some good-looking scores there too.
Yeah, the judges loved the flow and the speed, and then the power of that last turn as well. He required something in that 7-point range. It's going to come in at a 6.67, so that is the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, and he's going to go again as we watch the replay here at Kai.
Yeah, big bottom turn, whips it, and I think the judges really rewarded that second turn. He got up and over a big lip line section. As we see here, just watch this, gets the fins out, vap, and now he comes up, and that is a big heavy section, and he committed to the turn, went straight over the top, and that's why the judges rewarded him.
Yeah, looked definitely a lot more critical in the review of the replay there. As we see Keanu Singh now bouncing off the wall on the inside section. Beautiful power hack to bring that board all the way around on that second turn from Keanu. 1:45 on the clock. The requirement for Wakita now is a 5.23, so well within striking distance. He's got 1:35 on the clock. And both surfers will be paddling out the back to see who can claim this first priority, which might be critical in the final 60 seconds.
Well, it looks like Caity just a little ahead. He also got a score as we went to the replay. It comes in at 4.77,
wow.
So that was tight.
The 5.23 was that requirement, so he turned around quickly after that 6.67, had another opportunity, came up just short with a 4.77. So the man from Japan has 1 minute and 8 seconds left to see if he can find that 5.23. Keanu Singh has been controlling the heat nicely from the get-go, building up momentum. But it is the Japanese surfer who's finishing strongly and looking for an opportunity now to see if he can advance into that quarterfinal.
Man from Japan? Is that a famous movie? I'm not sure.
Well, it might be after this if he manages to find the win. Look at this pressure being put on Wakita. He rolls the dice now. Long left-hand wall floats over that section. He needs another opportunity on this wave, but just gets caught up by a tripwire on that inside section and goes down. That's going to be a critical fall with 30 to go.
Wow, I almost think Keanu maybe left a leash there or something for him. Unfortunately, that is 20 seconds on the clock. I'm not seeing much option for him. Yeah, and Keanu, it's going to be a tight finish.
You'll see Keanu making his way over to him on the right-hand side of your screen there. 10 seconds to go. He's not going to leave anything to chance. He knows how dangerous Wakita is. But it looks like it's going to be the Hawaiian keeping the dream alive. And, well, that is the end of the heat. Smiles all around there. Great sportsmanship shown in the water. And, well, we are going to tee up one of the most exciting heats of the round coming up next. The final South African in the draw. The 18-year-old Luke Thompson is up against one of the most exciting surfers in the world in Rio Waida. He's coming up next. We're going to bring in Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasi for the clash. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We'll see you right after this.
Good morning and welcome back to the show. It is sunny South Africa and it is the World Surf League's third Challenger Series stop. It's a good morning. The weekend festivities are tangible here at Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti as we'll pack the beaches out with a lot of local support in a very highly touted heat. It is South African Luke Thompson, the remaining South African from the Rainbow Nation, and he'll take on a man that's in incredible momentum and form, Rio Waida, who comes here care of a win in Sydney. It's a very good morning and trust that you're all enjoying the show with us.
Yeah, and just looking at those profile shots, I mean, they both look like when they were 14 years old. But it's incredible to be able to see this heat unfold. Of course, as a South African, a big supporter of Luke Thompson, but Rio Waida has just been putting on such a fine display of surfing gigs.
He has. It is 10:30 local time. The beaches are packed. 18-year-old South African Luke Thompson is the find of the event thus far. Of course, around 12 South Africans in the draw when we started back on Monday at the beginning of the week. And it's going to be first blood to Rio Waida, who's going to get this campaign underway here. It is the round of 16, and he'll hold on beautifully to that strong angle to the approach to the closeout section. And that is the kind of score that has been fetching numbers in the lineup. And he'll set the pace for this round of 16 encounter. It is one round before the quarterfinals.
Yeah, what a great start for the Indonesian. Just loved the ferociousness of how he attacked that oncoming section. And you can see this pullback view, Gigs, that onshore is up early.
Well, straight away we'll start asking the question, was that a tactical error? Did the South African perhaps have access to that wave? We'll maybe try and reel it back on the replay to all the way to the beginning of that paddle. Was Rio Waida further in? Well, it didn't look like Luke was anywhere close to him.
Yeah, not at all. But you can just see, I mean, that was a massive closeout section already. He timed it perfectly, found the little corner. Let's watch it again. So just setting up for this, lots of speed, leans into it, and just tags it perfectly. Great release of the tail. So much control.
So dynamic in the approach. Judges won't overbuy it. It's a 6-pointer, but it sets the pace for the heat in the round of 16 encounter. Of course, we are extracting our quarterfinalists from this. And this is, as we said, a very highly touted heat. Rio Waida setting the pace with a 6-pointer to open. The young South African Luke Thompson, as we mentioned, just 18 years of age. Rio is around 22. So they may look like 14 years old on their profile pictures. But just confirming Rio, 22 years of age, the surfer out of Bali, Indonesia. Such a talent. Indonesian and Japanese parents, and well, they have produced an incredible talent in the form of Rio. Of course, Rio based out in Uluwatu on the Bukit Peninsula in Bali, and of course many talented surfers from the Indonesian region. Such a packed schedule there, and of course that region, of course, always staging quality QS events of their own. They just successfully ran the Caity Pro over in South Sumatra. In fact, Rio Waida went all the way to a third there, only losing to Billy Stemmen to not make the finals in an event that would see Jesse Mendez winning. But yeah, Indonesia producing the goods. We think back to Balinese surfer Rizal Tanjung originally, back in the 90s. Rizal was the lone Indonesian campaigning. Of course, there were flash appearances from names like Tipi Jabrik, amongst others. They will be eagerly watching the second wave underway here underneath the watch of the South African. Rio Waida backs up his 6-pointer early on, and we're just 5 minutes into the encounter. And Rio showing why he is sitting number 2 on the Challenger Series here and looking for a way through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, just great strategy. Keep busy. Make sure that you're hunting and looking for opportunity. You can just see even in his paddling, you know, there's a lot of aggression and need wanting to get back out there. He's not taking this heat lightly. You know, watching Luke Thompson's performances in the heats before, you got to be a little nervous. I mean, Rio wants the result. He's campaigning on the Challenger Series, wanting to make the cut on that CT for 2023, and would be the first Indonesian on the championship tour if we get to see it.
Well, we'll wait eagerly to see how the 2022 Challenger Series unfolds. Rio Waida having a great campaign already at this level. And of course, as we said, Rio first in Sydney. That exciting final with Ryan Callanan back in May. And well, a strong run. Let's have a look at the replay of this because the pace and the momentum belongs to Rio.
Yeah, so second wave, I like the first turn, and then you could see how it got just all messy and foamy, but look at that deep bottom turn. Leans straight into the pocket, has to transition quite quickly, and then complete it with a second maneuver. But, you know, it's a counter for now, Giggs.
Well, it may just be a 3-6-7, but it's further pressure for the 9-6-7 total. The heat lead over the South African in the lineup. Just a decimal score for young Luke Thompson, who, as we said, is the lone South African in the draw now. Started off with a full sheet of South African names. Of course, young Luke has been mixing it up. He did the trip to El Salvador with you last month, Tash, for a bronze medal.
Correct, yeah.
And of course, you know, amongst names like the locals, Nate Colby, he's been sharpening his iron, so to speak. We did start with the South Africans with names like Daniel Emsley. Of course, when we woke up yesterday to get competition underway, there was only the two, Slade Prestwich and Luke Thompson, remaining in the draw. And well, today, Luke is down to represent the nation, the Rainbow Nation by himself. We've lost, of course, on the women's side as well yesterday. We lost Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum out of the draw. So the beach will be very, very focused and intent on the outcome of this heat. 17 and a half minutes to go and nothing yet moving on the scorecard for the South African. Of course, the other South Africans falling out, names like Shane Sykes, Max Elkington. And I was surprised to see Aiden Masonkamp fall out of the draw so early. But they'll all be sitting now supporting Luke.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been great to see Aiden move through a couple more rounds. And I know that his mind was there, but, you know, unfortunately a tactical error. He sat with priority for a long time in that heat, and he only needed a 5.38. And hopefully lesson learned, take something from it and move on to the next one and don't do it again.
Well, every heat is a building block. And certainly Luke Thompson will dig into his short career experience now to work his way to a meaningful score. You'll have to get out the gates and find something similar to Rio Waida's 6-pointer to start. And then, of course, the flip side to the discussion, Tash, is there's a lot of time for Rio to improve and better the 3-6-7. So you expect Rio Waida's heat totals to go into the 13s and 14s. That's kind of where the numbers will sit in around 16 minutes' time when we wrap this up. Overview of the Ballito lineup here, that northerly wind just pushing in. There is more swell energy in the lineup and was a much easier call today for Tours and Competitions Travis Logie to make the call to get going. Local time now 10:45 and moving towards a high tide at around just after midday, probably at 12:05. So not that far from the high. You see a couple of bumps moving in the lineup here. That priority, the South African, been sitting for quite an age. And under priority, Waida will have a look at wave number 3. Just an inspection for that one. That won't factor in. An effort, though, to try and better his 3-6-7. He'll just keep busy in the lineup, as opposed to the sit and wait strategy of Luke Thompson. And while we're waiting for the South African to get out of the gates, let's go down and hear from winner of that last heat, the ever-popular Keanu Asing.
All right. We chatted just before your warm-up this morning about conditions were looking a little tricky today, but tomorrow's looking great. And you were like, yeah, I've got to get through to those beautiful conditions for finals day. You must be pretty stoked with that.
Oh, I'm just stoked to be here. Good waves, bad waves. I'm here to just surf in anything. You know, I'm prepared. And, you know, why are you trying to take some money because you thought you was coaching me in the last heat? No, I'm kidding. But, yeah, no, I'm excited to be here. You know, just another heat. That heat was really challenging, and the surf is really challenging today. It's not real ideal Ballito conditions, but it's a bit bigger and it's a bit more wave than we had yesterday, and that's what I'm thankful for. You know, that heat was, you know, with Taichi. I've known Taichi for a few years now, or for many years, but in the last few years, I really admire his surfing. He's been progressing so much, and just to see his development and to his competitive nature today is pretty impressive, and his surfing is just incredible. So it was an honor surfing against Caity. You know, we grew up surfing in Hawaii together, and I known his dad for a long time, and you know, just that heat just kind of played into my favor. I kind of just had a plan of, you know, putting a lot of pressure on him and kind of getting a stranglehold in the beginning, and just really have my presence heavy on him, and just kind of towel him a little bit, and just, you know, make sure that he feels me sitting right next to him, and just kind of pressuring him into waves he didn't need. Or, you know, I kind of made a few mistakes in the end, but you know, you can't buy experience, and that's kind of what I'm leaning on right now, and that's kind of what I need to take to these guys. You know, I've been doing this for many years, and it's kind of that experience and that I'm bringing to the table, and you know, and just also kind of carrying that killer instinct in myself, and just letting them play into my hand, and kind of have me manage the heat, and let my surfing do the talking, and not try to overdo it.
Well, dude, I'm loving watching the surfing do the talking. Of course, 8th alternate on the next challenger at Huntington. You've already had a good result there this year. You must be looking forward to maybe sneaking into that challenger as well.
I was hoping Travis was going to come interview me. I've been advocating for the wild card for the last couple months. You know, winning that event at Huntington, I thought it was kind of a no-brainer for me to kind of get that wild card. And but it's okay. I've never had anything given to me. I've always had to earn my keep, and that's just kind of what I'm fighting for right now. Is, you know, hey, maybe this is the event where it will put me into maybe the next event or the rest of the year. And you know, I hope Trav is paying attention, because I feel like I belong, and that's just the bottom line, and I should be here, and that just speaks for itself.
Awesome, my man. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in quarterfinal action. Back to the studio.
Well, thanks, Kai. A lot to take out of that in-depth chat with Keanu Singh. He is into the quarterfinals. He will be quarterfinal number 1, taking on a former winner here in Aleo Munez. So good for Keanu, getting the job done. The worst he can do now is a 5th in Ballito, so a useful trip to South Africa for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, and I just loved the way he was speaking about how he had to manage that heat, and how he had to make sure that his presence was known with Caity out in the water. I actually called that heat on the beach, and they were sitting right on top of each other, and I was like, this is just the start. There's no need to do that. But he had a game plan and stuck to it.
Well, talking of game plan, separation in the lineup now of about 80 yards between Luke Thompson, the South African, who's gone now to the northern bank. He fetched a 4.4 during the interview. Let's have a look at it.
So you can see just lots of lump and bump. He finds that opportunity to get the first turn, gets that second one nice and quickly, and rewarded the 4.4. Here's a different angle, but you can see how bumpy that wave face is now, Gig. So really having to just adapt and modify your movements very quickly.
Well, 2 good turns on a pretty broken wave, but he'll manage to extract a 4.4 from that roll of the dice. And as we mentioned now, different part of the bank, 11 minutes to go. We're technically into the second half of this, and we'll just stick with Luke Thompson on screen here. He's without the priority. He's moved far away from Rio Waida. And meanwhile, Rio Waida hasn't improved numbers himself. So with the halfway mark upon us here, we'll take a quick break from the action, and we'll come back to see, can the South African mount an attack against Rio Waida?
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Rio Waida is hot off a win at the second stop on the Challenger Series from Sydney, Australia. He is now here in Ballito looking to further his campaign. And while we were away at break, A 6.93 comes into the scorecard for the Indonesian, who continues to put the pressure on the local South African. It is a good morning from Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti as we make the call here for the round 16 Heat 3. We are establishing quarterfinalists in the draw of the Ballito Pro. And, well, those numbers putting more pressure now on Luke Thompson, who is finally holding priority again.
Yeah, finally holding priority, now looking for a much bigger requirement after Rio Waida dropped that 6.93 and 8.53 gigs. It's a big ask with conditions that we've currently got out here at the Ballito Pro.
Well, if Luke is going to make a battle of this, perhaps he's got to go into just looking at the averages that Rio has established. Let's have a look how the 6.93 was built.
So Rio gets that first sharp turn off the top, another two-turn combo, nice and strong, and I just love how fluid his surfing is. He goes straight for that section, sets it up, gets some power off the top as well, and then drops straight into the second maneuver. He didn't miss a beat, Giggs.
Very, very good pace, quick transition between turns, that sharp power underfoot looking very, very comfortable. And Rio Waida showing why he is in the top picture of discussion for the Challenger Series this year, looking to finish top 5 end of year and make his way to the Championship Tour for 2023. Talking of the Championship Tour, second to last stop before the Rip Curl Finals in September. It's Jeffreys Bay coming up next, just 3 days to go to the start of the Corona Open J-Bay. And the South African is holding position, but a big requirement. The vibe is getting intense. Brad Bricknell, you're down there amongst it.
I've just wandered down to the beach side here, guys, to get a sense of the crowd that's filled in here for this Saturday morning. Of course, Luke Thompson is surfing out there as we speak right now, and the crowd has certainly swelled here inside the last sort of 20 minutes or so. Come to watch the final South African in the draw do battle up here against Rio Waida. And if you look over my shoulder, you can see there is a lot of people who are packed in the beach. They're crowding up on the hill. We've got the support here in the foreground, and everybody's having fun here this afternoon. And this is only Saturday. We're building up to a big finals weekend, and the forecast for tomorrow is going to be even better. So expect this crowd to be even larger for tomorrow. And there's a great support for Luke Thompson down here. As you can hear the crowd behind me now, Luke's taking off on a wave, and the crowd is absolutely getting behind the final South African in this round. You can hear the applause. There's a great atmosphere down here on the beach.
Love it, Brad. Thanks. We're looking forward to seeing what Luke Thompson fetched in the lineup. He has a big requirement ahead, an 8.53. Perhaps he'll want to break that down into 2 efforts. We'll see where this heat goes. 6.5 minutes on the clock. And, well, Luke's still holding the priority, so applause perhaps for something else there, Tash, but no rides yet for Luke there as he still seeks the 8.53. But all credit to Rio Waida, who's done a great job. 6.93 and a 6 in the lineup for the heat leader, showing us potentially that he's on the way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think just a really good start for Rio. From a mental point of view, it's always good to get that first score on the board, not just for yourself as the competitor and get those nervous niggles out, but also for your fellow competitor. You almost all of a sudden lose focus a little bit. Now what I need to do, I've got to find that 6, that good score. So I think experience is lacking with Luke Thompson right now. Rio showcasing the experience and not letting this young gun get in his way. Anything can happen, but with time winding down, Gigs, I mean an 8.53 requirement is starting to become a very big ask for the South African.
The Indonesian has experience. We saw him as a wild card in G-Land a couple of weeks back. Finished 9th there, falling to Filipe Toledo. And, well, of course, we'll see Filipe Toledo back in a couple of days. We'll also see Luke Thompson, part of the Corona Open J-Bay. So he will, for the first time, get to fit a Championship Tour jersey on. Rio's had that privilege, of course, twice in G-Land, as we mentioned a couple of weeks ago. And then, well, we saw Rio part of the event in Mexico at the tail end of last year, care of the event wildcard. And he went fairly well in that as well. So lots of experience already gained by the young Rio Waida, just 22 years of age. The Indonesian is in charge, and the South Africans will sit on the edge of their seats. And perhaps the way that Rio Waida has approached the lineup is been the solution, because you can see the frustration from Luke Thompson there. Perhaps that onshore wind just filling in with the tide a little more And, well, is Luke Thompson going to read the remaining 4.5 minutes right? Because this is now into the pressure zone. A near 9-pointer will change the shape of it. Priority is with the South African. Some movement here. We're going to try and track him down. He's going to get his opportunity. The South Africans will start making some noise as Luke Thompson comes around the section. Strong rail work, combination coming up. And there it is. That is going to set it into the discussion now. 4 minutes to go. And this will now become a game-on situation, Tash.
Yeah, I enjoyed that third ride only of Luke Thompson. He's definitely going to get rid of the 0.6. But when I compare it to that closeout maneuver from Rio compared to Luke, I do think Rio Waida with that 6-point ride definitely had a stronger exclamation mark on that final maneuver.
We're going to debate scores now. Okay, let's open the debate between the commentators. Rio Waida's 6.93 two-turn combination. Luke Thompson's just delivered one, perhaps on a slightly bigger wave. So I'm going to argue my point. I'm going to put it down. I think that he may go just north of the 6.93. Either way, there's 3:20 on the clock, and it's game on now in this round of 16, heat number 3. We are establishing the quarterfinals with the results here. A loss means a equal 9th place finish. And we'll go back and pull away the tape and making some comparisons now for Rio and Luke.
So you can get that first strong turn, and then there's that little exclamation mark, just pushing his tail a little bit more. But you are right, different sized wave. But let's see what Luke's board does. So he negotiates the bumps, gets the wrap, now sets up for this one. Bigger wave. Showing more commitment on that wave, but it is going to be close. It really is going to be close between the two.
Very, very tight read here, as you see. Perhaps not as much displacement on the final turn, but a bigger wave for Luke Thompson, and that will kind of level it out to a very balanced reply to Rio Waida. A 6-point ride in now for Luke Thompson. 2 minutes 20, priority to the Indonesian. And, well, interesting to see now how the navigation goes in the lineup. Here will be the cat and mouse now. Will there be opportunity? Remember, a 2-wave set can give both surfers an opportunity to score. And right now, Rio is going to stick to Luke Thompson like glue.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's don't hate the player, hate the game. It's what you got to do. And Luke knows about it. He's going to try and create some space, but Rio's not going to allow him. It's now about just finding some quick wave. And I personally believe the only way to do this is to get your board up above the lip.
Well, he's going to try and break away. 6.93 requirement for the South African. You think that he might want to go to the air, telegraphing something. He's going to try and get away. Rio will look in the background now to see, does he come and blanket the South African again? It's 90 seconds to go, and he's against the ropes. The punches are flying in the action between Rio Waida and Luke Thompson here. And we'll stick with the action in the lineup as far as in the impact zone itself. This is Rio coming to hunt down Luke. Luke's going to break away again. Gain an opportunity, and he won't find a launch. Now, rapid fire from the South African. He wants to try and get the berth into the quarterfinals. It's been a big week for the South African. The announcement yesterday with his advance into this round of 16 that he will become a wild card in J-Bay in just a couple of days' time. He'll want to stay very, very focused on the task here. It's been a tough challenge up against Rio Waida.
Yeah, but it's been a good challenge, and I think he's going to take a lot out of this heat. I was actually chatting to Luke yesterday, and I said, are you ready for J-Bay? Have you got boards? And he said, no, I've just ordered.
Well, Graham Smith will be shaping through the night to get boards underfoot of Luke Thompson for his wild card at the J-Bay Open. But meanwhile, there's still 30 seconds, and it's not finished just yet. There could potentially be something. You're seeing Rio just blanketing with that priority. 6.93 requirement for the South African. Luke Thompson has matched the 6-pointers. They both sit on 6-point rides, but it's the 6.93 that separates Rio Waida over Luke Thompson. Thompson's lower score, 4.4, still sitting in his top 2. And the clock is going to wind down, and that is going to be how it unfolds. A 9th place finish at the Ballito Pro for Luke Thompson. We lose the last South African in the draw at the Challenger Series here in Ballito. But all congratulations to Rio Waida, who will continue his momentum, and he will be on his way to the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. We'll continue with the action. Another big heat coming up next from Ballito.
Back to
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show. It is sunny South Africa. And results official from that last heat. Rio Waida makes his way into the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro. And the South African Luke Thompson will gain a lot of experience. And he'll bow out an equal ninth. It's not going to stop the crowds coming down. Luke Thompson has been elevated with his success through the draw here in Ballito. And although he bows out just before the quarterfinals, he was the last South African standing. And with that, he gets the wild card invite to the up-and-coming Corona Open J-Bay. It is a good morning from myself, Gig Cilliers, alongside Tash Mentasti for the call as we tee up a new heat out in the lineup. Former World Junior Champion Matheus Hurdy, watch for the talent from Brazil against the 25-year-old from Guadalupe in the French territories, Timothy Bisso. And no rides just yet. Welcome to the show. If you're just joining us from the OpenView channel 115, also viewers on DSTV channel 180, People's Weather. It is a good morning from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. And, well, you're joining us for some of the world's best surfers in competition. The template is the Challenger Series, the World Surf League's tour. 8 stops brings the 3rd stop here to Ballito. And you're joining us for action out in the lineup with surfers in the men's draw looking to find their way to the quarterfinals. And we will crown champions by tomorrow for a big surfing weekend. My name's Gig Cilliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. And just a quick start for the Brazilian in the heat, Matheus Hurdy. He takes on the Frenchman, Timothy Bisso.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting heat. Both these men getting to the air, know how to place their boards above the lip. Matheus Hurdy being the exciting surfer that we've maybe heard a bit more about because of that World Junior title that he holds to his name. But Timothy Bisso having his best run here at the Ballito Pro in the last 5 years.
Well, movement in the lineup here. The Brazilian having a look. There wasn't a lot of waves that came through in that last heat between Rio Waida and Luke Thompson. Rio finding a pair of 6s in the lineup, a 6.93 and a 6 for the heat win. Luke Thompson fetched his own 6. So there are still scores in the lineup. We know that surfers of the caliber of Matheus Hurdy will find them and perhaps a little more. Not a lot of opportunities to go to the air. The tide is filled in substantially. Just after 11 a.m. local tide, about an hour to go until the high. There's not exactly massive ramps, but there are some bowls and pockets, and we've seen some strong combination turns in the lip.
Yeah, predominantly combination turns, but Matheus Hurdy, he's going to want to use this wind to his advantage. And just looking at how Timothy has moved through these rounds at the Ballito Pro, he really is looking in form and on the program.
Priority with Timothy Bisso, no rides yet for the Frenchman, the 25-year-old. We'll see what Timothy can find, a nuggety surfer. And here goes the younger Matheus. Accelerates into a big section and, well, incomplete. So just testimony to how hard the ocean surface is starting to buckle. Couple of bumps here and Bisso will go over and into his first ride. Strong surfing as always from Timothy, but just the one rip. He'll go down on that second maneuver, plenty of time. We're just over 5 minutes into this 4th heat of the round of 16. It is the round just before the quarterfinals. So no real numbers coming at us just yet. Couple little glitches. Perhaps that first backhand turn of Timothy Bisso, the only real meaningful maneuver that's unfolded thus far, Tash.
Yeah, it's quite
Once again, it is a good morning if you're joining us here at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. World-class surfing action coming to you, care of the World Surf League. I'm Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call, and you're joining us in men's surfing action from a warm and toasty beachfront here in beautiful Ballito. Temperatures are warm. It's typical of this time of year up in this latitude, and of course very cold weather around the interior of South Africa. But here at the beaches, it's nice and warm, and people are packing it down to support. We've just lost a South African in the draw in the name of Luke Thompson, but the beaches are packed. People were down here to enjoy the festival, and of course, it's just a great holiday season down in Ballito, as is always this time of year.
Yeah, there's no better place to be in South Africa than in KZN in winter, and we've been seeing it throughout the week. We've got bikinis on the beach by 7 o'clock. We've got guys in boardies. I mean, it is warm and temperate, but so is the water as well. So it's great to be down here in Ballito, and there's lots of action coming up, Gigs.
And to you joining us on People's Weather, OpenView 115, and of course DSTV Channel 180. Thank you so much for being with us. We trust that you enjoy the show as we continue with world-class surfing action. This is the Brazilian who gets some air under the board and brings a completion to a progressive maneuver, and the first one we've seen in the lineup in this heat. Timothy Bissot, the Frenchman, will just have a quick look to see if he can answer straight away. And as we said, for those of you joining us on the DSTV platforms, surfers in the lineup looking for 2 counting rides each. All the waves are scored by the judging panel, a panel of 5 judges. The decimal scores become the average. Each wave will be calculated, the highest and lowest opinion lobbed off. The remaining 3 scores from the judges get averaged, and that's how you end up with the decimal scores that appear top left of screen. But in that explanation, they can catch as many waves as they like, but only the top 2 get extracted. And it's a continual comparison from the computer judging system to see who is leading the heat and who is lying second and who requires what to take the lead back from the opponent. We trust that you will enjoy the surfing with us as we further explain the picture of professional surfing from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. 16.5 minutes to go, Tash. No real numbers coming just yet. The scale is between 0 and 10. Of course, 10 is excellence, and everything in between is an opinion from our panel. And for now, Matthias Hurdy, a 3.83 for that fairly progressive turn out of what was a broken water white section. We'll try and have a re-look at it for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing that Matthias can't do, but a 3.83 to, put that board up above the lip and get the rotation in, very difficult, and especially in conditions like today. And just going back to the judging and the scoring and that 0.1 to 10 points, a perfect ride being a 10-point ride, it's not often found. We don't often, you're not throwing out 10-point rides all the time. The judges being very critical, the criteria, you really have to tick all the boxes. So let's look at this replay here. He literally had to do a little jump off that bounce off the water there. You can see on the wave face. There he goes.
Full hop.
Full hop there, straight into that progressive maneuver. There's nothing easy about this, Gigs. Being awarded a 3.83. I mean, I just think sometimes the judges are too critical.
Well, they know what they're looking for. They know that Matthias Hurdy is able to go into the air much higher than that. So for the altitude and the projection with that progressive maneuver, just a 3.83. And of course, as we said, we do welcome the viewers on 115 and, of course, People's Weather, DSTV Channel 180. And, well, weather is what creates waves, and it's a strong wind blowing in the ocean. And Matthias Hurdy will just get stuck. It's a northeast wind, and it's onshore winds, so that tends to buckle the swell action. So the waves arrive here, but then the wind, swell, and waves are all in opposite directions. So, of course, what we want is we want groomed offshore winds. This here, the swells and the winds are traveling together towards the shore. So it does become a little bit disjointed, a little bit fractured, and not so perfect wave faces to work with. Of course, surfers these days are able to really handle all sorts of conditions and all size waves. This Challenger Series, by the time it is completed, will have visited 8 different stops around the planet. And, well, perhaps in those 8 different stops, 8 very varied surf conditions as well.
Yeah, you really need to be a bit of an all-rounder on the Challenger Series. We know some surfers are better in bigger surf. Some surfers prefer the smaller surf, and that can be from their stature and also just from where they grew up from. And Matthias Hurdy just, he's able to find quality waves and quality scores in any conditions. Timothy Biso, though, really, for me, someone that's been a standout here at Ballito. And by looking at this pulled back view, you can see the white horses from the left side of your screen moving to the right side. That is showing that northeast flow, and it really is breaking up waves. So let's watch live action here.
Timothy Biso, nice slash to the face combination, holds on to it. And he'll hang on to that one, Tash.
Yeah, I like that one. And you can just see how the white water was higher than his stature. And that just shows how the wave is crunching down onto the sandbank, and having to ride out of that is not easy.
We'll try and bring a replay of that because there's a pretty hefty section at the end there for Timothy Biso to slam into. But he did bring completion, stays on his feet, and he gets a second counting ride. Prior to that, he only had the one score, the 2.83 in his scoreline, and he only needed a 2.01, by the way, to take the lead off Red. So we'll wait for that number to come, and perhaps a lead change as we get to the halfway mark.
Yeah, we've been seeing some small requirements needed. The first heat was the same thing with Alejo Muniz. But looking at this chunky wave, sectiony, gets a strong first turn into the top, and then that vertical backhand re-entry and just negotiating the completion there. I think as surfers we have to adjust really quickly, Gig. So what our intention is and how we want to extend our legs, and then something having to compress really quickly.
Well, back to live action quickly. Same surfer, Timothy Biso, on the way out. You see the P top left of screen means priority, so Red has first choice of wave. It's like being in a traffic circle. There's an automatic right of way if you have the P for priority. It does continually rotate. It's almost like serving in tennis, right? You know, each person gets to serve. And, well, priority with the Brazilian in this case. And he will select this wave, and here he goes. And he'll go to the air this time. Better completion. Lovely little holds the spin and then just glides out of it, corrects the board. Meanwhile, a previous score in for Timothy Biso of a 5.83 is a hefty number in the landscape of this onshore swell in the late morning here in Ballito. And a 5.83, let's see where Matthias Hurdy goes, because we do have the situation change. The Frenchman now in the lead. And a number to chase for Matthias Hurdy, a 4.84. And we speculate it may very well have just been achieved with that aerial maneuver above the lip.
Yeah, how comfortable did he look? I mean, he's got that on tap, just making it look so easy when some of us who've been surfing for decades still unable to do that. But it just showcases the amount of effort that Matthias has been putting into his surfing. I mean, he must do thousands of those to get them to finally land and look comfortable, but keeping busy.
Well, here he goes again. And that is not a replay. That is a carbon copy of the previous ride. Judges already starting to drop a number for the previous one, and it is kind of come in at a 5.43, and he'll quickly reply with another one, maybe a slightly watered down version of it, Tash, but he'll steal the lead back. Let's break this down.
So you can see he's setting up for, he's looking for the ramp. He needs his speed. He gets that tail up above the lip and then flicks it around really easily. Watch the ramp. Gets the ramp straight away. Now it's all about the landing, and he actually lands with the lip and changing direction, so flipping that board around. The interesting thing, though, Giggs, is that he came out with a 5.43, where Timothy with 2 turns was a 5.83.
So different ways to build a score in the lineup. It's a good storyline to hang on to as we go under 10 minutes to go. We are still owing, well, we actually owe both surface scores now because we did come back from replay just to see Timothy Biso bringing completion. So we'll catch up some replays for you as well. And here's the 4.35 now in the scoreline for Matthias.
Once again, just looking for the ramp. That's all he was looking for. You could see as he took off, his eye line was down the line of the wave, trying to find a ramp to be able to utilize. And then on his backhand, the goofy footer here, just strong foundational surfing, somehow negotiating those warbles in the wave and fitting in a 3-turn combo. Wow.
Oh, that was powerful. That was strong. He muscled and wrestled with it. And I've got a feeling the judges will reward especially that last turn. Scores not in yet for Timothy Bisso's last ride. Remember, he found a 5.83 with that nuggety 2-turn backhand hits. That one had 3 turns in it. So we are waiting for the score. Not a big requirement, so we'll speculate another heat lead change again, Tash.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Giggs, and it's just so wonderful to see that, yes, we love all these aerial antics, but stock standard foundational surfing still counts, and it just showcases, I mean, for me, to transition and move your body so quickly, you set up turns at times, at most times, but then the wave, it changes so quickly, and you've got to adapt and be able to transition and move that body and respond really quickly, and Timothy Bisso just putting on a fine display for that wave.
The heats are 25 minutes long. This one now coming down to 8 minutes to go. And we are expecting, and there it is, scores in for that last wave of blue, a 5.6 situation change. Red now second place surfer chasing, and that is a huge pop to the air, and we're already hearing applause for it. Combination as well, and that was Matthias Hurdy starting to flex. He says, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll get rid of my 4.33 for my previous wave. Judges, what are you going to give me for that? Because he is upping the tempo now, the 21-year-old surfer from Florianópolis, Brazil. We love his talent. He is a former World Junior Champion. And, well, it's just a matter of time before we get him to full-time championship tour service. And that is, of course, what the Challenger Series is about. It's challenging the top 10 slots end of year to go into the championship tour. And, well, it challenged the established order of the top end of the sport. And we love it.
Yeah, we love it. And, you know, Matthias was being interviewed yesterday, and he said that he goes 100% every heat. Watch this. Gets to the air, quick rotation, lovely slob grab as well from him, and then fits in a quick 2-turn combination as well. It's definitely going to come out as one of the excellent scoring rides of the morning for sure.
Well, look at the height on this. Lovely. Lands it beautifully, comes through it again, and then still manages, Tash, to fit in a snap to combo. And so that is going to be an exclamation mark to an excellent ride, and judges are going to throw the number.
Excellent score coming out, an 8.17 for the young Brazilian. And the interesting thing is, Giggs, he's hearing those scores of what Blue got. He's hearing the scores of the aerials that he performed and going like, okay, I need to mix this up a little bit more, and then getting rewarded.
Well, just upping the tempo on tap, an 8.17. That is an excellent category score. And he'll stay busy in the lineup. Under priority, he'll shift his attention, trying to look now for a left-hand breaking wave. He's done all his scores into the air on the right-handers, so the wind is blowing left to right across your screen. This is an east-facing break, so that is the northerly wind coming across, and that just suits Matthias Hurdy just fine. And start looking at Timothy Bisso down in seconds requirements. He's got to find his best wave yet. He's got to go and look for a 7.78 to take the lead back. And, you know, looking at the fact of the matter, he has a 5.83 and a 5.6. He's got to up the game. Meanwhile, heat leader Matthias Hurdy will just keep exploring opportunities, and that's perhaps the right way to approach it. I feel this is where the South African Luke Thompson in the last heat went wrong.
Yeah,
he sat looking for waves. Priority, not really an asset. There's not a lot of quality waves. You've got to sift, and you've got to scratch, and you've got to look for every opportunity that comes your way. And perhaps every minute you're questioning wave selection.
Yeah, and, you know, and just in these type of conditions, it's so fractioned up the swell. You can't sit and wait for a great wave to come through because there are none. You've got to actually produce the scores. So if we had to look at that wave pulled back originally, the 8.17, if we looked at that from the beach, we'd probably not even look at it as a wave to go for. But Matthias Hurdy and the quality of his surfing and the talent that he is as a surfer, he produced the 8.17 on that wave.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And he'll continue to try and produce scores. Now the goal is to drop the 5.43 again to the air. Shifts his feet. That one a little bit more broken. Just loses momentum, does Matthias. But back to the drawing board. Still a little over 4 minutes to go. You've got a feeling that he'll at least have another good crack at dropping his 5.43 But for now, the heat leader building that lead over his opponent with that excellent 817, perhaps even another look at it from production, because that was flawless surfing and one of the highest rotations we've seen of the Ballito Pro so far. The only other one to come close to that is Eli Hanneman, who went a little touch above for a 917, but slightly different conditions on the different bank a day back.
Yeah, but both gents using the air wind, really. So let's watch this now. Oh, you can see how high his tail was, and then getting the quick rotation, but really it was fitting in those extra 2 turns, Gigs, that pushed that score up to an 817.
Well, again, just as we slow this down right here, look how high the rotation lands it flat. Beautiful transition, glides, board goes straight back to acceleration and planing speed to get the check, snap, and then the end section slam. So excellent 817. Matthias Hurdy potentially on his way now to the quarterfinals in Ballito. And still a clear goal. Drop the 5-4-3 as the backup score. And here he goes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that one was spring-loaded right there. We love it. And he's feeling that could be as high an input as his 817. Matthias Hurdy has come to play at Ballito. And my gosh, he's having a run at it.
Yeah, I mean, this kid puts his body on the line so much, and that rotation, you know, I was about to talk about the grab for the 817. It's not easy to grab your inside rail like that, and now just backing it up with that 11th ride. Let's watch Timothy.
Oh, Timothy goes in the same direction. We love it. The big Frenchman, bigger, heavier, approaches on the backhand. You'll go incomplete, but just getting inspired to go to the air himself. And watch this one, folks.
Loads of speed now, finding the ramp, quick rotation, but it's the tail high that they are going to be looking at. You can see how happy he is with it. Matthias was saying there's not one heat that he doesn't put 100% in. Every heat he wants to win. Watch the setup here.
Oh, so inverted as well. And a cushion landing. Where are we going with the score, Tash?
Oh, no, another
Come on,
excellent
stick your neck
score.
out. Are we going over the 817? Brad Bricknell next to us is just flashing a big thumb. We have no indication of the score yet. 1:45 on the clock. Requirements at this stage still the 778 for Timothy Biso, but judges working on that score. They'll perhaps have watched it a number of times as we have had the ability to do, and the work rate continues in the lineup. Just want to make reference to the 917 for Eli Hanneman a day or two back. And so judges will be thinking very, very similarly. They don't have the ability to pull a tape back on that right now, but it'll be fresh in their mind. It'll be burnt into their minds. And, well, it's a neighborhood score. It's a 907, and Matthias Hurdy will put Timothy Biso into a combination with that. And with 1 minute to go, we can bet the house on it. Hurdy is into the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro here at the Challenger Series level. His best result thus far, taking into account the Brazilian only got a 25th and a 17th in the Australian run of the Challenger Series events, so easily the best result thus far for Matthias. We saw him in the Rio Pro 2 weeks back as a wild card or a replacement surfer, going well in the draw there, only falling in the quarterfinals to Samuel Pupo, who will eventually go on to the finals. Matthias Hurdy, with 30 seconds to go, can sit back and relax, and he can enjoy the rest of the day here in Ballito as he'll watch the remaining heats unfold. Still 4 more to wrap up the round of 16. This is the round before the quarterfinals. And with a 907 and an 817, he can take the rest of the afternoon off, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to just say this guy is the man to beat now at the Ballito Pro by putting on a display of surfing like that. He's got the highest heat total. He's got the second highest wave score of the event. And he's looking hungry and wanting to get a great result here at the Ballito Pro.
Well, Timothy Biso will finish equal ninth, and he too will get his best result in equal ninth compared to his stops in Australia. But this man here on screen has done a fantastic job, Matthias Hurdy, showing us why he is a future star. And with that, we'll take a quick break and we'll continue with the action. Another big one coming your way. We'll call in Brad Bricknell and Kai Linder for the call.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher, higher. I said your
Well, the men's round of 16 has caught fire here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. An inspired performance there by Matthias Hurdy in that last heat. One of the highest two-wave combinations we've seen all event long. Brad Bricknell here in the studio alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, still buzzing after that heat, and there's so much more to get through today.
Crikey Matthias, really. I mean, jeez, those were too crazy. As he did the 8, and the whole beach went absolutely crazy, and then came with the full rote and getting the 9. Been coming to South Africa since he was about 16, and I think back then I pointed out to someone that kid's definitely headed to the top, so definitely proving me right.
Former World Junior champion as well, and of course a couple of wildcard slots. As we pay attention now to the heat in the water, that was the graphics on your screen showing the matchup between Eitan Osborne and Gatien Delahaye. We'll dive into those two surfers' bios in a minute. And just the last point about that one is that Matthias Hurdy now takes on his good mate Rio Waida in the quarterfinals. That's going to be another crazy clash. Should we get to that this afternoon?
Yeah, and I interviewed Rio after his heat win on Luke Thompson, and he was just saying, his two best friends here at this event are Luke and Matthias. So he's getting his buddies lining up in the heats here. But he was also super stoked for Luke to be going to J-Bay and getting that opportunity. He said he was a bit jealous as well, which I think most people would be. But
anybody would be.
For me, this heat interesting because we saw Matthias blowing up in the air, and if there's one other guy in this draw that we know can do crazy, crazy stuff in there, it's going to be Eitan Osborne.
Yeah, it's very true. And funny you mentioned that both Eitan and Matthias surfed in the World Junior Champs at Jinzun Harbour in Taiwan in almost exactly the same conditions as this. Windy, wedgy right-handers. And so it just sets up mouth-watering clashes as this event goes on. We'll pay attention now to the heat in the water. No rise just yet. And Gatien Delahaye out of La Gaussière, Guadeloupe, the 25-year-old, really having a breakout result here. He's 90th on the 2021 Challenger Series. He's opened up the year with 273rds, and the worst he can do is 9th here. And here we go. The man representing France, right-hander, stretching out in front of him into the wind, gets a tail out for the reverse, but unfortunately doesn't quite get the revert, and comes to a premature close that wave from Delahaye, but he's on the board 1.0.
Yeah, the deadly front edge, as they call it in snowboarding. You get that front edge and you're going down face first. And kind of was a strange one because I thought he was going to go for the reverse, but he actually held the straight air there and blasted the fins. And unfortunately for him, just as he came down, hitting the bumps. And there's that man sitting in the background. I reckon he is licking his chops with these conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if Eitan Osborne can find a section out here. This is that opening replay, Kai.
Yes, you see him, eyes on the prize, flying down the line. Not the lowest centre of gravity as he went into that one. I thought he had it, but the front rail on that board just bit, and once you go there, you're not coming back.
Yeah, that's right. 21 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. Couldn't quite convert that one. So we'll just keep an eye on that lineup now. Certainly seeing A lot more opportunities as the afternoon now progresses. That northeasterly wind is into the waves, but it's not really affecting performances too much as we see Gatien now left-hander. Nice little two-turn combination there, bit of flow throughout those two turns. And just news coming in, we're just going to confirm these reports. It sounds like Michael Rodriguez has pulled up with an injury. He was due to come up in the next heat against Jacob Wilcox. And he's had to withdraw from the event because of the injury. So
I stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure I saw on his Instagram last night, and Ian Thurtle, the photographer, was talking about, we just watched this wave from Eitan, nothing there. Ian Thurtle saying he's got a really bad ankle, super swollen, and if it is Michael's Instagram that I saw, it looked pretty bad. So obviously he was hoping to surf, but perhaps the medical staff on site just saying to him, look, bud, I know you're an athlete and you want to compete, but at the expense of your body, maybe not such a good idea.
Yeah, well, that's right. Probably a wise thing there for Michael Rodriguez. He's just come off a pretty positive start to the year, 17th and 19th, so we wish him a speedy recovery. We'll talk more about that in a section because live action now. This is Gatien Delahaye. Now he's found a nice little right-hander, able to extend the tail for some drift on that final turn. So Gatien is not going to wait for Osborne to make a move in this heat. He's going to fight fire with fire. And he's locked in a 3.33 for his second wave. That'll be his most meaningful score. And Eitan just waiting for that ramp section. We know there's plenty of them out there. The wind is absolutely perfect for those big airs into the right-handers. So it's one of those heats you don't want to take your eyes off, Kai.
No, not at all. And I must say, great looking wave there from Gatien. He's got the 5.0. I thought he had lost the back foot on that last turn, but he managed to sort of claw it back in, and here goes Mr. Excitement.
Here we go, on his front side on this right-hander. Nice front side wrap, securing that power source of the wave. A little up and over for him. And just this white water will end up going into some deeper water, and that'll be the end of wave number 2 for Osborne. So a conservative start for Eitan, as you'd have to say, just knowing what he's capable of, but it's not all about the airs. You can construct a bit of a score, and hearing Molly Picklum talk, she likes to have a base of a scoreline underneath her feet before she starts launching into the air.
Yeah, Eitan's going to make us wait. But doing the basics, doing them really well. I really enjoyed the first turn, and maybe the wave also just not giving him that ram section that he wanted, so adapting to the conditions. Watching the replay here of Gatien's last score, the 5.0, nice big hack off the top. He had to work it around the section. Definitely looking like he lost the back foot there, so doing very good work. This angle will actually probably show us better. First turn was good, got the fins out the back. He's quite a tall, lanky guy. And you just see there, wow, he did really well to hold on to that fin blast at the end. You can see the body language too. He was giving those judges that little look of, you know it.
A nice little punctuation mark on that last wave for Gatien Delahaye. So 5.0, it'll be the highlight of the heat as far as that scoreboard is concerned right now. Delahaye getting out there with priority as well, and Eitan Osborne now looking for a 4.51. So the shape of the heat is now set with just under 18 minutes remaining. This is Eitan's first Challenger Series event of the year. He's surfed a whole bunch of QS qualifying series events this year with varied results. He's best placed a quarterfinal 5th at the Ron John Quicksilver Pro, where he got beaten by another young Californian upstart by the name of Jet Schilling, who we saw in this event too, a great prospect coming out of San Clemente.
Yeah, and Jet, we talk about aerialists, that guy's amazing in the air. And I've seen a couple of video pieces lately of him going absolutely bonkers too. So I think the conversation right now is going to really start leaning towards that progressive surfing. Matthias has kind of forced the point, and the rest of the field are going to have to follow suit.
Strong paddle from Osborne. There he goes, looking for that full rotation. Probably just not enough speed and impetus into that first section to get that rotation all the way around. 17 minutes remaining. We can see, well, Eitan would have been watching that last heat from Matthias, and I think he would have been sitting there rubbing his hands together, knowing what the forecast was for today, and then seeing it in person, those opportunities that were out there.
Yeah, and he's got those big rotations like Matthias did, but what really sets Eitan apart is his technical flair when it comes to aerials. He's got some crazy little mods that he does on the maneuvers that not a lot of guys can do.
Yeah, a lot of them are so quick and technical to the naked eye. You have to watch them in those slow-mo replays to really get a sense of what he's doing. We saw a really technical varial thrown down by him yesterday on a left-hander over the bathers section. And that took us a few minutes to really sort of break it down. As we see now, Delahaye from France also looking for an aerial maneuver, this time an alley-oop. We haven't seen many alley-oops throughout this event. I like seeing the variety in those aerials. We see so many air reverses, but nice to see him going the other way this time.
Well, I'm racking my brain. The only other alley-oop attempt I've seen was actually Caity Simmers on the end of her heat this morning.
More chop-up this morning. Yeah, so great to see the intent here from Delahaye. I'd love to see someone land a big alley-oop across these windy little peaks this afternoon. As we'll take a replay here, talk us through this one, Kai. How is this one different to the air reverse?
Well, of course, he's going to go into the completely opposite direction. He has to push the board around. And he did really well up until about the 3/4 mark there. And then the wind actually with the alley-oop pushed him off the back. So we say it's the air wind, but then going into the alley-oop, it actually kind of pushed him off the back.
We've seen some big alley-oops thrown down in competition over the years. I think back to Karamas and Julian Wilson. I think to John Florence. I think about Kalohe and Dino, some of the best proponents of that.
Felipe.
Oh, how can I forget? Thank you. 2-on-1 wave from Felipe Toledo, scoring one of the most amazing 10-point rides. So I'm a fan of the alley-oop.
Don't forget, the boat nearly did an alley-oop that day too.
We don't talk about the boat. 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. It's a fascinating encounter here between Gatian Delahaye in his breakout performance here on the Challenger Series. He's sitting in 90th coming into this one as Osborne now goes to the air. There's that rotation, gets the board spinning all the way around, and it's just a matter of time until we see him land one of these. That's 2 that he's gone incomplete on, so maybe third time lucky.
Pull out the wax comb.
Well, these guys do have a lot of dents on their board. We see a lot of creases. We see a lot of boards damaged by these guys who do aerials more often than not. He'd have a couple of backup boards on the beach as well. And, well, one of the men who didn't need a backup board on the beach, nor any backup scores, because he had 2 of the highest of the day, was Matthias Hurdy. And he's standing right now on the sidelines for his post-heat interview.
I'm here with Matthias Hurdy, the winner of the last heat. Single highest heat total of the event so far, and the highest individual wave score of the day. That was a fantastic heat. It started with you a little bit on the back foot. Timothy Biso had that wave. He did a check turn, cracked that massive backhand. But then you threw hammers into the air. In fact, you threw the whole toolbox into the air. You had the beach erupting. I've never heard so much cheers since 2019 here in Ballito for surfing. Talk us through that heat.
Oh yeah, I was just saying before, in the beginning I was playing his game. I was trying to do turns, and the conditions was pretty hard to do turns, and then I fell in one wave that I didn't have priority, and I was going for turns, and I fell. I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna do my thing and just gonna go for airs. And then right after that, I got a 5 in the normal air, and then I came back, got a 4, and then he got a 5, and then I got an 8, and then after that I was just like, all right, now I'm free to go. And then that wave came, and then I knew the ramp was gonna come, and then when I saw the last session was just threw me so high, and when I landed I was so close to everyone, so I was like, I couldn't hear everyone screaming. It was so cool. Like, it felt like I was in Brazil again, in Rio, and it was so cool. And I did the claim like, oh, can I hear? Like, it was so cool. Yeah, one of those heats that I'll definitely remember.
Fantastic job, and it's so great to see the crowd support down here on the beach in Ballito. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Mike Frew on the sidelines there. Great to get those insights from the exuberant Matthias Hurdy. Love the energy he's bringing, love the performance he's bringing. He's certainly one to watch now, and we mentioned it before, Kai, he's going to go up against Rio Waida in the quarterfinal number 2, so that is one of the big matchups of the event.
Yeah, it's pretty much 2 of the standouts of the event so far, and I think Matthias with that heat has definitely put his hand up to be one of the favorites, and Rio's going to have a big fight on his hands, but they're best friends, so it's going to be an interesting battle.
Building up ahead of steam now is Eitan Osborne. That's a better constructed wave for him now. That'll give him a platform to start launching from. Well surfed. Took advantage of two nice sections there. We always expect the air from Osborne, but that time, he surfed the wave cleverly, and he'll get a score on the board now.
Well, look, I mean, we're expecting the airs, but that wave didn't really give him an opportunity to go above the lip, so he obliged by absolutely belting the hell out of it, and that was super solid surfing. Matthias just told us how difficult it is to do the big turns out there. So, you know, if you take cognizance of that, that was a really well-surfed wave.
We're looking forward to see what the judges think of that one. Of course, the requirement was a 4.51. So Osborne in second, Gatien Delahaye is holding down the lead, and we'll check the replay here of this constructed.
We see him pumping for the speed, gets the little float over the top, and then really through the tail up and over. Quite a heavy section. Slightly different sort of perspective from the front. This is the one we saw earlier, and I love the airdrop off the floater, and you can just see his eyes focused on that lip line, and the fin blast really good. I mean, that really shows you how good these guys are. Up on the roof, going for the airdrop, he's not looking at his landing, he's already looking down the line.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. A lot of speed through that transitional floater, got the little airdrop on the way through, and maintained his speed, which is really critical for that second hit. So that score is going to come in now. It is a 6.0. So Osborne goes to the lead, courtesy of that two-turn combination. Delahaye now drops into third. 10 minutes remain, and the man from Guadeloupe is going to need an 4.84 to go into lead. 4.84 is the requirement. 10 minutes to go, and this heat's now starting to come alive. And if you've just joined us, thanks for watching wherever you are tuning in from around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. We just got the news, the bad news as far as Michael Rodriguez is concerned. He has pulled out of the next heat due to an ankle injury sustained throughout the event. So Jacob Wilcox will get a walkthrough. And we are going to go on a small hold around 15 to 20 minutes before we get underway with the heat number 7 of the round between Leonardo Fioravanti and Liam O'Brien. So that news just in. But we are going to keep the broadcast going along. We'll catch up on some scores. We'll keep you informed every step of the way. So that'll be coming up in around 9 minutes' time. A little break in the action as we let Leonardo Fioravanti and Liam O'Brien prepare for their round 7 matchup in this round of 16.
Pretty sad news too, because Michael Rodriguez is one of those exciting Brazilian surfers with the whole package, and he certainly is no stranger to big aerial maneuvers, so it would have been really nice to see him in these conditions. Jacob Wilcox may be breathing a sigh of relief. You know, he's also a very powerful, good surfer, but in these conditions, maybe Emrod would have had the upper hand.
Well, Eitan Osborne has the upper hand in this one. 8:43 on the clock. Delahaye requiring a 4.84. We'll take a short break here from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. When we come back, it's going to be the final 8 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you real soon.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and it soon departed, and you know he never.
To a beautiful afternoon here at Ballito. You're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. That northeasterly wind has picked up, blowing from left to right across your screen, but it isn't dampening the scores that we're seeing posted throughout the morning. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. Kai, our viewers have joined us with 7 minutes to go, with Osborne leading and Delahaye in second place, looking for a 4.84. We thought this was going to be an airfest by Osborne, but he's shown a really mature approach to this heat.
Yeah, and I think that's the key word there, mature, showing that he's not just this wild, creative surfer. He can put on a vest and go out there and compete.
Speaking of which, he's throwing everything at that section over there. He's got a nice little lead with a, not a huge cushion against Delahaye. The 4.84 requirements are well within grasp. And here he goes, the tall natural footer. He's got a section of his own out the front. Beautiful blast with that oncoming section, but just can't go complete. So that 4.84 not going to be troubled with that exchange.
Yeah, the old water photographer had a great angle of that. That looks like Alan van Gijssen getting some stills for the team. And always one of the world's nicest men.
Yeah, great bloke, great talent, shooting a lot of the world's best surfers in here, helping out at the event. Great to see that vision coming from the water as well. Always a great angle. 6 minutes to go in this one. If you just joined us, the next heat between Jacob Wilcox and Michael Rodriguez is going to be scrapped. Unfortunately, Michael Rodriguez has pulled out of the event due to an ankle injury he has sustained. So we're going to go on hold for around 15-20 minutes after this to allow the surfers in Heat 7 to make sure they have enough time to prepare. That is Leonardo Fioravanti and Liam O'Brien. So more about that in around 5.5 minutes time. Let's pay attention now to Gatien Delahaye. He's found a left-hander on this occasion. Up and over that first section, did well to get the second turn in. And now a little white water climb to finish off things for him on his wave number 7, a 4.84 requirement. Tricky sections to deal with there, Kai.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tricky one. Not the prettiest surfing in the world, but certainly you got the maneuvers done. So he'll be looking at a score. The question is the 3.63, will he get rid of it? Because that's what he needs to do. A 4.84. I'm not quite sure the judges will go that high. Yeah,
it looks like that last score is in fact the score for that last turn. So it is a 3.63. So coming up just over a point shy. So situation remains the same inside the last 5 minutes now. Osborne leads, Delahaye second. Of course, these surfers are fighting for a place in the final 8, the quarterfinals, which have already been set up on the women's side of the draw. We got underway early this morning around 7:05. The wind has picked up throughout the course of the day, but as you can see, a lot more swell in the water, a lot more opportunities. So it's a no-brainer for us. We're going to run as far as we can today. And of course, the quarterfinals are actually also still on hold for the women's and the men's. And we'll hear from Travis Logie later on that.
Yeah, so far I think really clever heat from Eitan. I'm really impressed, not just on the surfing, but the strategy. He's really controlled the heat kind of since the beginning. And you see him now just sticking to Gatien like glue because, of course, with 4 minutes to go, he's got the priority and he wants to make sure that Gatien doesn't get that advantage over him. As far as the quarters are concerned, I think there was a lot of talk about maybe the ladies going, but maybe after Matthias's performance, travel pull trigger on the men.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what that decision is, of course. We've got 8 heats in this round, so with that loss of heat number 6, we've only got 2 more heats to surf in this round. So we should be getting a call on that afternoon play from Tours and Competition Office, Travis Logie making that decision. So we could be on for quarterfinals later on today. 3 minutes remaining in this one. It's Osborne leading, Delahaye second. It's been a bit of a sleepy sort of last 3 quarters of this heat. That's high tide coming up around midday today, Kai. So we are close on that tide, but plenty of opportunities still on offer here for our 2 surfers in the water. Man on man, obviously making it a lot easier.
Yeah, so 11:40, pretty much on the high right now, exactly. And here we go, Eitan.
Little inside roll on this right-hander. Nice little front side carve again, similar to that first wave. We've got the score on. Gets a little tag in there for turn number 2, but that one finishes off in that deep water. 3.83, the score he's looking to drop. With 2:45 on the clock, this will leave the door slightly ajar for Gatien Delahaye. He's from Les Gauzières in Guadeloupe, representing the French flag, and here he goes. The right-hander opening up here. Looking for the section, goes to the air, pops that tail out for an air reverse, lands it, he loves it, he gives the crowd a bow, and now the judges have something to think about with 2:20 on the clock.
Et voilà. I mean, he really is a tall, lanky guy, so he did well to land that air, and if we watch the replay, we'll talk you through it. He's looking for a 4.84. I think it's going to be a very tight decision for the judges. And now 2 minutes to go, priority I think Eitan would have heard the beach, and he's going to be looking very hard for something to close the heat down with.
Yeah, we'll definitely break this one down. We have seen the air reverses attracting some decent scores. Let's have a look at this one, Kai.
So, I mean, he was going to the air from takeoff here. I mean, you see him flying down the line, throws the tail up. Not the cleanest landing, but he was presenting it to the crowd and the judges. Got a little flat through the middle here, and you see he didn't really bottom turn into that launch either. So I think he went on the hard sell, but he sold it on the judges. It comes in at a 5.17. Here goes Eitan.
Split peak situation. Osborne up and riding. Nice layback hammer for the opening turn, and just gets a little bit caught up on the oncoming whitewater section. So there was a lead change, a 5.17 from Delahaye to the judges, and that's put him into the lead. Osborne dropped into second place. He needs now a 4.17. So it wasn't a huge requirement there from Delahaye, and he really made the most of that one section on offer. Of course, we do make a lot of jokes about the surface setting the score to the judges, but these are professional judges. They don't take into account the theatrics after the turn. It's all about what happened on the wave face. But for us fans, I'm a fan of the claim.
Yeah, it's all good entertainment, and he was obviously pumped up, and that's half of it is just the surfer being so pumped on it. You know, it's not really about the sell; it's about them actually being creative. I was anxiously waiting that last score for Red. A 3.23 came in. I thought the first turn was really good, but like you say, he got caught on that bump. But I thought maybe he'd get there, but coming up well short, almost a point.
Yeah, tough situation now for Osborne. Looks like this heat is being counted down. We can hear over the loudspeakers here on the live beach announcement. He's given them the 5-second countdown, and it's going to be a come-from-behind victory for Gatian Delahaye, who was behind the 8 ball for much of that heat, and then pulled off a 5.17 for an air reverse, and that got him into the lead. And a little victory lap coming in here for Delahaye. So incredible stuff there from the man from Guadeloupe, taking out Eitan Osborne and booking himself a place in the quarterfinals. We'll take a short break out from the action here. We're also going to take a short break from competition. We're going to go on hold for a few minutes, as there has been a withdrawal from the competition from the surfer in the next heat, Michael Rodriguez. We're going to break down all that discussion and bring you some of the highlights from today. So don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break from the Ballito Pro, presented by Anil, and we'll be back with a little hold show straight after this.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down.
Meeting Jack O'Neill for the very first time, I remember going down to Santa Cruz and meeting up with him at his house, and then just kind of saying to him, you know, like, hey, sheesh, the water's really warm at the moment. And he just looked at me and said, you're welcome. And I laughed and didn't really think much of it at the moment. But then, you know, kind of when I thought back on it, it was just such a cool saying, and obviously I'll be forever grateful.
The story of Jack O'Neill is very special, being just ahead of his time and inventing the wetsuit, building that first surf shop. It's just so inspiring, and I also really like the man he was. You know, he was very adventurous, and it's just very inspirational for me.
As far as Jack O'Neill's story, he is the innovator, the perfecter, and somebody that I really think of as an icon.
How will you be celebrating Jack O'Neill Day?
Welcome back to the studio. Of course, you're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company here at sunny South Africa. It's around, well, almost 12 o'clock here in the afternoon, local time, and we're going on a slight hold with some big news that Michael Rodriguez have had to pull out of the event. He was due to surf the very next heat against Jacob Wilcox, and unfortunately has pulled out of the event due to an injury. We're going to chat about that in a minute. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the afternoon's call. Kai, it's been an inspired day competition, probably some of the best performances we've seen throughout the whole waiting period.
Yeah, some really good performances, starting with the very first heat of the morning, and the girls really attacking those nice clean conditions. I think the first wave of the day was a 683, so a good start to the morning. And then throughout, it got like a little bit wobbly sort of as the wind started changing. But of course, then once that northeast kicked in, we saw the Mateus Hurdy show, and that's really set the tone as the highest wave score and heat score of the event so far almost.
That's right. We got down to the beach here around 6:30 in the morning local time. It was nice and dark, but the call was made pretty easy this morning by Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. We got underway with the women's round 16. We had to complete those heats 3 to 8, and now we see we have all the women's quarterfinals locked in.
Yeah, so the ladies are coming up, and I'm going to stick with the girl or woman who has been really impressing me since the JQS, and that is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's been on fire throughout the last 2 weeks. We spoke with her this morning on the interview, and I was like, wow, you're one of the few surfers who's been here as long as we have on the crew. And she was like, yeah, it's been a long sort of event for her, but she's just so excited to be here competing and climbing up the rankings, because she is super hungry to get back on that championship tour.
Well, we're going to get into a few of those matchups in just a few minutes. We are going to take a moment now to hear from Travis Logie for the official update on what's happened with Michael Rodriguez.
Standing alongside Travis Logie, Tours and Competition. Travis, we've gone on hold here in the round of 16 for men's. Can you just give us a little update to our viewers to let us know why?
Yeah, unfortunately, we had an athlete pull out due to injury, Michael Rodriguez. He actually did his ankle yesterday before his heat that he ended up getting through, but he woke up today and it was really swollen, and he doesn't want to risk it with the US Open around the corner too. He's in a lot of pain, so unfortunately he pulled out. So Jacob Wilcox will have a walkthrough, and it's a bummer. We're all looking forward to that heat. It was a really stacked heat. But so we've gone on a little break now just to make sure no one misses a heat. You know, it's always a bit sketchy when you pull heats forward. So we'll stay on schedule, and then we'll get back up and running with Heat 7.
And that is the reason why. So tune in a little later. We will be getting back to live action here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you very much there. Tasha Mantasti on the sideline with Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. Always a bummer when a surfer has to pull out of an event in the middle of an event. He was actually building up a nice head of steam, some momentum here for Michael Rodriguez. Looking for his best result here at Ballito, but unfortunately probably a wise decision at the end of the day, Kai. Yeah, well, like Travis said, the US Open is literally around the corner, and an event that he has also done really well in. He's obviously on the Mayhem team as well with Matt Barlis, and he spent a lot of time in and around Huntington. So he's got a solid score if you look at keeping, you know, your top 5 out of the 8, top 6 out of the 8, sorry. And he'll be wanting to make sure that he's not going to miss another event. So probably a wise decision, a really tough decision. I know Emrod, he is a hungry competitor. He really enjoys it.
but if he's going to risk his health and maybe the rest of the season, probably a solid call.
It'll be his second ninth of the year. Of course, the top 10 from the Men's Challenger Series will find themselves with an opportunity to join the Elite Championship Tour in 2023. And incidentally, just looking ahead now at the heat draw, with that walkthrough, Jacob Wilcox will find himself in the quarterfinal number 3 up against Gatien Delahaye.
Well, I think Jacob's been on a tear a bit in this event. He's really impressed me. You know, you always think of him as West Australia and charging big barrels and crazy waves, but he's been performing outstandingly well in these small conditions, and I think he'll be pumped for the next round.
Looking forward to seeing that happen. We've had amazing week's action here. Yesterday we saw some tricky conditions and a move over to a little section of the beach called Bathers. It ended up being an inspired move from Travis Luggy. We're going to take a look at those highlights now. Yeah, well, those were the sights and sounds of yesterday's competition. Ended up being a great move, Kai, to head over to that new location and enable us to get through a chunk of heats yesterday. And now we are primed for the perfect ending to the Ballito Pro event. We've got 2 days of competition left, and we're halfway through the second last day.
Yeah, it was a good move. We saw much more contestable conditions over on the Bathers Bank. I felt a little bit hard for the last 2 girls of the day. It was really getting difficult in those 2 heats. But of course, Bronte and Zoe storming on through, so they did very well. And looking forward to seeing them in the quarters.
If you just joined us and wondering where the live surfing is, well, it's not too far away. We've gone on hold just for a few minutes. We've got the news from Tours and Competition, Travis Logan, that Michael Rodriguez has had to pull out of his upcoming heat against Jacob Wilcox. So we are just taking a few moments to let the surfers in that next heat, Federico Moraes, and, or actually not, we've got Leonardo Fioravante up against Liam O'Brien, coming up in that next heat. So we are just waiting on those guys to get ready. So we're going to take a short break in the action, and we've got a few more things to discuss when we come back.
circus.
Calm yourself down.
And he soon departed, and you know he never. Never be up, never let it fall. Have me roar like an animal. Back to the bone. Watch out, 'cause I'm in my zone.
So much to be excited about as a fan of pro surfing. Of course, the Corona Open J-Bay stop, the second last stop on the championships are coming up next week. But still a lot of work to be done here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linda for this afternoon's call. Kai, we are on a slight hold. Michael Rodriguez has been injured, so there will be a walkthrough now for Jacob Wilcox, who's going to find himself in the third quarter final up against Gatian Delahaye. So a nice walkthrough from him, which leaves us now with 2 more heats left in this round of 16 for the men's.
Yeah, and coming up next, Leonardo Fioravanti. He is been on a bit of a tear throughout the week here. Of course, he's sitting pretty on the rankings on the Challenger. And coming up against another guy who's got loads of experience, of course, was heartbroken because of injury to miss out on the CT this year, Liam O'Brien. And I've got to say, one of my picks for the event. Liam has been really surfing well.
Yeah, of course, Liam O'Brien, or Lob, as he's affectionately known amongst his mates. Unfortunately, had the heartbreaking injury just before his very first heat on the championship tour pipeline. So stoked to see Liam fit and back surfing at his best again. And a big shout out, of course, to the Burley board riders. I know everyone's up there, Burley, watching Liam O'Brien in the seat. And of course, Leonardo Fioravanti, who we've seen the passion ooze out of him in this event. He's making no bones about the fact that he's hungry and he wants to get back on that championship tour.
Yeah, ever since Heat 1, where he had a nice encounter with the young Grom from Durban, Nate Colby. But Leo's a great guy, and he's always got a big smile on his face, you know, and he's been coming here for a long time. So it's cool to see him back and happy. And then, of course, moving ahead, we look at Heat number 8. It's going to be Frederico versus Mikey. Frederico, of course, has got so much experience out here. He's been coming for a long time. On the interview yesterday with him, he was just saying he's so happy to be back in South Africa. He really loves Ballito and J-Bay. It's one of his favorite places. And he's also, of course, wanting to get back to the top. He's not that he's not happy on the Challenger, but he'd be a whole lot more happy on the CT.
He wants out. He wants to really claw his way back up those rankings again and find himself back on that championship tour. Of course, it's going to be youth versus experience in that one. Mikey McDonough, the young Australian out of Lennox Head. That beautiful right-hand point break situated south of the Gold Coast. He's been really on a roll in this event, and now he finds himself up against probably his biggest challenge of the event.
Yeah, and Frederico is a big challenge because he's got so much experience and, of course, just a real power broker when it comes to his surfing. Everyone else in these conditions will be looking towards going to the air. That's not going to be Frederico's game. He's going to be looking at manhandling some lips and putting out some spray. And on that subject, putting his board to the test. And a big shout out to Lucky, our beach marshal, for sorting Frederico out. Of course, he arrived. The airlines had destroyed every single one of his 7 boards' tails.
Yeah, it's one of the unfortunate things when you're traveling around the world with a coffin cover or 2 full of equipment, and of course those are the tools of the trade. So a few of these people, these surfers, have had to sort of wriggle on the fly here and make things happen. So we are looking for our last 2 quarterfinalists to be locked in. Quarterfinal number 1 is going to be Alejo Manuz against Keanu Asing. Quarterfinal number 2 is going to be Rio Waida against Mateus Hurdy. That's going to be a massive matchup. And then the walkthrough heat, Jacob Wilcox is going to be up against Gatian Delahaye. And then, of course, the winner of Leonardo and Liam will go up against the winner of Federico and Mikey McDonough. So some mouth-watering matchups coming up in those quarterfinals. quarterfinals.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. You've got such splits in these heats. That first heat is all experience. You've got two guys who have been battling each other for years on the QS, and you know, it's a tough one to call because both of them have been in really fine form here. You know, Alea for me, obviously with the past experience of a win here in Ballito, I think the confidence level's high, but we'll see how he goes. And then that second heat, like you said, wow, what an explosive heat. Two of the young, new generation of absolute rippers, and both are looking to get onto that championship tour full time after a couple of wildcard appearances. And of course, best friends. They literally have traveled the world together for the last 2 years.
So much more to look forward to here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And we've got those quarterfinal matchups are all but done. And we're going to be waiting on the final two heats of this round to be served. Of course, the quarterfinal losses here get an equal fifth place, Kai, and 4,745 points. Very valuable as far as that top 10 ratings cutoff is concerned. A fifth place here is going to be a counter for some of these surfers.
Yeah, it is. And that's why it's so important to them. And like we said, for Leo, Liam, and especially Federico, they're looking to get back.
All right, well, Federico is one of the world's best surfers. He's also one of the most loved surfers on tour. And we've got a little piece about Freddie here. Sit back and relax, and let's find out more about the man from Portugal, Federico Moraes.
Olá, sou Frederico Moraes e sou de Cascais. Crescer a fazer surf em Portugal é sem dúvida uma benesse, porque nós temos uma costa cheia de ondas que funcionam com qualquer vento, qualquer swell. Quando eu estou por casa, o meu dia-a-dia é super básico. Normalmente acordo super cedo, agora tenho o canoa que mora cá já há algum tempo, tem sido o meu surfing partner. Surfamos o dia todo e ao fim do dia treino no ginásio com o meu primo. E pronto, entre isso, passear a fera. Sim, é um dia super básico, mas é um dia que eu chego ao fim e estou morto, estou cansado. Mas mais importante, super realizado. Taika. A onda que eu estou à procura no tour é basicamente Jeffreys Bay. Essa é o que eu quero, é o que eu gosto. É a minha onda preferida. Foi onde eu fiz a minha primeira final. As pessoas são super simpáticas, somos super bem recebidos. Para mim, podiam ser 10 etapas em Jeffreys Bay, eu ficava contente. Aqui temos os 10, Jeffreys Bay. Em Jeffreys Bay eles davam uns cartõezinhos com o 10 e na altura o meu pai guardou 2 e trouxe. Pronto, ficam aqui bem guardadinhos. Os meus pontos fortes. Acho que a maior parte das vezes eu consigo ser muito frio a competir, consigo afastar-me da pressão e tomar boas decisões durante um hit. E pronto, e basicamente isto é a casa, temos aqui a cozinha, na cozinha tem um apontamento de giro que temos uma árvore no meio da cozinha. Eu adoro casas, adoro a decoração de interiores. São tudo mobílias muito antigas, restauradas. No 9º ano eu dizia que queria ser arquiteto. E eu acho que pronto, à medida que uma pessoa vai crescendo vai ganhando interesse por outro tipo de coisas e é um bocado como a roupa, dizem muito do que nós somos como pessoa e aquilo que nós gostamos e com a maneira de estar na vida. Fora do surf, o que é que me define? Um bocado como eu sou no surf, sou uma pessoa muito organizada, muito meticulosa, adoro estar com os meus amigos, isso para mim é o mais importante, é os meus amigos e a minha família. Eu acho que a minha família fez de mim a pessoa que eu sou hoje. Um pai que nunca se pôs em pé numa prancha de surf fez de mim um surfista de World Tour. Acho que pronto, diz tudo. Tudo é possível, vai atrás do teu sonho, mas vai atrás do teu sonho a trabalhar, dedicado, com um caminho, com um objetivo.
Well, wasn't that an incredible piece there on Federico Moraes? So great to hear a little bit more about the person that is Federico, and just hearing about some of the other interests there, Kai. Really felt like I got to know Freddie a little bit better.
Yeah, and he said he'd just like to keep coming back to J-Bay. I want to go to Portugal, and I think I'm going to have to chat to him about staying in that house. Wow, how good was that house looking?
A little swap there with Federico. Well, he'll be coming up in a couple of heats' time, of course. We did see a breakout performance from Gatihan Delahaye in that last heat over Eitan Osborne. He's on the sidelines now for his post-heat interview.
I'm here with Gatihan Delahaye, the biggest result and heat win of his life here in Ballito in the Challenger Series. Gatihan, you needed a clutch win. You were up against the ropes at the very end of that heat, pulled that wave out the bag, and you threw into the quarterfinals. Tell us how you feel and tell us about that heat.
It was a tricky heat. Conditions were super hard, and I started with the 5-point. I told myself, all right, just sit patiently, wait for a set, put it back up on the board, and then nothing really came for a while, and then I was looking at my watch, and then the clock was just going so fast, and I was like, holy shit, there's no time for anything right now. Waves were going really bad, and Ethan got a 6-point, got to first, and then I needed almost a 5, and I was like, oh my God, like in these type of conditions, a 5 is like a huge score. So I was like, all right, just settle down, breathe, just wait for one. And I kind of prayed. I fully asked the world to give me that one wave, and then that little wave popped up and turned around. I was gonna do turns on it, and then there was not much offering, and then I just told myself, just go for an air, and I just took speed, launched that air, made it, did that pretty nice claim to pretty much sell it to the judges, and it came my way. So yeah, I'm just so stoked right now.
That's fantastic. I'm so stoked for you, and it means so much to be into the quarterfinals. Do you want to say a few things in your own language, give you the opportunity?
Tout le monde à la maison, mon amour, mes parents, mes frères, mon chien et tout le monde qui sont derrière en train de me supporter. Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, plus qu'à aller jusqu'au bout. Phew.
Great stuff. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Great to hear there from Gatihan Delahaye getting a breakout performance in this Ballito Pro presented by Anil. Sorry, it's been a little bit of a wait. We've had to go on hold for a few minutes. Michael Rodriguez pulled out of the event due to an injury, so we wish him all the best. And we are going to get underway now with the last two heats of the round of 16. We're going to take a short break here from Ballito Pro. When we come back, it's going to be Gig Cilias and Tash Mentasti for the call.
Welcome to the Ballito Pro. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series event coming to you live from sunny Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. You're joining us with two more rounds to wrap up in the round of 16. It is the round before the quarterfinals. It is now a good afternoon, just after midday here in beautiful South Africa. Gig Cilias alongside Tash Mentasti for the call as we tee up the next heat out in the lineup. And we run now back on schedule. Of course, previous heat having a walkthrough for Jacob Wilcox at the expense of Michael Rodriguez. And, well, introducing your two new surfers out in the lineup. Leonardo Fioravante needs no introduction, tops the Challenger Series rankings. And watch out for the prospective talent and, well, being showcased this year. Again, Liam O'Brien out of Burleigh Heads, Australia. Tash, a hard one on paper to call this one because both surfers, we feel, have the ability to go all the way to the finish line here and take the title.
Yeah, and just showcasing what they've been doing throughout this event. They both have definitely been some of the standout surfers at the Ballito Pro 2022. The difference is that Leonardo has that, that confidence coming in as a top seed here at the Ballito Pro. But Liam O'Brien looking solid on his surfing despite that big injury.
Yeah, well, back in looking in good rhythm here is Liam O'Brien. He'll want to fetch some results from his Challenger Series stop here, the third of 8 opportunities to go to the top 10 finish come year end. Not a great 2 starts on the Gold Coast, a 73rd for Liam, a 25th in Sydney. So we feel now, well, the worst he can do is 9th. As we mentioned, this is the one more result to get to quarters. Who will it be? We'll answer that over the next 21 minutes. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. Of course, the men's round of 96 all the way back on Monday. We whittled the field down. And in about an hour, well, in just under an hour, Tash, we'll only have 8 men's surfers left in the draw. We'll have our quarterfinalists established.
Yeah, and they're all looking like big heats that are going to be coming up. But we've been saying it throughout the event period. There is no easy heat on paper gigs, and this is one of them again.
Well, more energy in the lineup. Fioravante will just launch. Scorecards already showing an earlier ride of a 5.33 just before we came to transmission. We'll try and pull back the tapes to have a look at how the 5.33 was constructed. Just a little throwaway score as Leonardo just will swan dive off. Hollow opportunity. Quite a sucky hollow wave considering it is just on the high tide right now. So signs that there is energy in the lineup.
Yeah, and just watching this replay. So one big hit, being rewarded the 5.33. And we can see just how he sets it up. I mean, there was not much time to do anything. So really quick to respond there from Fioravante and being rewarded.
Well, it'll be interesting to put Leo and Liam on a scale. It'll be interesting to know the exact kilograms or the pounds difference. Because to me, looking at the lineup, it's the kind of lineup that Liam O'Brien can absolutely hammer those lips as well. I think Leo is about 82 kilograms. I'm not sure if Liam perhaps a little more. Perhaps he's a touch taller. Either way, a 5.33 in the lineup constructed by one flip off a heavy dump section by Leonardo Fioravante will tell us a story of perhaps what we'll see for the remaining 19.5 minutes here. Of course, water safety out the back, part of the Dolphin Coast Water Patrol. And a safe area, no shark stories to tell.
No, not at all. But for me, it's about the lady as part of the Water Patrol. I mean, when have we had a woman as part of the water safety? And this is her second here at the Ballito Pro. So I'm going to give a shout out to Sam. I think it's really great to see more women around an event site. And she's definitely been playing a big part of the team over the last couple of days. And yeah, they're such a great crew, and they know the area, they know the water well, and no stranger to big swells as well, which we haven't been able to see in Ballito, but doing a great job.
Well, we haven't had massive swells this year. You think back of the history books here in Ballito, there's been times where we literally had to use skis to shuttle. Think back to 2009, 2011 particularly. And, well, that was when water safety became a permanent feature here. And of course, it is standard at all championship tour stops. And just 3 days to go now until the start of the Corona Open J-Bay. And the charts are looking very positive for surfing as early as Wednesday the 13th. Waiting period starts on Tuesday the 12th. And it's just a couple of days away. As all the focus is down here on South Africa, it is that time of year. Winter in the southern hemisphere. The swells never stop. And the swells have been building through the day here. A little bit more energy in the water for Leo Fioravante, who'll get stuck somewhere between a re-entry and a potential pivot off the lip. And perhaps even speculating to try and go to rotation. Either way, it'll become a throwaway. He'll go away unscathed. So 2 false starts now for Leo. Opened with that big turn off the lip for the 5.33, and still nothing just yet on the scorecards for Liam O'Brien, who does hold the priority. You see a distance of about 60 yards, 50, 60 yards between the Australian and the Italian. No problems. So, well, Leo can pretty much keep busy on a separate part of the bank, and perhaps that's part of it, knowing that he doesn't have the priority. Why go sit underneath the obstruction of Liam O'Brien's priority at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, if I was in the water, I wouldn't like to be sitting right next to them and not just knowing that you're going to have to let that good wave go by because of priority. So keeping nice and busy is the Italian. He needs to complete this ride it out for it to get rid of a 0.93, and he's going to make it almost onto the inside. We did see that happening in previous rounds where the surfers were trying to ride all the way onto the shore just to get that extra point in.
Now, signs of the high tide. Whitewater rolling and reforming. We haven't seen that for previous heats. So just after 12 o'clock here, 12:20 in the afternoon. It is lunchtime in South Africa. Beaches are packed out. It's warm. Temperatures around 21 degrees centigrade in the water, probably about 24, 25 with the sea breeze on the beach. Beaches are packed. It's been a great festive week. In fact, it's been more than a week. There was a lead up to this with the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior, of course, into schools and a whole festival, rock concerts in the area at night. It's just the place to be in KwaZulu-Natal, and certainly people from all around the country have been descending on us here, and it really has added much to the elevated status of the Challenger Series this year. And of course, that field of 64 women, also a very, very strong and powerful input to the week. It's really added to everything that's unfolded here. We do have a women's draw of 8 quarterfinalists ready and perhaps on standby.
Yeah, the call has just been made by Travis Logie. After this round, they're going to be moving straight into men's quarterfinals, which are on 30-minute heats, and then women's quarters and men's semis are off for the day. So that is the call.
Okay. All right. So we have a roadmap for us to work with this afternoon. We'll continue with men's surfing. So round of 16 here, heat 7 in the water, one more heat 8 to go. Coming up next, Frederico Moraes will take on Mikey McDonough. So the Australian and the Portuguese to wrap up the round, and then we'll be down to 8. And we're going to pull the trigger and go into men's quarterfinals. So an official call. Surfing continues this afternoon here from beautiful Ballito. This heat, a little bit of a slow story. 417 for that connection to the inside for Leonardo Fioravanti. He would have found the majority of the points of that 417 on the outside 2 turns. And again, he did that underneath the priority of Liam O'Brien. Nothing yet for the Australian on the scorecard. Just those white water caps just continue with the northerly wind here. I think that perhaps as the tide starts turning out, a couple of more stronger bowls as the tide drops out again. We may even see more of what we saw a little earlier with Matthias Hurdy going to the air. Could still be those opportunities in the mid-afternoon again, Tash.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know this is the air wind. We've seen it with Matthias Hurdy earlier today, finding the highest heat score or heat total so far of this event. And Leonardo Fioravanti, no stranger to getting his board above the lip.
Well, Leo comes here heading up the Challenger Series rankings. Care of his 5th on the Gold Coast, losing in that quarterfinal to Nolan Raposa, who had a great run to a 3rd place finish. We lost him early. And of course, semi-finals, Leo losing to Ryan Callan, an eventual finalist. So the Italian sits at the top and, well, trying to go one better than a 9th place. He's trying to go into the at least quarterfinals or more. And let's have a look at Liam O'Brien, strong surfing. We love everything that he puts together here. And this is going to suit him. And that's exactly what I was, when Leo's first wave unfolded and I saw the value of the 533, we thought, game on. Liam O'Brien can take this and lift the game. And, well, that was the opener. It's taken quite a few minutes to put together, nearly at the halfway mark of the heat. So well over 10 minutes to find that. 25-minute heats, and we're almost at the halfway mark, and that will be a powerful input to the scoreline for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, definitely going to help his campaign to get through to the quarterfinals. And yeah, waited a long time, Gigs. For me personally, I just feel like in these type of conditions, you don't really want to sit and wait. Just that broken up swell with this onshore wind as well, not making it easy. But let's see what the judges thought of that first score. They're going to make the comparison as always to previous heats and as well to that 533 sitting in Leonardo's scorecard. So taking a look now, sets it up nicely, Gets the first wrap off the top, just keeping his speed going, but really looking for that closeout maneuver. I don't feel it was as critical as what we saw from the 5-3-3 with Leonardo. But nice and strong.
What I love is his board is just flowing. There's constant acceleration underfoot there from Liam O'Brien. And yeah, well, perhaps that end section not slamming as hard as Leo's, but a fairly good bank off that section. So the open face turn, the end section slam, 5-8-3. And so that'll just go a notch above Leo's 5-3-3. And here is the Australian back at it. He'll disappear in the whitewash for his second roll of the dice. And just like that, we have game on. Back to action. Leo slams into that one, just side swipes it, twists through the hips and the torso as he gathers that. And Leo looking to drop the 4.17. So it's coming at us now in the heat number 7.
Yeah, and you just have so much to work with. You can see how much bump and movement there is. So despite having to focus on that big closeout section, you've still got to ride out of it. And I think that is probably more difficult than actually performing the maneuver right now.
Well, Liam O'Brien didn't get his championship tour start as he had earned, out through injury. Now working his way back to hopefully the top 10 finish come year end at this Challenger Series. But Leo Fioravanti, one of the surfers that did get the start, and well, he didn't make the mid-season cut. So lots of work here, and Leo is attacking this one, Tash.
Yeah, attacking it again, and there is the ride out that he has to complete. But you can see how he sets himself up. I mean, meaty section, and he puts everything into it. Nice and compressed to just manage to surf his way out and deem a complete ride and being awarded gigs.
Well, what I can do is tell you, Tash, that a 6.67 has just come in, and that'll set the pace for Liam O'Brien to chase a 6.18. Can the Australian find it? We'll answer the question. We'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The Comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the lineup. It is the third Challenger Series stop of 8. It is the Ballito Pro coming to you from South Africa. Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti in for the call with 8.5 minutes to go. You see the judges' scorecard open. They do owe Leonardo Fioravanti a ride. Liam O'Brien has found a 5.83 in the lineup and is chasing the 6.18. We're just waiting to see if there is an updated score. But well within the wheelhouse for Liam O'Brien. Strong surfing from both in the broken onshore conditions here.
Yeah, great surfing from both surfers. But it looks like Leo is just in more rhythm. He's really connecting with those sections and looking so casual on those big maneuvers.
Well, the numbers have updated, and this was a 5.7 that Leo found during the break.
Oh, I like the Bowley section. Look at that, making it so easy is Leonardo, and he really is an exciting surfer. You can see him slowing down his board to set up for this big section. Oh, just the whip. How easy does that look?
Oh, hucked it around, muscled with it. Didn't quite get the height that we saw from Matthias Hurdy a couple heats back. And into picture comes Liam O'Brien. We'll wind back the tape to see what he found. But Liam is chasing the 6.55, so mid-range 6. It's all very achievable, plenty of time. This is going to be game on. And of course, one of these surfers will finish equal 9th here in Ballito. The other will advance through to the quarterfinals.
So taking a look, Liam O'Brien, this is wave number 3. Also wanting to set up. Gets the first power gouge off the top. And then that's all that wave had on offer. So being just awarded the 267, it gets rid of a 093.
Well, no change to the requirements. O'Brien not holding priority, is chasing the 655. That wave just kind of ran away from him. Leo turns his nose up at this. Liam goes, oh, well, I'll have a crack at it. And does he connect to a whole new bowl? Let's see. Section to slam. And an incomplete there, but just that layback grind just squares it up as he tries to complete his 4th ride in the lineup. So his best number, his 583 to start. And while he's trying to back it up, he's got to find the 655. Plenty of time, though. Well over 6 minutes to go. And this is an exciting encounter. Of course, as we mentioned, Leonardo Fioravanti with a much more successful run through the Challenger Series events in Australia. A 5th and a 3rd means that he sits top of the rankings coming to South Africa. And well, as we mentioned, can't do worse than 9th. And if I think of Rio Waida, who's also sitting high up on the Challenger Series, Rio is already waiting in the quarterfinals. So perhaps if Leo doesn't make this, Rio Waida may end up at the top of the Challenger Series rankings come finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, very good call, Giggs. It's going to be an interesting one, and we looking for a good day tomorrow. But the focus right now is what's going on in the water. This northeasterly wind has come up quite strongly, but we're very lucky that there's more swell today.
And I think Travis has also very, very confidently made the call based on the fact that the swell continues to fill in this afternoon. So even though the tide will drop out, we have a feeling that there'll be more energy arriving. Reports are that J-Bay is around 4 to 6 feet on some of the sets. So there is movement in the ocean, albeit easterly winds all the way down the east coast today. That swell is marching into it, and it's making its way into Ballito here. And we'll continue into the quarterfinals of men's this afternoon here at the 3rd Challenger Series stop. A little bit of a paddle cat and mouse here as we go under the 5-minute mark. Priority with the heat leader, Leo Fioravanti, who's just going to keep Liam O'Brien well within striking range. 655 is a very achievable score in this lineup. And Leo's built some numbers in completely different ways. That last one went to the air for the 5.7. Prior to that, 667 for power turns in the lip. Liam's had that cutback on the face and then the end section slam. So it'll be interesting to see where Liam goes. Does he go to the air? Does he use a combo? Continually asking questions of every single swell that moves through the takeoff zone here is the Australian.
Yeah, but you can just see how Fioravanti wants to control priority right now. He's got that first priority. He knows his competitor only needs a 655. Totally capable as Liam O'Brien, but it's now about managing priority. And he lets him go on this little one. Goes to the air, gets the little rotation. We've got to compare it, though, to that really tight rotation we saw from Leonardo Fioravanti getting the 5.7. I think Liam will drop the 267, but he's not going to find the requirement he's looking for.
Well, it's more of a bold inside-out huck for Leonardo Fioravanti's air. That one a little bit lateral and flat, so we'll wait for a number, perhaps have a re-look at it. Either way, judges will work on the score for last of blue. The priority remains with Leo Fioravanti, and here he comes again. On the hunt. He's not going to let Liam get away. He let him go on that one. Yeah. Perhaps knowing that the 655 wasn't on offer on that particular wave. Of course, the Australian knows how to get results in the beach breaks. Last year at the Challenger Series, a quarterfinals at the US Open, only losing to Griffin Colapinto, and a 7th in Haleiwa. Liam O'Brien is the full package. He is going to be back at championship tour level at some status, at some stage. It's only a matter of when. Top 10 finish at the end of this year will answer that question for the Australian. And of course, Leo Fioravanti wants to get back there himself. So there's no love lost in the lineup here. 2 potential world beaters, 2 big names to follow for the years ahead in the sport. Fioravanti and O'Brien will continue to snake around the lineup here.
Yeah, you can just see Leo just looking at his watch. How much time is left? How much longer do I have to do this? But this is what it's all about. I mean, you really want to be able to manage priority. It becomes such a big factor, especially in the business end of this event. And he is going to sit on Liam O'Brien until that siren goes.
Well, the last 2 rolls of the dice for the Australian has not got the judges' attention at all. Barely over 1 point rides there. They're not buying into any of that. 1 minute 40 on the clock. And Leonardo is going to sit on Liam like glue here. The Australian looking for better results than what he found in Australia. Liam, as we mentioned, is 73rd on the Goldie, the 25th in Sydney. So the worst he can do here is 9th. And you feel at some stage, if you want to go top 10 finish at this Challenger Series level, Tash, you've got to get a win.
Yeah.
You've got to get a win, and you've got to get at least a couple of quarterfinals. 5 results will count at the end of the year. And perhaps it's going to be a 9th that Liam O'Brien goes home with. 1 minute to go. And heat leader Leonardo Fioravanti is going to sit right next to the Australian.
Oh, yeah, just shadow him the whole time and just wait for this clock to count down. We're just looking at the ocean. It doesn't look like anything's kind of coming his way right now for Liam O'Brien.
Well, movement again. Liam's just going to keep moving. Leo's going to keep shadowing. And now here's a breakout. Let's see if he can get away from him. Paddle strokes. Can Liam O'Brien get on the other side of perhaps a bowl and find a takeoff opportunity? 30 seconds to go. And Liam just having a look at everything, measuring every opportunity, sifting the lineup. And the clock is against the Australian here. No rhythm in the ocean, no prospective sets. Of course, sets do arrive in 2 or more. So you would have an opportunity if a set of waves rolled through the lineup now, but the clock is going to beat the prospect of the opportunity. And just like that, we'll wrap up the second to last heat in the round of 16. And being the stop before the quarterfinals, it's going to be a 9th place finish for the Australian, and Leonardo Fioravanti will continue his campaign here. He's on his way to the quarterfinals. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for another heavy loaded heat to wrap up the round of 16.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Good afternoon and welcome to sunny South Africa. Ballito plays host to the world's best surfers on both the men's and women's draw. And you're with us in the final heat of the round of 16. And straight into picture comes Mikey Madonna, surfer from Lennox Head, Australia, looking to get some results out of his visit to the Challenger Series stop here in Ballito. He's up against a former championship tour surfer, a surfer that didn't make the mid-season cut, Frederico Moraes. It is a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. 25-minute heats, and then we wrap up this round, and then we have established our quarterfinalists, Tash.
Yeah, and we're going to stick with the action, and they are going to move into those quarterfinals directly after this. So Saturday afternoon here in Ballito, I know the beach will be stoked, the surf fans will be stoked to know that there's more surfing going on. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat to watch Frederico Moraes and Mikey McDonough, who is not on my radar much, actually. I do apologize. But it's been interesting to see what he's capable of, and I've been enjoying his surfing, watching him through the rounds.
Well, Mikey McDonough making his way through the rounds, advancing from the round of 96 through 48 through 24, and now down to the round of 16 and one stop away from the quarterfinals. The young 20-year-old out of Lennox Head, Australia, looking to see if he can get past the arguably more experienced Frederico Moraes in the lineup. And of course, we did see Mikey McDonough get a wild card at Bells back in 2018. Can't recall. I think he may have lost to Adriana De Souza or Kelly. I can't recall. But did get a taste of it back then. And of course, has stayed on track, has worked his way through the regionals. Of course, a product of that Australian machine that keeps producing surfing talent. There's been a strong push of Australians over the last 2 or 3 years, particularly through the pandemic. A great job by guys like Andrew Stark and the crew on the ground with WSL there, having that, what was a fairly insulated Australian leg. There was so many requirements to run an event in the pandemic. And well, we knew how stringent the rules were for entry into Australia, but a great job where they managed to run it all that way. And of course, good value to the championship tour in 2021. And all of that adds to what goes on the ground in Australia. And of course, Mikey McDonough is just one of the many young Australians making the trip here. I think there was 11 or 12 Australians in the draw here in Ballito on the men's side.
Yeah, and he's just made his way through into the round of 16. Are we going to see him in the quarterfinals? I know Frederico is feeling really good and wanting to get a great result here in Ballito. And with these testing conditions, sometimes, you know, I feel like it can be luck going your way sometimes in these type of conditions. Not as clean a canvas as that what we usually work off here, especially in winter. It's very uncommon to have these northeast winds so strong, Gigs.
Well, just before 1 p.m. and the tide starting to turn over. A little bit of movement, perhaps in the current, and a little bit more definition in the sandbar will start showing over the next couple of heats. Certainly the other thing that is happening is the onshore wind is increasing in strength. We'll see how two surfers find scores. Nothing really coming out of that scorecard. The 466 top left of screen is made up of a 283 and a 183. So Mikey McDonough not unlocking anything. And well, Frederico Moraes, the tall Portuguese surfer, has not even paddled for anything that he feels is a good prospect. He has an inside bowl perhaps for Mikey. Gets to work. Let's go nicely. Two-turn combo. Squares into it. And well, with the conditions on hand, that is a fair wave to get some movement on the scorecards with. 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, great wave. I think the judges have definitely changed their scale slightly by understanding the conditions on offer, and we saw that in that previous heat. One big turn from Leo scoring like a 5.33. So this two-turn combo, nice and critical, really quick and fluid in between the two turns, and we'll see what the judges thought of that.
Well, waiting for the number. 3 waves in the scorecard for Mikey McDonough, the first 2 throwaways. We'll try and get a relook at wave number 3 for Mikey. Judges having a ponder over it. Nice slam into the end section for Mikey, so we feel that that is going to be a counting score. He may hold on to it for a fair amount of the heat.
Yeah, and let's just watch the replay now. So sets up almost like a little speed turn just to keep his speed, and you could see how quickly that section broke down in front of him. So he responded and reacted really quickly, but not as critical as what the judges were looking for. A slightly smaller wave as well. I mean, for me, for any surf fan, that was still a great wave.
Yep, swung into it, kept that center of gravity low. You saw how much angle there was in his back leg, and a 483 is what the score will be for the Australian. He has the reply now, opening right for Frederico. We'll just lever his tall frame, get his rails working. He'll go back to the drawing board. So that perhaps a throwaway score in the context of the heat for Frederico Moraes. Of course, Kikash, as he's known, the Portuguese, one of the championship tour surfers that got the start this year. And then that mid-season cut at the end of Margaret River after the 5th stop. Kikash Frederico was amongst many names. Morgan Sibilik didn't make the cut. Imai Kalani de Volt didn't make it. Connor Coffin was out. Zhao Chianca, after such a strong showing, he didn't get to advance. Zeke Lau. I mean, so many good names there. Leo in the previous heat on his way to the quarters didn't make it. Kikash didn't. Ryan Callanan didn't.
Sure.
Lucas Macinas from Peru didn't make it. David Silva and Owen Wright. I mean, it was absolutely brutal, that mid-season cut. And, well, it's brought the focus straight into the Challenger Series. And, well, Frederico Moraes campaigning here. Not great results. In fact, Frederico didn't even partake over in Australia as far as the Challenger Series. So Freddie knows that he can get results at places like Haleiwa. He can get results at home breaks like Ericeira, just up from Cascais in Portugal. Frederico's no stranger to Hossegor in France. So 5 results count, and this is the first roll of the dice for Frederico.
Yeah, and, you know, right now, not starting maybe how he planned on it. You know, almost halfway through this heat and sitting with a 183, it's kind of not what you want to happen to you. But there is time. We saw it in that previous heat, how there were more waves caught in the second half of the heat than the first half. We saw Liam O'Brien sit for like 12 minutes before he found his first score and then just couldn't back it up, unfortunately. And we have been seeing that over the last couple of days, Gigs, is, you know, you've got to get those scores on the board quickly and then start really building.
Well, here's a paddle in for Frederico. Will not come around the section. The lineup a little ragged at the moment. Perhaps it is evidence of just the tide turn starting. And here will be an opportunity for the Australian. Into picture he comes. 483 for his previous ride. That one will get unstuck. I'm seeing a couple of sets arriving, Tash. So it has been forecast that bigger waves will start rolling through the lineup. There's a big one. So perhaps this is the reason why Commissioner, well, Tours and Competition, Travis Logie has made the decision to continue into the afternoon. I'm seeing some deep water movement here, and perhaps we'll get a bit of rhythm with the remaining 15 minutes of this heat. It's been a couple of slow patches, and nothing really on the scorecards yet for Frederico, and only the 483 for Mikey Madonna. So a little bit of a tough start to the final heat of the round to wrap it up before we go to quarters.
Yeah, but you can just see how much water movement there is out there in the lineup. I mean, it looks like as much as the surface area of the ocean's going from left to right, it looks like there's water movement on the shallow sandbank from right to left, and that is with that outgoing tide creating a rip. I was watching it yesterday. That rip got relentless at one point on the very low tide, and you know, it could play into favor for some. It might create a little bit of a bowl section for some surfers if they're placed correctly. And for others, it could be to the detriment of their heat. But we're watching now, the wide angle here.
Well, Mikey, the Australian, will get to slash a big turn, and it looks like he'll hold on to that. And even then, we'll ask a question of it because that white water just rolled him out. Here goes Frederico in reply. 2 bigger waves through the lineup now. Combination turn for Freddie. And he'll get out of there, and he'll try and work his way back as quickly as possible. And, well, first meaningful score for Frederico Moraes there, Tash. 13.5 on the clock, almost at the halfway mark. And slow progress being made on the judges' scorecards for both of our surfers. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from Leonardo Fioravanti. He's into the quarterfinals here in Ballito.
Leonardo Fioravanti, another quarterfinal for you. You are number 1 on the Challenger Series. You've had a 5th and a 3rd. What's it going to take to get the win here, Ballito?
I think good surfing, solid surfing. Everybody's ripping. The level is super high. Just, you know, I want to try and keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully I can, you know, keep going.
Well, the quarterfinals have been called on for today, so you've got a quick turnaround now. You're going to be in quarterfinal number 4 up against the winner of this heat in the water, Frederico Moraes, Mikey Madonna. Your thoughts on this quick turnaround?
Yeah, I mean, amazing surfers, and it feels good. You know, sometimes when you surf a couple of heats on the same day, you get that rhythm going. Obviously, I know how the conditions are. It's quick, it's tough, but there's big ramps and big turns to be to do. And you know, finally we got some more size, so I'm happy, I'm ready, and can't wait for the quarterfinals.
All right, we'll let you go. You're on a roll. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Brad. Leonardo Fioravanti into the quarterfinals. Does he take on Federico Moraes or does he take on Mikey Madonna? We'll answer that in about 12 and a half minutes or so. And we pretty much are at the halfway mark in the heat. Scores are up to date, top left of screen. No new numbers really to talk about for the Australian. And Federico Moraes will find a 5.43 in the lineup. We'll maybe try and take a look at that. More swells approaching here for the Australian, who seems to have broken away a little bit wide of Federico, and he's going to get his opportunity under the priority to go in over a big step here. Here goes Mikey. Slash turn and lands it beautifully inside out for the landing. And Mikey Madonna straight back at. And it'll become an exchange further down the beach. Federico snap away and flex his rails. He'll combo it as well. And another quick process there, another quick exchange.
I just love Federico's surfing. It's just so solid. You know, maybe not having as much flair as some other surfers, but it really is stock standard textbook surfing, and that is where we all start, and then having to add on to it. But I enjoyed that way from Federico.
Well, we'll pull back the tapes for the replays on that. Both surfers were needing backup scores. Moraes had been sitting on a 183 as one of his counting two. Mikey Madonna a 2.83, so goodbye to the low scores for both surfers.
Yeah, and taking a look at this. So he's got this big bowly section, gets the turn off the top, and then it's that throaty closeout maneuver for me that showed commitment. And then we compare it to the Australian. So he almost has to launch himself down into this wave, throws the tail round, and that's all that wave had on offer. With the comparison, is it Federico that comes out on top? It would be to his advantage. You can just see this angle, it looks a lot more critical. When we saw the front-on view, it didn't look as difficult.
Well, that looked like the 5.43 previous for Federico Moraes. Either way, we're waiting for numbers to land. Last of blue, Mikey Madonna will come in at a 3.83, so the Australian scores are up to date. We are waiting for a number to land from the panel for the Portuguese surfer. And well, as we say that, surfing will continue under the 10-minute mark. Two-turn combo again. It's going to be the theme all afternoon here as we head towards quarterfinals. The judges looking like they're working on perhaps Federico Moraes' best number. One judge has dropped to 4.8, another's dropped to 5.8. It's a little bit of a spread of opinion for a previous ride. It's going to come in at a 5.27. Judges will now have a think about this last wave we've just seen of Federico. And we'll even try and bring you the replay of that. We've got a feeling that's there'll be a couple of flurries. We went through a slow patch in this heat, Tash. That first couple of minutes, really just the ocean in the last of the high tide lull. But certainly now a bit of rapid fire between both of our surfers. And Mikey Madonna, 4.83, one of his counting scores, and the other's a lowly 3.83. So no matter what the score to come in for red, okay, we're up to date. Those are your scores. 9 minutes to go. Moraes is in the lead, and the Australian chasers a 5.87. Well within the wheelhouse. Mikey Madonna's best score thus far, the 4.83. So now a 5.87 requirement.
Yeah, highest wave score of the heat needed right now. What does he need to do to be able to get into that good scoring range? Because that is what will help Mikey Madonna just calm down the nerves a little bit and also create more space. A pair of fives for Federico, but wanting to get into that good scoring range for Mikey.
Well, Tash, both of Federico Moraes' scores have come on the right-hand side of screen, the southern end of the beach. So it seems that every time there's priority, the surfer will go and sit down there, and the one under the second priority, exactly what's happening here. Federico Moraes has broken away. This is the part of the bank where Mikey Madonna scored the 4.83 earlier. So with 8 minutes to go, priority with the Australian. He'll sit in that corner of the beach where Federico has fetched a 5.43 and a 5.27 for the lead.
Yeah, good call, good strat. It's amazing how these guys are moving across this lineup so much, and it is due to that broken up conditions that we see from the northeast. we can see Mikey has now heard the requirement that he needs, and yeah, he's got to get rid of that 383 gigs. It's really hindering him right now, but with priority, it's a good place to be for where he's at.
Well, as we mentioned, Federico Moraes started the championship tour at the beginning of this year, didn't make the mid-season cut. Think of his years already in the championship tour jersey. Has never won a CT event. Got to finals in 2017 against Felipe Toledo at J-Bay. Made semis, made finals days a number of times at the championship tour level. And well, Federico Moraes there'd be a little bit of angst and a little bit of pain. He says he loves the big right-handers of Cochos in Portugal. He loves the right-handers of Supers, and the big right-handers suit him. So looking at the conditions on hand, Federico Moraes will be okay in the lineup here. He'll be happy to just keep grinding it out against the Australian. Lesser experience for the younger Lennox Head surfer. And right now it is starting to show on the scorecards.
Yeah, and you can just see the surfers area getting prepared. I'm really excited to see these quarterfinals run through today, gigs. I think it was a good call with that expecting swell. And it's going to make exciting surfing. Like Leo was saying, it's either big turns or big airs.
Well, Matthias Hurdy in the zone. He'll be coming up a little later this afternoon. Quarterfinal number 1 when we get there in just over 6 minutes will be Aleo Munez taking on Keanu Singh. Lots of experience out in the lineup for quarterfinal number 1. And well, didn't Matthias Hurdy just go absolutely nuts a couple of heats back for his round of 16 heat win? And well, he's part of the final 8 here in Ballito.
Yeah, and he was getting the beach really loud and enjoying his surfing and enjoying the support that Matthias was, even though South Africans, they were loving that surfing and loving what he was throwing at the crowd, and it was such an entertaining display of surfing. And he says he goes full out for every single heat. He doesn't think about anything but I've got to win this, and I go 110%, and that's what I love about Matthias Hurdy, and really keen to see how he fares out here at the Ballito Pro.
You'll see Federico Moraes just scouring the lineup. He is under that priority of the Australian, who's off to the right of screen. There is Mikey Madonna in what we feel is perhaps, when the sets roll in, the better part of the lineup. But with 5 minutes to go, the Australian chases the 5.87, and he'll just want to keep it calm. He'll be breathing into the situation, just waiting. He's got to wait. He's got to wait it out and not catch a scrap wave at this stage. He cannot give away that priority with that requirement. Of course, it's been great to have everybody from DSTV OpenView 115 and, of course, the People's Weather Channel, DSTV Channel 180. Thank you for being with us. We trust that you've enjoyed the show. The World Surf League's Challenger Series has really, hopefully, kept you entertained. You'll be joining us again tomorrow. We'll be crowning champions here in Ballito. But for now, we say goodbye to OpenView 115 and goodbye to Channel 180. And of course, for those of you with us via the WSL, we continue the action. Federico Moraes. Oh, giant snap to release there. You saw how much water he let go in that turn. It also all rained back on him in that northeast, just sweeping across the lineup. The wind has just picked up another notch or two. And so this ocean is starting to move a little more dramatically every heat now. Here is Federico straight back at it. Opportunities, they'll keep knocking on the door. We'll see the wave counts go quite high again. Already a 9th wave in the lineup for the Portuguese surfer. But he is the heat leader. And reminders again, the Australian fans will be sitting at the edge of their seats on a Saturday evening, trusting in Lennox Head that Mike Madonna is going to get a 5.87 in the lineup. It is possible. He's held on to the priority for a while. And, well, you see the distance between the two surfers in the lineup, Tash. Federico's just going to steer well clear. And that's what the Australian had to do when he was under the priority around the halfway mark in the heat.
Yeah, it's done a full flip, actually, just witnessing what started in the first half and now what's going on now. But Mikey's been sitting for a while. He really has. I think it was at the 7-minute mark he got back that priority and he moved to the right-hand side of our screen. And he's just been sitting. His last score, 3.83, and he really needs to get rid of that and replace it with something strong. 5.87 is what he requires. I would say he needs to get into that good scoring range. Anything from a 6 and over is going to cement that advancement to quarters. And here he
is the opportunity for the Australian. Sets the rails. Good calf to start. Section approaches. Squares it up and holds onto it. Puts a little bit of drama into the landing as well, and he'll just pull through the back, and he may be speculating, let's just quickly get back to the lineup. A check of the watch to see 2 minutes 15 and now on the clock. And well, let's see where that number goes. We had a similar wave earlier for a 4.83, Tash. So does he find the requirement of a 5.87? Is it going to be just a decimal short? Does he drop his own requirements?
Yeah, so he sets up nicely, gets that first turn. There's a bit of power off that first top turn, and then really slams into that closeout section. Nice lip line floater to end things off. But solid on his board, so there's lots of control. Gets the wrap, doesn't dig as much rail as you'd like to get him powering through. But that final maneuver is going to be what counts here for Mikey.
High risk there. 90 seconds to go. Judges haven't dropped a score. It was certainly better than his earlier one of the 4.83. And it's enough. It's a 6.83. The heat will go upside down with under 90 seconds. Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head now out in front in the final heat of the round of 16. This is one stop before the quarterfinals, and he's turned the heat over on the more experienced Frederico Moraes. So it's game on, 1 minute 10, and Can Kikash from Cascais in Portugal. You'll see there, Mikey is questioning the priority. Did Frederico Moraes paddle for that wave or not? Mikey Madonna's happy to ask the question of the priority judge. Or was it just a little look over the ledge for the tall 6'1" Portuguese surfer? Inside the last minute. Tash, you're on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, and you know, we called it. We did say it could flip so quickly. Those judges put that 6.83 score on very quickly. There was no thinking about it.
Well, they needed to serve a situation to the heat, and it's a 6.24 requirement for Frederico. He holds the priority. Is the Ocean going to serve up something? They're in that better part of the bank. We saw Frederico sketch out a 5.43 and a 5.27 at this exact takeoff spot. It is over to the southern end, and he is keeping a beady eye on it, and he's paddling. There is an opportunity here. It will be a switch of direction. And a leg rope hook by Mikey Madonna. Contact sport. Oh my gosh, that is a moment right there. We haven't seen that in quite a while. And another look towards the beach. Both surfers right up each other's grill. And this is what it's about, folks. Drama in the lineup. Wow.
So what do you call that, Giggs?
I don't know what you call that.
You know, I've actually just haven't seen something so close like that. I don't think it was intentional, quite honestly. I just think it was where they were at with a few dying seconds of the heat, and also the messed up and disruption of the surface area of the ocean. So it really is going to be interesting to see what that call has made.
Oh, wow. Well, those surfers will head to the beach. There are question marks hanging over this. We'll call in Brad Bricknell and Kai Linder to answer it, because we'll be transitioning to the quarterfinals here in Ballito.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Well, welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We've got high drama here this afternoon as we've just finished the round of 16 in the men's, and the stage is now set for a big afternoon of quarterfinal action. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, Mikey McDonough in that last heat was pretty much on his way to the quarterfinals, but there was a bit of a tangle at the end of that hit, and looks like a priority interference has been called on Mikey McDonough inside the last few seconds, and Marias goes through. We're taking a look. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, well, Freddie had the priority, so he was going to go for this wave all day. He starts looking at the left. Mikey just pulls right up next to him, and his leash catches Federico. So, I don't think it was intentional, but unfortunately, if you're going to play the game and get that close to your competitor on a tight priority at the back end of a heat, you take the risk, and Federico was impeded.
That was an incredibly tense affair. Mikey McDonough was on his way to quite possibly his most inspirational result here at the Challenger Series, looking to book himself a place in that quarterfinal. And inside those last few seconds, the experience of Federico Marias holding strong, and he gets the nod, and that heat just got flipped on its head.
Brutal. That's the only word for it, is brutal, because he had done all the hard work, biggest result of his career, and then his leash threw him under the bus basically. But like I said, unfortunately, if you're going to get that close to your competitor in a clutch sort of moment like that, you've got no one else to blame except yourself.
Well, I feel like he did everything right at that point in time as we now review what that quarterfinal bracket looks like. We have just got underway with quarterfinal number 1 between Elijah Muniz and Keanu Singh, but looking like quarter number 2 is going to be a tasty one in this round as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that, but here we go, quarterfinal action.
Keanu Singh live action, big up and over that first section. Nice little tag to get out onto the open face, and in and out there for Keanu Singh. I feel like we've got a little bit more to talk about that heat between Federico Marias and Mikey McDonough going down in controversial fashion. And only controversial because there's always going to be two sides to the story, and the rules are clear around that priority interference. I think just looking back at it, Kai, Mikey had to come back from behind in the heat. Federico was winning the heat. He got the score right in the last few minutes, and then had to hold on to that first place while Federico had priority. And he did want to sit on him to make sure he applied some sort of pressure, just in case Kikas could be fooled into making a mistake, but it ended up working the other way.
Yeah, unfortunately, the leash had the last say there. And I mean, Freddie, that's not how he wants to win a heat. Make no mistake, he'll take it. But it's not really how he wants to win. And yeah, I'm gutted for Mikey. He had pulled off the sensational coming from behind victory, David versus Goliath, the underdog, that whole story, and then giving us some drama right at the end there. But that's professional surfing. That's the Challenger Series, and makes for good viewing. You can't script this.
Well, it's going to be quarterfinal number 4, what you would have seen on that bracket just before. Leonardo Fioravante, the current number 1 ranked surfer on the Challenger Series. He will now take on Federico Marias in quarterfinal number 4. That will take place today. So we are effectively down to our last 4 heats of the day here on Super Saturday at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. We are watching live pictures now of Keanu Singh opening up his second wave of this heat. Nice 2-turn combination. He's been steady on his feet all week long, being one of the standout, consistent performers, Kai Linder.
Yeah, Keanu's been on a tear, and he's just in a really good headspace. When you interview him, he's literally just frothing over with enthusiasm, and he just really wants to get a result, and he's really working towards getting that wild card for the US Open. He was pretty outspoken in his last interview I did with him that he feels, with this result, as well as winning the QS 1000 in Huntington earlier this year, he really feels like he should be given that opportunity. And kind of what I really have always liked about Keanu, not scared to speak his mind at all.
Yep, he's one of the most likable surfers on the tour. And of course, he's up against a man with a lot of experience in Elijah Muniz. Championship Tour experience from 2011 through to 2015. And then he's had a bunch of wildcards in the years preceding that. And scores locking in now for a Singh, 4.10 his last, a 3.83 his opener. Let's talk through some replays here, Kai.
Yeah, getting busy early, and I like it. Lovely little power wrap, and just goes straight up and over into the lip. This has been Keanu's game from day one. Just watch the bottom turn. I keep repeating on this, but that is really the basis of good surfing, and Keanu has got it on lockdown. Just sets himself up so well, and also gets those transitions nice and smooth off the bottom. So I'm glad to see his coaching, because that's some rock-solid bottom turners that you need to spread the love on.
Love the low center of gravity and power that he generates through those legs. Here goes Alejo now, also a square bottom turn. Nice vertical hit off the lip there. It's got an oncoming section, but it's a little bit of an awkward one. So he decides to get out before any damage is done. Wave number 1 now locked in for Alejo Muniz. We've moved back to 30-minute quarterfinals on the outside. Here goes Keanu. Tricky little section to deal with. He's done well to come across the open face here. Quick little stab to try to get onto this open face, but just digs that inside rail. Forcing the issue there, just trying to get past that section, Kai.
Yeah, and he's keeping very busy, and we've gone back to 30-minute heats. I think we're going to see a lot of waves ridden in this one. Keanu looking like he's just going to go for anything. It looks like it's even remotely got scoring potential. And, you know, you look at heats every time on these man-on-man situations, there's always someone you're going to think, in these conditions, he's got the upper hand. This heat, I literally cannot call. Both of these guys are deadly in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, definitely looking like a 50-50 split on paper. We'll see how this transpires over the next 25 minutes or so. So word in that we are now going to be completing the men's quarterfinals today. We're not going to be going into the women's, so quarterfinal number 4 will be the last heat of the day here. We're coming up around 1:15 here in the afternoon, local time, Saturday afternoon, school holidays at Ballito Bay. And it's gearing up nicely now for the showdown tomorrow. After this day's competition, we'll only have 3 heats left in the men, the 2 semi-finals and the final, and then the 4 women's quarters, semis and finals to complete. Here goes live action. This is Keanu Singh on the outside. Nice snap to get things going. He's favouring these little right-handers. We know he's deadly on his backhand as well, but it seems like as the tide is drained out this afternoon, those right-handers are still the pick for the surfers in the water.
Yeah, I think, you know, the lefts look a little bit bumpy going the other way with the wind. And what's happening right now with the tide starting to drop out is we're seeing a lot of run-ins on those waves. So you see the guys taking off on the double up, and then it actually hits the bank and the wave stands up. And I mean, the last heat seeing some really chunky ones as well. The swell is definitely kicking as well. And, you know, we look at this heat, I think both these guys can go to the air. Maybe Alejo a little bit more prolifically, but I think both of them looking like they're going to stay to the rail. Of course, the next heat, expecting one thing, and that's rocket launches, because those two both go to the air.
I think we should see fireworks coming up in quarterfinal number 2 between Rio Waida and Matthias Hurdy. Certainly if the last few hits are anything to go by, we're in for an absolute treat coming up next. But let's focus on the scores in the water right now. Alejo Muniz a 3.17 on his opening wave, so pretty close on that opening exchange. 3.17 plays up against the 3.83 of Keanu Singh. But Keanu is the man with a second scoring wave in the bag so far, 4.10. So early days in these extended 30-minute heats, 5 minutes extra, Kai. It seems like a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, it can make a big difference.
Yeah, it'll feel like a lot longer heat, especially with 2 guys in the water, not 4. Let's watch this paddle.
Priority with Muniz. He opts to go on the right-hander. Keanu on the left. That's a huge front-side carving slash there from Alejo Muniz. Back foot power on display from the Brazilian. And wow, that was an absolute hammer that he threw down. And we'll see what happened with Keanu on the left. But how much spray got kicked up with that one, Kai?
Yeah, and it's crazy with this one because that spray just gets blown straight back into them as well. They almost need goggles for this one. But Alejo just showing that he is definitely able to do the power surfing, and coming up against Keanu, he's going to go toe-to-toe in that department. And I'm a big fan of his surfing. I have been for years. Always just got that little bit of X factor, even if it's just coming to the turn.
Lightning quick surfer across the face as well, but we've seen on that occasion absolutely able to throw down the hammer with a lot of power.
Yeah, just watch how hard he leans into that and holds the rail just for that little bit of time before really hammering into the release. And it's just beautiful surfing to watch, and reminiscent of some of the big old power brokers back in the day like Matt Hoy.
Yeah, remind me of a little bit shade of Sonny Garcia in there as well, that little laid-back hack. So let's have a look at the score. It's going to be a good one, a 5.67 for Last of Muniz. So now he jumps into the lead. Keanu obviously in second, the two-man heats. With his priority, he's got to find a way that's going to offer up something around that 4.75 mark. So nice to see this heat seesaw. We do like to see contests as pro surfing fans. We don't like to see these lopsided, one-sided affairs. And we've seen a lot of these heats come down to the wire, to use a terrible cliche, but there have been some exciting finishes. Kai.
Oh, those old cliches, eh? Well, let's watch this live action first.
Off the bottom for Keanu Singh, another little top turn as he tries to just maintain his feet on that second bottom turn. A little stumble, but he recovers nicely for a completion. That's wave number 6 in the bag for Keanu. The 4.75 is the requirement, so a little bubble in the middle of that one, Kai.
Yeah, not a clean one, and I mean, doing really well to survive that bauble, but yeah, I don't think it'll be a keeper for him. And I think interestingly here, 5.67 for Alejo on one turn as we see him taking off.
There goes the roll in from Alejo. Nice little front side carve to get things going. He's got some pace and time here to get in the second turn. Nice close out Rio against that oncoming whitewater section. 20 minutes remaining. We're going to stand by for those scores. The last heat of round number 16 ended up in some very tense situation. Federico Moraes went from second to first after a priority interference call. We're going to hear from Federico now on the sideline with Mike Frew.
I'm here with Federico Moraes, winner of the last heat in the last round. You are through to the quarterfinal stage of competition. It wasn't an easy heat. You waited for almost 15 minutes for your first wave. You held that priority down. You then got in the lead. Then Mikey McDonough got in the lead. And then Federico, big drama to end the heat. Talk us through that got you through.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough one. Mikey's a great surfer. The waves are really, really tricky out there. It's really hard to find the good ones. And yeah, at the end, I had priority. I was needing a score. And Mikey just got in my way. So there was a pedal interference. That's about it.
We'll see you in about an hour and a half's time in the quarterfinals. Good luck for the rest of this afternoon, and I hope to see you in the event tomorrow. Yeah. Cheers. Okay, back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike Frew. Just getting the insights there from Federico Moraes and Kai Linda. He, not saying he played it down, but he kept it really simple. Mikey got in his way, and you can't do that when you the other surfers got priority.
Well, you know, we all got very excited because it's drama, but for the surfers, it is that simple. Mikey got in his way. He cost him an opportunity to get the score on the death, and he was penalised accordingly. Those are the rules, so you've got to play by him. And, you know, Freddie is a consummate professional. I don't think he would ever talk badly about anyone, so he was never going to go into any kind of drama there, and he just wants to now focus on his quarterfinal.
Live action now, Keanu Singh looking for that score to get him back in the lead here. Big rotation from Singh, and look at that landing. You called it. You said he can go to the air, and wow, what a time to pull it out. And just look at that passion being thrown out there by Keanu Singh, and I love that claim as well. Kai Linda, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'll just give him a little polite clap back. That was really nice. Got the big pop. Clean aerial, landed super smooth, and that's exactly what the judges are looking for.
You've got a lot of pop out there, a lot of height. We'll check out that amplitude on the replay. Really, my first impressions of his tail got really high out of the water there, and then the landing was absolutely greased. Super smooth transition onto that whitewater section and rode out cleanly. And if I was a judge, I'd give him a few extra points for one of the funniest claims of the day. But I'm not a judge, so let's just make that point clear.
He is a little cheeky, isn't he? But I love it. The thing is, just watch this. He takes off. This angle is great. And he's eyeing that section, and wow, he really did get tail high. Maybe not quite as big as Mateus's big air earlier, but I love how he just perfectly timed that launch and landing in the flats as well. So the judges will reward that as well, a little bit more of a critical element. So he liked it, and let's see what the judges think.
You even got a little grab in there halfway through that air. So beautiful execution of the air reverse there by Keanu Singh for a 7.33. So that is going to leapfrog him back into the lead. And the seesaw battle continues between Keanu Singh and Alejo Muniz. What an entertaining hit we got on our hands. 16.5 to go. Muniz now requiring a 5.77. So, as if on cue, you spoke about Keanu's ability. You spoke about his speed and power and flow, but he really has got the whole bag of tricks.
Yeah, and I've seen him do a couple of clutch airs over the years. So, he can pull them out when he needs them. It's not generally his go-to. He likes to normally rely on good power surfing and connecting the dots for the scores. But I think in these conditions, he's gone, well, I've got a tough ask here. Leo, not an easy guy to come up against in these kind of conditions. So maybe it is time. And also when he took off on that wave, it really was just asking for the punt.
It was the perfect section for it, wasn't it? All right, so coming down to just over halfway mark in this 30-minute first quarter final. It's going to be Alejo with priority, just holding Keanu off this right-hand bowl. There's the back foot hammer again from Alejo. Can he back it up now with some rail work on the face? He does so. Almost gets swallowed there by the whitewater monster and doesn't quite ride out cleanly on that one. But love that raw power game from Muniz.
Yeah, and I think he got the turn there, really. It was on the way out and then he went down the steps. So the judges can be pretty harsh sometimes. They'll have to make that call. But for me there, he made 2 turns. I would certainly give it to him. And I'm just loving those big turns. Like, so good to watch. And we know he got a 5.67 for that one turner. So he might up the ante here a little bit. He only needs a 5.77.
Yeah, requirement sitting in that mid-range. So we'll take a look at this one again. And, just a lot of water displaced there from Muniz. So he's known as one of the fastest surfers on tour, but now he's showing us his rail game. Let's have a look at this one, Kai.
Yeah, and you can see even Keanu wanted this one because it had this big bowl on it, and wow, just hacks it off the top. Waited for this turn, got into it, and then went down. So, I don't know. I think he got out of the turn pretty cleanly there. He did wipe out on the drop. Look at this turn, though. Just bam, lays it down. Beautiful style from this guy, and then hooks this one, and he was riding out over the whitewater there, and then it just kind of bottomed out over him. So I don't know, I give it to him. The judges maybe didn't. 4.63.
4.63 for last of Muniz. Now we're paying attention to Keanu, a senior heat leader, up and over that inside section, navigated that closeout part very well, looking to drop a 4.10. So Keanu, despite that 7.33, has a pretty average score, the 4.10, in his top 2. So he's asking the question of the judges there. Does that replace that low score for him? And I think the judges deeming that second turn probably incomplete, and maybe all of that 4.63 or most of it in that first turn from Muniz.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing in the last couple of waves is there's a lot of sand in that whitewater, and that means that the tide is really starting to drop out now, and that bank's getting a little bit more exposed. In the last few days with the small cell, we've seen not much happening on this bank, and I said, it seems to be preferring a bit more punch and a bit more power in the ocean, and I think Willards is coming to the party now, and looking forward till tomorrow with the conditions that we've got on the forecast. I'm pretty excited. I think this bank could just go full Richter for us.
Yeah, absolutely right. With 13 minutes to go, we're going to have a replay here of this roll-in from Muniz.
Well, lovely bottom turn, whips the tail out. So we hadn't seen this wave yet, and then blasts a second, and he is pumped up, and rightly so. That was very aggressive surfing. Look at that beautiful bottom turn, just jabs the fins out. We actually saw the fins clearly off the turn, and then goes even bigger on the second turn. All 3 fins out the back of the wave there, Brad.
Incredible surfing there from the Brazilian for a 7.43. And behind him, Keanu Singh rolled in. He might have heard that score. He's in second place now.
Yeah, big carve to start things off. And then we did catch the closeout maneuver. Not going to be much on the cutback back into the whitewater. A bit of a flat section. And this was a heaving section, though. Didn't quite connect the turn, but he did really, really well to ride out of it. I think even he surprised himself there.
Yeah, that would have felt nice from Keanu Singh's perspective. It's a 4.77 for last of Blues ride. So Alejo Muniz just found an absolute bomb on the way back out. And with 12 minutes remaining, he finds himself back in the lead. So this battle continues. Love seeing the lead changing hands so many times. Singh in second place now needs a 5.78. So similar requirement, but now Muniz definitely got the advantage in terms of that highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, and Alejo, for me, is like one of those surfers, when he starts building up his confidence, he gets really dangerous.
Strong paddle here from Keanu. utilising that second priority on the inside, goes for the big hit off that oncoming section. Not going to convert that one into a counting score. But looking for that number under priority as well with 11:20 to go.
How heavy was that section?
Hit it like a hammer on a brick.
Yeah, it's getting heavy on that bank, and the crazy thing is as you move into the rest of the quarters, it's just going to get heavier as well. That bank is going to start drawing out. We're going to see some big wipeouts, and we're going to see a couple of guys go down on the sand.
Let's look ahead to those quarterfinals now. Quarterfinal number 2 coming up next. Rio Waida up against Matthias Hurdy. Quarter number 3, Gatien Delahaye surfs against Jacob Wilcox. Jacob got the walkthrough, as of course Michael Rodriguez has pulled out of the event today injured, so unable to compete in his round of 16 heat. So it will be Wilcox up against Delahaye in quarterfinal number 3, and then the big one at the end, quarter number 4, to end the day's competition. Leonardo Fioravante up against Federico Moraes.
Well, and they two old battlers, those two, they've been surfing against each other for a while, and good friends as well, I know. So it'll be an interesting heat. But yeah, I think the pick of the round for everyone's going to be that next quarterfinal, the two best friends up against each other. And it's interesting, you look at Rio, number 2 seed, Matthias 31, but that's not really the case if we look at what's been happening today. I think most people are going to be thinking Matthias has got the edge there at the moment.
Yeah, and really interesting point you raised there with 10 minutes remaining. Number 1 and 2 are still in the draw out of that top 10, but there's a whole bunch of new faces that are left in the event. I don't see, glancing across the bracket here, that there are any of those original top 10s coming into this event still in the draw here. So we are going to see a shake-up in those rankings after the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And, well, that's why we love pro surfing. It's lots of storylines that follow us around the world. And it's absolutely a pleasure bringing this event number 3 to you live from Willard Beach, Ballito Bay. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. It's Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for this afternoon's call. We've got 3 more cracking heats, the quarterfinals of the men's coming up after this. 9 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 1. It is the Brazilian over the Hawaiian at this point in time, with Keanu Ising looking for a 5.78. And it's so great to see a reinvigorated Keanu here with us in South Africa.
Yeah, he's definitely found his gees, as they say in South Africa. He's found his spirit, and good to see. Yeah, he had a bit of a downer, I think, when he fell off the tour. He wasn't expecting, he had an atrocious year, and it was interesting. I chatted to him last time he was out in South Africa on his year back, trying to get back, and then obviously COVID hit. So he's obviously taken the time off and really done some good work behind the scenes. I think the coaching aspect, with signing with Billabong, they primarily signed him to come on board and start working with the younger Billabong team members in the US and Hawaii, but it seems to have really rejuvenated him, and he's surfing like a Grom again, which is what we all want.
Here goes the Grom from Ewa Beach on Oahu, Hawaii. Just a quick in and out there for Keanu Ising. He subscribes to the heart over height theory, and a lot of people can get behind him. He's a diminutive man in stature, but got one of the biggest hearts you'll find in pro surfing. He's an excellent human. He's a great dad, and now he's finding himself in the quarterfinals. And speaking of Keanu, here he goes again. Inside section, just staying hungry under priority, and with 7:45, it's probably not a bad strategy, Kai.
No, and he's been doing it from the first minute of the heat, already on a 11 wave total. So Leo's been a little bit more sort of circumspect about his wave choice, and outside of the air, coming at the 7.33 for Keanu, only a 4.77, whereas Leo's got that 7.43, which was for turns, so he picked a really good running wave to execute those 2 turns. So I think wave choice-wise, maybe Alejo's strategy working a little better right now, but there's no point in changing your strategy right now for Keanu. He's in second priority, he's got nothing to lose, 7 minutes on the clock.
It is interesting to look at the score lines here. The requirement for Keanu Ising a 5.78, and the lowest score held by Muniz is a 5.67. So both surfers have pretty much got the same job to do, to replace a 5.67 or 5.78. And we know, Kai, that it takes a certain kind of wave to get a score up in that range today, in that 6-point range. We'll hold that thought for a second. Keanu's found his first left-hander of the heat. Beautiful big spray on that backhand turn. If he can finish this one, it's going to be a big score for the Hawaiian. He holds on too. He likes the feel of that one as well. So let's see if this can be enough now. Keanu, an inspired change of direction to go left.
Well, I'm going to start calling him Keanu the Entertainer.
This whole afternoon's been entertaining. We've seen some incredible finishes, and Keanu Singh is definitely following the script here for us this afternoon, Kai.
Yeah, no, he's putting on a show, and he's pumped, and he just wants to do well. That competitive fire is burning strong in the little Hawaiian, and like you said, he's got big heart, and he always wears it on his sleeve, so it's very hard for him to contain himself. And he did well to get into this one under priority as well. So Aleo had a look. And just look at that last turn. Beautiful rail work. And he had a little bit of a bump to negotiate on that second one too. So he did really well. Like the first turn too. Again, that big, deep bottom turn. Whips it off the top. Comes straight back down. And whammo. Just gets that really nice rail turn in.
Beautiful square bottom turns on both those occasions there for Keanu. So we'll be waiting for wave number 12, can you believe it, to be locked in for Keanu Singh. A 5.78 the requirement. Early indications coming through from our judges are very, very positive for Keanu, and there's a good chance we're going to see a lead change once again on the 5-minute mark. There it is, a 6.07. So Singh now in the lead. And Muniz now back in second. This lead changing times at least 4 or 5 times during the heat, and now it's a 5.97 requirement for Alejo Muniz.
Yeah, it's a good old seesaw, this one. I think the lead's changed like 4 or 5 times now in this heat, so keeping everyone on their toes. And Alejo, he'll respond, I guarantee it. He's got just under 5 minutes to go. He's going to look for a nice big right ball, and he's going to go to town on that rail again. Remembering, Alejo can go to the air as well. He's certainly no slouch in that department. Maybe not what he's best known for, but I've seen him do some big clutch airs in the past.
Well, this is a classic middleweight bout going on. Toe-to-toe, head-to-head, here goes Muniz. There's the power jam that you spoke about, Kai Linda, and the big closeout turn, that wave detonating all around him. And unfortunately for Muniz, that's going to be an incomplete ride. So now the advantage, and he's got a broken board, looks like a big crease. So high drama here with 4 minutes to go. That wave, you said it, Kai, you said there are going to be some big wipeouts because that sandbar is now starting to expose itself. Some heavy sections there, and he's going to try get in and change this board with under 4 minutes to go. Let's see what happened.
Well, he just glided into this so easy, and you see how the wave just pops up on the bank. Lovely big power hack. Absolutely mowed that thing. Got in a little bit late, especially considering how heavy that section was. And you actually see the board just shoot straight back up. And of course, these contest boards are very light glassing, probably like a single 4. So not really going to handle a big old lip like that on a shallow bank.
Great vision here of the board exchange. It looks like a big crease just above the fins there for Muniz's board. So not a complete break, but done way too much damage for him to be able to continue riding this. So here we go. 3 minutes and 14 seconds remaining. Alejo Muniz has got a beach dart to get back out to the back again and try and find a 5.97. Bearing in mind he doesn't have priority as well. And now he's got a new board under his feet, Kai. This is going to end, well, as expected. This has been a firework heat, and it's continuing now into the last 3 minutes.
World's toughest heat, 3-minute heat with a beach start.
Only one way of counting, a 5.97 required. So this is what he trains for. This is what the surfers do. They do a lot of these drills in their off-season, in between events, doing those timed mock heats where they say to each other, there's a requirement for them, and this is what these guys train for. So let's see if an opportunity presents itself for Alejo Muniz. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Singh leads. One of the most entertaining hits of the day. High action here for quarterfinal number 1.
And just to make it a little bit more tricky, Keanu not catching a wave while he was out of the water, keeping the priority. And
clever
now,
move.
Yeah, very clever move. And he was just like, I'll just wait for you, bro.
Wait for him to paddle out and then go sit right next to him with 2 minutes to go. Let's see how this unfolds. Surfers from the next heat are starting to paddle out as well. So you saw 2 surfers in red there. That's Rio Waida making his way out for quarterfinal number 2 up against a good friend Matthias Hurdy. So that will be brought to you next. But let's pay attention to this heat in the water. 1 minute 45 remaining. Keanu Singh leads. He's had the lead 3 or 4 times throughout the heat, but he's lost it because Alejo Muniz has put on an inspired performance, who's taken that lead back a few times. But as the clock winds down now, Muniz is the man under pressure. 5.97, 90 seconds on the clock, Kai.
Wow, took a bit of pressure cooker, and wow, look at that crease. That was a proper one. And I don't think that is going to be the last one we see in the next 3 heats, because the boys are going to be going large.
Yeah, I think that's right. At that big closeout section, you can see the board just buckling under the impact of that landing and the lip cascading down on it. And obviously his feet on there as well, just causing that little mini break above the fin. So Muniz now, time is running out for him. He did amazingly well to get back out to the outside to give himself an opportunity for one more chance. But now 45 seconds on the clock. Singh is just going to be trailing him. This could be a semi-final berth for Keanu Singh, an equal third minimum if he gets through into this next round. It will be an equal fifth for Muniz if this heat ends like it is, but I've got a feeling we're going to see one more opportunity here. It looks like Singh is going to use a priority to hold him off. Inside section. Big up and over for Keanu. Another section, but just gets tangled up and digs that inside rail. A 15-second window opens up for Muniz.
Wow. And Keanu was going for it on that one. He really smashed the first turn. And then again, you see that little inside double up on the bank, just absolutely mowed him. So I see the frustration out the back. That is pretty much the resignation. You see the water slap from Keanu. Mr. Enthusiasm is going to the semi-finals.
Yeah, incredible result there for Keanu. And what an entertaining heat. Thank you very much, Alejo Muniz from Brazil. You kept us on the edge of our seat. And, well, pro surfing is alive and well here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We're going to catch our breath after that entertaining heat when we come back. It's going to be quarterfinal number 2. Thanks for watching. We'll see you right after this.
Calm yourself down.
Welcome to your Saturday afternoon. We've got your entertainment all sorted out for you. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. An amazing display of pro surfing in that first quarterfinal. Congratulations to Keanu Singh for booking himself a place in the semi-finals. And now we prepare for this big matchup between great mates, great competitors, and great aerial components. Rio Waida up against Matthias Hurdy.
Yeah, stoked for Keanu, and get ready for a verbose interview coming to you shortly. He's going to be super pumped when he comes out the water. And bit of a slow start to this one. Rio, 2 small scores, Matthias as well. So both looking to get out the gates early while we were away on the outbreak. But we were expecting big things from this quarterfinal, especially after what we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, these two youngsters are really charging their way through the draw this whole week long. They've been the standouts in every hit they surfed. Of course, Rio Waida put the hopes of South Africa on hold in this event, knocking out the last remaining South African in the last heat, Luke Thompson, who put on such an amazing account of himself throughout the whole event. And then, of course, Matthias Hurdy, he's had a taste of the championship tour in the form of a couple of wildcards this year, and he's a former WSL World Junior champ, and both these surfers, teammates on land, but they really both want this slot on the championship tour.
Yeah, Rio's going to be looking to knock out his second best friend for the day, and he won't be holding back. This kid really wants to make the championship tour. He wants to be the first Indonesian surfer on the world tour. And, you know, it's for him, it means a lot, because it's not just, you know, his pride, it's the pride of a whole nation.
Yeah, absolutely right. We saw Matthias Hurdy locking in the highest heat score of the day in that round of 16 in the men's to book himself a place here in the quarterfinals. He took out Timothy Bisu in that process, and he's ready to unleash here on the quarterfinals. Of course, a big slot up for grabs here. This will be a counting result for both these surfers. Incidentally, though, it is Rio Waida who has already got a really strong position on this Challenger Series. He's ranked number 2 in the world coming into the Ballito Pro. He's got one win under his belt. He won that down in Manly just a few short months ago, so in a really commanding position. And of course, Leonardo Fioravante, who's currently number 1, also still in the quarterfinals in that fourth quarter, coming up against Federico Moraes.
Yeah, big heats coming your way. Of course, Jacob Wilcox, not sure if it was an advantage or not, but he had a heat off, so maybe he's feeling a little bit fresher. But in these conditions, and looking how Alejo was really attacking the turns, pretty excited to see what Jacob Wilcox has got on his backhand for us.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the man from Margaret River, W8, coming up next in quarterfinal number 3 up against Gatien Delahaye. So another juicy matchup. 2 more heats remaining after this one for the day's competition. And then we are geared up for a big finals day here on Sunday. We've got 3 heats to go for the men's. It'll be the 2 semis and the final to run tomorrow, and then the women's quarterfinals, semis and finals as well. So looking like a half-day action tomorrow. We've tuned into 30-minute heats this afternoon, Kai. Extra 5 minutes, 24 and a half or thereabouts to go. No scores of consequence on the board just yet.
Yeah, the guys have kind of wasted that extra 5 minutes because it's gone and there's no scores on the board. But maybe just a little bit of lull in the ocean as well. Though that last heat didn't feel like there were any lulls. It was just toe-to-toe, wave for wave. I mean, Keanu going, I think, almost like 12, 13 waves. So let's hope things pick up. Here we go.
Here we go. There goes Matthias Hurdy from Brazil. Just an in and out for him. Just finding, just looking for that little ramp section that never really materialized. He is speaking a really good competitive game as well. We'll pause that thought as Rio Waida takes off. Yeah, he has a big section ahead of him. Just goes for the close-out re-entry over that whitewater section. A little floating maneuver, so no aerial on that occasion for Rio. We spoke about, well, we heard Matthias Hurdy talking about doing turns to get a bit of a foundation. Now he's winding up for the big air reverse. There it is. Gets the tail towards the beach for the landing, but just landed almost on the back of the wave there, Kai.
Yeah, just a little bit off course, but setting his line. We saw this in his last heat as well. He had a couple of turns and stuff, said in the interview that he kind of got sucked into the turn game and then just realized he should just go with his natural sort of style. And he did a couple of smaller airs, couple of airs off the back before the 2 big boys came out. So he'll be warming up, just feeling out the wind, feeling out the landings, and then at some point you're going to see him go bonkers.
2.67 in for last of Rio Waida from Indonesia. Takes out an early lead as courtesy of that being the high point of the heat so far. So I'm pretty certain that all those scores you see on the screen are going to be eliminated and replaced with something higher come the end of the heat. Matthias Hurdy from Florianopolis in Brazil. He's a 2018 WSL World Junior Champion. Won that in Taiwan at Jinzun Harbor. And he's fresh off a 5th place quarterfinal finish, Kai, at the Oi Rio Pro in Saquarema recently. And here he goes again, up and riding, the young Brazilian, looking to emulate all those who have gone before him and have taken the world by storm. Matheus Herdy, certainly one of the next in line as far as that Brazilian flag bearer is concerned on the World Tour.
Afraid that was Rio in the red.
That was Rio in the red. Thank you very much. I did.
All good. I've got your back, bro.
Too much of me looking at my notes while I am watching live action. So thanks for the correction. That was Rio Waida, of course, who just came fresh off a wild card in G-Land.
Yeah. It was interesting hearing him in his interview talking about being a wild card in the CT and just saying how much you learn. And that was his advice to Luke Thompson going to Jeffreys Bay, is that just take it all in and learn as much as you can.
In and out there for Rio Waida. He's been knocking on the door for a long time, been putting together some amazing edits in between the Championship Tour events and his qualifying series duties, and obviously now the Challenger Series. He's certainly well poised now coming into event number 3 and already got a great result here. The worst he can do is 5th place. But knowing both of these surfers, they've both pretty much said it. They want to both win this event.
These guys definitely both want to win this event. And I mean, for Rio, I think that would mean probably going number 1 on the Challenger Series. So for him, especially, there's a real motivation here now that he's got into this point of the event. And, you know, these guys, like I said, they traveled literally the whole of last year together because of events being off. And then when the events came up, they were competing with each other.
On his backhand, a nice big fan of spray on that first turn from Waida. Decides to pull out before that second section arrived. So just a one-turn hit for Rio. So just a few little jabs exchange here. No big blows landed just yet. But someone who did land a couple of big blows in one of the most entertaining heats of the day so far was Keanu Using. And we're looking forward to what he has to say with Mike Frew on the sideline.
I'm with Keanu Using, winner of the last heat. Keanu, you threw to finals day at the Ballito Pro. Big result, your biggest result that you've ever had in Ballito. Tell us about that heat. Those lefts look quite difficult to surf, and you locked it in with a big aerial too.
Yeah, it only took me nine trips to come here to finally make it on finals day, but I'm super happy. You know, this is all just a bonus for me, you know, and just what I'm doing, you know, in my life is just trying to inspire the youth and the kids that I'm working with at Billabong. And for me, this is a cherry on top, you know, just to compete and kind of use my experiences here and to teach them and to kind of groom them. So, you know, this is all just a bonus for me, but, you know, just it's so fun just to kind of come back in the heat and really go blow for blow with Alejo. You know, he's you know, been doing this for many years, and he's been on top for many years, and that heat was that pretty fun heat, huh? It was pretty fun to watch. So you know, that left was really tricky. I knew it was if I could find one that could allow me to kind of get 2 turns, I know I could like produce a score. And you know, he kind of gave a little bit of room for me, and I just was like, all right, I got to make him pay, you know. But just the back and forth battle, that's just what I love. Even if I didn't come out on top in this heat, I just was really, really appreciative of the competition that Alejo brings. And, you know, that air was pretty sensational for me. I don't do airs much, everybody knows that. But I only save it for the contest, you know, to surprise the judges a little bit, you know, kind of like give a little, you know.
Well, you did a fantastic job. You impressed us all. You got the crowd support behind you. Well done, Keanu.
Thank you so much,
we'll see you on finals day. Yeah. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, it wasn't only one of the most entertaining heats of the day, also one of the most entertaining post-heat interviews. Keanu Using absolutely on fire down there with Mike Frew.
Yeah, he loves a little interview after heat, especially when he's won, of course. But just good to see him so stoked on life. And I mean, that's what surfing's about at the end of the day, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely love it. And just the cheeky little comment there about throwing in the air just to keep the judges on their toes and throw some variety in. So congratulations there to Keanu Using, the first man through to the semi-finals. Now let's pay attention to this heat. Here goes Matheus Herdy. This time completes the air reverse and looking for a little oncoming section. Big bowl up ahead of him now. Can he get up and over the section? He does, albeit with a little bit of a drama and not really coming out of that one. So it's going to be all about that first big air reverse. A quick look at the watch. It'll tell him there's 18 minutes remaining, and for us, that's plenty of time, Kai.
Yeah, and it was almost like a little backwash there as he went into that one. So he dealt with the sort of situation really well. Like you said, he really wanted that closing maneuver. I'm not convinced he'll get it. Let's watch it here. I mean, he took off straight into the air. There was almost like absolutely no downtime between the takeoff and the air, then pumps through. He had to go pretty late on that whitewater climb, try to pet the cat a bit to get out in front of it, but washes off the back. Look how quickly he just goes into this launch. It's actually phenomenal. And not getting the full rotation, a little bit of the poo stance on the way out. but I won't knock him too hard because that was a good air.
So difficult to go straight from a takeoff pretty much into an air reverse like that and generate that speed in such a short space of time. So scores are going to come in that mid-range. It's a 4.5 for Matthias Hurdy. He's holding on to a 1.13 for his second wave. So that means he's still in second place, but the requirement is a tiny score. It's a 1.17 required. Rio Waida now still with priority, has the opportunity to put down a big score of his own. He's only holding on to a 3 and a 2.67. So these surfers will be really looking to get rid of those low scores. They know that something in that 7 to excellent range is going to throw this heat wide open, and both these surfers have done it before. They're both highly capable in the air, and those are the kind of scores that we've been seeing receiving those 9-point rides throughout the event.
Well, we're into the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series, and I think the judges are making it very clear that the scale has gone up. You're going to have to perform now. That 267, that like single turn on a big heavy section from Rio, and some of the earlier rounds would have been a much bigger score.
Here goes Rio now. Nice opening turn to start off with. Kicks up a lot of spray with that one. Up and over the section, and now looking for some sort of rebound for a nice closing turn. He finds the opportunity and closes that one down nicely. So Rio Waida now definitely replacing that 2.67 low. It'll put some pressure back on Hurdy. And with just over halfway rather, 15 minutes or thereabouts remaining, we hit the halfway mark in quarterfinal number 2. Hasn't quite provided the fireworks we'd hoped for yet, Kai, but we've still got the back half here, and I think now that a few scores are starting to load in, we're going to see these boys open up.
Yeah, well, the unpredictability of surfing. You call this as the most interesting heat of the round, and it was the first heat so far that gave the real fireworks.
Absolutely one of the most entertaining heats we've watched all event long. Here goes Waida.
So love this, goes straight up, just good fundamental surfing. He'd had a lot of good work through the flat sections there to stay with this one, and then builds up the momentum, gets the crack off the top. Not going to be a huge score, but it's definitely, I think, going to replace the 267, which is his lowest score right now. Love the first turn. That was a good turn. This was a kind of dead time, just getting back to sort of the power point, and it works its way onto the bank. Almost getting like the full fins free there, but not quite. So I think 267 definitely gone. He's probably going to improve quite a bit on that, but it's not going to be a mammoth score.
Well, that was a well-constructed ride there from Rio Waida. Worked with what he had, but here he goes again, live action. A bigger wave here, rolls in. Big section ahead, goes for the big frontside air. Haven't seen a straight air for, well, the whole event, as the frontside wrap is now complete, and the inside little jab off the whitewater to close down that wave. So now some variety being showed in Rio Waida's performance, and you called for a big straight air, and now you've got it, Kai Linder.
Stoked. You know, it's not that I don't like the air reverse. Of course I do. It's an amazing maneuver, but it is the commonly used air. And for me, if you speak to these guys, I mean, I'm not an aerialist at all, but if you speak to these guys, they'll tell you the straight air is way more difficult. And the bigger you go, the higher you go, the more difficult it becomes, because you've got to keep those feet on the board. And watch, he takes off here and just bam, just goes straight to it, lands so clean into a beautiful wrap, gets a little cheeky float over the section, and then wham, lays into that section. I don't even know how you did that on that section. So for me, certainly the best wave of the heat so far, and I'm going to go for one of my favorite airs of the day. Just look at that, so clean, just stomped it, and I think the judges will reward that control through the air. I like that he maintained over that. We've seen a few guys go down on that kind of section and really hammered into that little closing turn too.
Yeah, that closing turn for me, I mean, it was a small inside section, but man, that would have felt amazing just banking that hard off that oncoming section. And I love the way he landed tail first on the landing for that big outside frontside air. So the judges are going to absolutely love this one. They're eating it up for afternoon tea. It's a 7.83 for Rio Waida. He backed it up with a 4.0. So within the space of a minute, He's replaced both of his scores and put some pressure now on Matthias Hurdy, who requires a 7.34 to go into the lead. This is entertaining stuff. This is what we booked our front row tickets for, and we've got 12 minutes of high action coming up now.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, there's a couple of chirps going out there because these guys are good friends, and they were in a heat. They were in a heat yesterday, and Matthias was saying, you know, he get one over him. He's like, Harry, I got you that time. So they're definitely chirping each other. You can see a big smile on Matthias's face there.
Well, we love the rivalry. It's alive and well. We'll stay with live pictures here. This is Rio Waida kicking up and quick in and out. We're going to take our opportunity here to take a quick break before we go into the back half of this heat. So please don't go anywhere. We're going to take this short break. We'll be right back with more of the action between Rio Waida and Matthias Hurdy. You're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We'll see you soon.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
2 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time on Saturday. You're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Thanks for joining us wherever you are tuning in from around the world. It's great to have your company here for the quarterfinal matchups, heat number 2. Between Rio Waida and Matthias Hurdy. It is Waida out in front with Hurdy chasing a score of around 7.34. There's been some fireworks already in this heat. We are expecting more. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. It took a little time to fire up this heat, but we are certainly underway now, Kai.
Yeah, things are definitely out of the way, and Sangat Bagus, Rio Waida. Wow, that was an incredible wave, that 7.83. And I can't wait to see what he's going to come up with next. He's got 10 minutes. Of course, the guy on the other side of the draw, then blue, Matthias Hurdy, he's going to have seen that air from behind, and he's going to be just plotting what he's going to unleash on us next.
Just waiting for that opportunity to find that launch pad. We see him drop 8s and 9s so far in this event, Matthias Hurdy. So Rio will never be comfortable knowing his good mates has the launch pad ahead of him. He's up and riding on that one, but unfortunately, just you have to say a bit of a mistake in terms of wave selection with priority with that one, Kai.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's very difficult out there. I think if we were out there in the free surf,
it's really easy from here, though.
Very easy from here and on the couch, of course. But you know, there are really contestable waves out there. We've seen in the previous heat. Rio's shown us what you can do out there. 7.83. And if anyone is going to excel in these conditions, we saw it in the last heat in the previous round. Matthias knows how to surf these waves. Where he comes from in Brazil is often very much like this, and he's built his whole reputation on doing big aerials into oncoming sort of wind sections. So I think he's just got to find the right one, and we're going to see him go large. But the pressure is building now. Let's not take anything away from Rio Waida. He's surfed a really clever heat. He's had a couple of good priority sort of moves over Matthias. And sitting with that 7.83, he's plotting as well. He needs to get rid of that 4.
Big crowds in here this afternoon. We saw it swell around Luke Thompson's heat around lunchtime this afternoon. Great to see the support for the last remaining South African who was in the draw. He's out now, but let's pay attention to Matthias Hurdy. He has the section he's been looking for. Gets up and over there, but couldn't quite get a nice launch pad off that little kicker. So that one's not going to go into his top 2. Still hunting at 7.34. And just a few minutes ago, Rio Waida was holding on to a 3 and a 1.17. And all of a sudden, within the space of a minute, he replaced it with a 7.83 and a 4 in quick succession, Kai.
Yeah, good work. But I mean, we know in surfing, especially in pro surfing, it often happens. You get that one wave and it kind of just starts the process going, and you find a little quick rhythm. Even in free surf sometimes, you'll sit there for ages and not get a wave, and then suddenly you'll get 3-4 waves back to back. So that rhythm does does happen in surfing, and Rio just making use of it. But now he's hit a bit of a slowdown too. So can Matthias kind of start his momentum rolling now? That's the big question. 7.5 minutes. He's going to have to get moving though if he wants to get 2 big scores on the board. 11
waves being ridden from the Indonesian. Matthias Hurdy has taken off 7 times in this heat, so a lot of opportunities out there. It's just about finding that right little connection. We know there have been a lot of scoring opportunities out there. The first quarterfinal, highly entertaining, as well as the last round of 16. So we are going to finish the men's quarterfinals today. We've got 2 more heats coming up after this, and here goes Matthias Hurdy. 7 minutes on the clock, winding up ahead of steam. There's the big rotation, and unfortunately, just he slammed pretty hard before that opportunity to revert out. Kai.
Yeah, I mean, on the replay, we'll take a look at it in slow-mo, but the front foot looked like it buckled there. That's never good on a big flatland landing. He looks okay, though. He's not like looking in pain or anything, so it looks like he's okay, but for a second there, I thought that could have gone pretty bad.
We'll take a look at it over here again. Got the board nice and high, but it was the landing.
Yeah, you see here, just goes for the grab as well with the backhand, and just that could have gone really wrong right there, so I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, it was a big attempt there at, well, it's got to be a big attempt because he's looking for a big score, around 7.34, so time starting to build a bit of pressure against Matthias Hurdy here. Rio Waida, perhaps drawing on some of that championship tour experience through those wild cards, but this man's got experience too, and he's got a big air game, and he's got a section ahead of him. What's it going to be? There he greases out the air reverse and able to get up and over that section as well, but unfortunately that whitewater just ankle taps him, and it'll only be the air reverse that scored.
Jeez, and held him down for a while, that one too. Really got properly rinsed. But that's what Matthias needs to do. Just quick, big, powerful air, pretty much almost a full rotation, and he landed really smooth and straight out into the bottom turn and getting the turn. So if you can make one of those and stick it, he's going to be in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately there, that second opportunity didn't eventuate for him, and maybe that wave a touch smaller in comparison to the bigger one of Rio Waida. So all those factors contributing to that scoreline. A 7.34 is still the requirement for the man from Florianopolis in Brazil. It's a 4.83. So requirement does come down a touch, Kai. It's a 7.01. That'll give Matthias Hurdy some confidence. We know that he can go north of that score quite easily given the right section.
Yeah, last round was an 8 and a 9, so certainly capable of doing it, and he doesn't need 2 this time, he just needs 1. So time is getting under him now though, into the 5 minutes. It's that clutch time in the heat, and of course it is Rio with priority. So he's facing an uphill challenge here, and again, I'm just going to come back to, I think Rio has surfed a really clever heat. He didn't allow himself to sort of get pulled into the game of Matthias's, which is, going just for the air straight away. He started with his own game plan, and he stuck to it.
Well, he's got 4 minutes and 20 seconds to finish the execution of this game plan, which will see him into the semi-final. And with a matchup looming up against Keanu Singh, who's been on an absolute roll at the event this year. Time will tell, though. 4 minutes remaining. The priority is with the man in the red, and with these two guys being good mates, it'll be interesting to see what the tactic is here towards the end. But we might not have to wait, because Rio will use his priority over Matthias Hurdy for this one. Open up with a nice little turn off the top. There's a better, more dynamic turn on the second, but unfortunately he can't complete. And now the opportunity is all at the feet of Matthias Hurdy.
Well, I think looking at that wave, we can look at the replay as well, but I think Matthias pulled off a good sell there. He was really deep, and he still got Rio to go for it. And if Rio had let him go, I think he would have been too deep, actually. Look, it did look like a good one. You can see even Rio got in a little bit late and behind the section and had to work it around. First turn, decent, nothing fantabulous. I do agree the second turn was looking very nice, but unfortunately getting the nose on the way out. So that was Matthias pulling off a bit of a stinger, and here he goes.
There goes Hurdy, looking for a big score and a big opportunity. Beautiful frontside carve there, but unfortunately it looks like the back foot just came off the tail pad and unable to complete that wave. So looking at the scoreline, of course he had that 4.83 on his second last wave, but at least the last 6 waves he's gone incomplete on. And that just speaks to what he's trying to do out there. He's really pushing the envelope, trying to land one of these big airs. Paddle here from Waida. Big section ahead of him as well. Nice closed-out section. Goes for the big air reverse, but you can see his foot just disconnected too early on that one, Kai.
Yeah, that was a brave attempt, it must be said. That was a heaving section, and he was going to go for it, but kind of knew he wasn't really going to get it. I think he was just doing the throwaway there. But down to 2 minutes, priority with blue, and needing a 7:01. This is about as clutch as it gets.
It does get doesn't get more interesting and exciting than this. Matthias Herdy. Oftentimes you will write off a 7 in conditions like this, but with Matthias Herdy with priority and plenty of ramps out there, anything is possible. He just needs the opportunity, and as surf fans, that's what we want to see, just opportunities. We want to see what the temperament of these young gladiators are coming into this Challenger Series, because they're going to need all the big batch temperament they can muster once they make it onto that championship tour.
Yeah, and right now Rio's putting up his hand. He wants to be the first Indonesian on the World Tour, and he goes #1 on the rankings after this. He's looking for a solid finish, and I would have to say if he wins this event with his current ranking, he's probably looking pretty close to getting into that top 10.
Yeah, well, it's a good step in the right direction. Already got one first under his belt. His second result that he's holding on to is a 25th though, so he, in contrast to Leonardo Fioravante, a 5th and a 3rd, his 2 best results. But you're right, 2 firsts do go a long way, and then all of a sudden that 25th becomes a dropping result. So you can let that one go and then build into the back half of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, 20,000 points looks good on paper.
Very, very good on paper. With 45 seconds remaining, he's 1 step closer to the semi-finals. Keanu Singh is waiting for the winner of this heat. That'll be happening tomorrow on finals day, but 30 seconds remaining. We've got 2 more quarterfinals left after this heat today. We'll see how those ones play out, and we'll have our semi-finals set for Super Sunday here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. 22 seconds on the clock. Waida leads, Herdy second, looking for a 7:01.
Wow, 15 seconds. Here comes the big paddle.
He's got a section ahead of him. He's got speed. He's got flair. He's got power. And he lands that air reverse beautifully. Can he find another section? He does right out of that one. He loves it. He's claiming it. He's feeling it. A 7:01. Well, he waited until the last absolute 5 seconds to find that one. He greased that air reverse. His front foot got stuck real far towards the front of that nose of his board. He had to step it back to finish that final maneuver, Kai. High drama to finish off this heat.
Well, I've got to say, just super impressed that he managed to get the second maneuver there. He had a lot of work to do, and considering he got a 4.83 for a similar wave, which he didn't get the second maneuver, it's going to be tight. This is going to be super tight. Looking at like a 4.835 for the air section and then a 3 for the turn, I think it could go. What do you reckon?
Yeah, we're just going to hold these pictures here. Of course, the 2 good mates are just wishing each other well after this heat. And Kai, yeah, I think it's going to come down to how good this air reverse was. That's where all the scores are going to be. You know, these guys really want to wish each other well. They want the best for each other, but they also want the best for themselves. Let's have a look at it now.
So he took off, got a lot of speed, punts, almost the full rotation. The front foot was a little bit up the nose on the landing, and he did get it to the lip. And I mean, he's pretty convinced he got it. Unfortunately, it's not looking... I think if anything, he's going to get down marked just on the landing of the air and getting the front foot up the front. And then the second turn, it was a heavy section, but not super exciting. And looks like the judges agreed with that.
Yeah, well, that score is official. It was around a 6. The score just disappeared off our screen. There it is, a 6.50 for Matthias Herdy. So, unfortunately, just not enough at the death there. And Rio Waida will book himself a place in the semi-finals up against Keanu Singh tomorrow. We're going to take a short break in the action here. The action continues this afternoon with the final 2 quarterfinals of the men's division ready to be spoken through with Gig Celias and Tash Mentasti. We'll take a short break. We'll see you right after this.
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the show. It is the final two men's quarterfinals to wrap up a big Saturday here in South Africa. It is a good afternoon from the sunny shores of Ballito. Gigsaliers alongside Tashman Tasty for the call. And wow, how was the run to the finish line in that last quarterfinal? Whoa, that result, Rio Waida is just going to get the sneak over an in-form Matthias Hurdy.
Yeah, I must be honest, Matthias was my man to win, and Rio Waida really just showcasing how hungry he is to get onto that championship tour. An incredible display of surfing and a totally deserved semi-finalist.
Well, Rio Waida continues through to the semi-finals. We'll look for another semi-finalist. Here is quarter number 3, and wasting no time, Caity De La Haye will attack in a very similar way. He'll go to the air. The swell has lifted. It's pulsing through here. And of course, Tours and Competition, Travis Logie made that call to just stay on track. He knew there was swell in the deep water, and well, here it is. If you think about what we started off at 7 o'clock this morning, Tash, and have a look at the energy running through the ocean now. All that swell has sneaked up the east coast of South Africa. Some overhead conditions here as we contest the final 2 quarters of the afternoon. Caity De La Haye taking on Jacob Wilcox. So the Frenchman out of Guadeloupe, the Australian out of Western Oz. And we'll see how this one fares. Of course, Caity De La Haye, Tash, got a round 16 win a little earlier today. Jacob Wilcox got a walkthrough.
Yeah, and it's just so great to see Caity featured in a quarterfinal. He's an incredible surfer. He's been looking like he's enjoying Ballito and looking quite calm when I spoke to him and caught up with him after his round of 16 heat. So hoping to go one better into the semi-finals. But Jacob Wilcox as well, Gigs, just looking really strong.
Well, solid swell. No problems with lulls now. Lots of waves coming through the lineup here. Local time around 2:15 in the afternoon. The beaches are packed. We have, of course, lost a South African in the form of Luke Thompson. Didn't make it through. He lost to Rio Waida. But a good result. And then, of course, great news at celebrations all round. Luke Thompson, the young 18-year-old, is going to be a wild card at the up-and-coming Corona Open J-Bay. Now only 3 days away. So big weekend here. And then, of course, we'll transition straight to the championship tour come Tuesday, July 12th. And it's all eyes on South Africa. All eyes on the lineup too. Nothing really coming out of it at this stage. I noticed that after the round of 16, we went back to 30-minute heats here for the quarterfinals. So this one's still 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, good call to add that extra 5 minutes. We've got a really washed out surf zone, and the boys have been moving backwards and forwards and just searching and hunting for anything. But we've seen incredible rides coming through the first 2 quarterfinals, and I'm excited to see how these guys fare out there. You know, Jacob hasn't surfed in these conditions just yet. Caity has, so maybe a little bit more comfortable with that.
Well, let's have a look at Jacob. Here he goes. The Australian in the mix here. The worst he can do is a 5th place finish. 2 turns, slams into it, redirection. He'll go down the roller coaster and change direction. And Jacob Wilcox straight into his campaign here, looking for a berth through to the semi-finals and to finals day tomorrow, Tash.
Yeah, and tomorrow it looks like it's going to be a great day. We finally get those windless days, and it's going to be exciting to see who we're going to be witnessing in those semi-finals tomorrow. But yeah, Jacob Wilcox getting started nicely. I think it's going to be a keeper score to kick things off.
I noticed Caity just reeling his board back in the very, very strong impact zone now. So judges' scorecard open for both surfers. We'll bring you that replay of Jacob Wilcox, who got a good snap out of the lip and then finished with the end section, changed direction. They're using that rip to the south end of the beach here. Of course, the Surfers Break. We call this the Surfers Cove. Willard Beach is the venue. And of course, every year we come here to do competition. Certainly a lot of left-handers having been part of the discussion all week long here. But we're kind of getting back to mostly right-handers in the break now with the lift and swell again, Tash.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lift and swell. We've also seen with the tide change. At one point, there was such an incredible right bowl coming off that rocky outcrop. I think it was in the 7th and 8th heat of the round of 16. And changing water again, a little bit less right now. But let's watch Jacob Wilcox leans into it. Got so much power, pivots quickly, and then goes through that flat section and hits that oncoming section. Nicely timed. So we see it once again. Just gets the quick pivot. He's got so much power underneath him, and now setting it up for that closeout maneuver. Quick redirection. These surfers so quick to respond to what the ocean throws at them, and that was a lovely backhand hit from Gatien.
Well, he caught that one right down in the southern corner, and that's where we saw him just emerge in the rip next to Jacob Wilcox. Lots of power of his own, so backhand snaps making up the content of that exchange.
Yeah, and you know what? It was that backhand that got him through the previous round, and utilizing it again, looking really strong, is the Frenchman.
Well, judges kind of just processing that all. They're thinking that through. They'll be going to replays. Of course, the Challenger Series getting all the extra bits and pieces that we get to see at Challenger, at Championship Tour level. So heat replays perhaps is holding the scores up just slightly. Still plenty of time in the lineup as well. That clock being stretched out back to 30 minutes. Jacob Wilcox looks like scores are going to go mid-range for him. One judge has dropped to 5, second judge has dropped to 5, and one drops to 5-5. And just have a look at this one for a replay of Gatien.
Yeah, I think this is Gatien's 4th ride, and fits in a nice 3-turn combo, just looking really good on his board. Never really out of beat here. Gets the first turn, throws that tail, wraps it a little bit, and almost bowly, looking like nice bowly sections here for these surfers to hit, and a great 3-turn combo. So he's going to throw the 1-point ride out and definitely start solidifying that lead.
Well, the 5-3-3 was for the 2 backhand turns, and now judges pondering that forehand attack. Loved that second turn on the face for Gatien and Delahaye. Meanwhile, Jacob Wilcox fetched the 5-1-7. So just waiting for an updated score from Gatien, and it's going to come in at a 4-3-3. So just like that, we're up to date. 20.5 minutes on the clock. There is the heat situation. Top left of screen for the numbers. 5-3-3 and a 4-3-3 for the early lead for the tall surfer out of Guadeloupe in the French territories. Jacob Wilcox just the single ride, but a higher value, 5-1-7. And again, just Jacob let go of so much spray on that first snap. So judges picking up all those details. Replays are reviewed and we're up to date. So Wilcox will trail, holding priority, just a 4-5 requirement. And no one's gone to the air just yet. And I say that because that last heat was a little battle between Rio Waida and Matthias Hurdy. And we'll see at some stage if Gatien wants to flex that opportunity. He is able to go to the end. Looking pretty nimble in the round of 16 heat earlier this morning.
Yeah, and I think the point of difference between Gatien's 5-3-3 and Jacob's 5-1-7, Gatien had more flow. He didn't have to stop once, he didn't have to pump his board once, and they were both 2-turn combos, but it just looked more fluid than what Wilcox did on his first ride.
Well, no matter the outcome of this quarterfinal, number 3, Gatien Delahaye will be fetching his best result on the Challenger Series. His visit to Australia for 273rd, so falling in the first round each time in both the Gold Coast and in Sydney. A much better run here, and perhaps even an opportunity to go to the semis and be part of finals day tomorrow. We'll know that in around 19 minutes. At Delahaye, the worst he can do here is an equal 5th place finish. And considering that there are 8 Challenger Series stops, you could say he's used 2 of the 3 potential throwaways, because if he's going to attend all 8, we count 5, we throw 3 out. So this will be a keeper for sure for Gatien. And you think that the European leg later in the year through October stops in Ericeira in Portugal, and the beaches of Hossegor, France. Those are all regular stomping grounds for Gatien. So he'll want to mount a real push. He'll obviously make the trip through to the US Open of Surfing as well. And then, well, as always, we'll go via Brazil, and then we'll end up deciding it all for the remaining and the top 10 come year end at Haleiwa. So Gatien, to me, he has it in his wheelhouse to go all the way. Could he just have a positive run year? You always do sprinkle in the discussion of a little bit of luck. You can do all the hard work, and then there is just that last little X factor. There's just little variables. If you can iron out and stay in a positive groove, perhaps Gatien and Delahaye will go all the way. Been a while since we've had a French participant. I think Jean Duru was our last full-time CT competitor. Of course, on the women's side, it's a little different. Joanne Defay representing the flag. We had Joanne here for the women's draw. She'll be already down in Jeffreys Bay, getting ready for the up-and-coming Corona Open J-Bay, just 3 days away.
Yeah, and hopefully her boards have arrived. I mean, there has been major issues with all the travel and airlines, and I know that she arrived in Ballito with no boards and no luggage, and actually had to surf her first heat on somebody else's borrowed board. So let's hope it's all coming right for Joanne Defay. I am looking forward to that woman surfing at J-Bay. I can't wait to get there.
Well, here goes Jacob, rolls in, comes around the bowl. This one's run a little flat, so he'll exit. Be a small scrappy score just to join his top 2 for now. Little decimal throwaway will not factor in too much. Wilcox prior to that took off looking for a 4.55. It's been reduced by half a point, but well, he'll keep in the lineup looking for opportunities. Not a big score for Delahaye. He's not into the double digits himself, so the heat lead with the 966 made up of the 2 numbers. And thinking of Jacob Wilcox, his Challenger Series stops in Australia, 249th, so slightly better than the 273rd place finishes. But Jacob will need to also get momentum in the back half of the Challenger Series in 2022 if he wants to become a challenger and join the 2023 Championship Tour. Of course, Jacob we've seen as a wild card many times, and there's lots to talk about in the heat. Zippy little turn for the Australian. Will come around the section. And go to the air for the rotation. Almost complete. Just the toe side rail grabbing on the landing. He'll go back to the drawing board. Still lying second. And just like that, we're fast approaching the halfway mark of the heat, Tash.
Yeah, it goes by so quickly. And, you know, Wilcox gave away that priority. He had priority and he scored a 0.5 for it. So needing to now find something and put a score on the board, and it is going to mean going to the air. And with this strong wind, it's definitely possible.
Well, with Gatien Delahaye leading, Jacob Wilcox chasing a mid-range 4. We'll take a quick break from the action. Stay with us from Ballito in South Africa. It's quarterfinals here in Ballito. The men's draw narrowing down the field again. We started this morning with the round of 16. We're now into quarterfinals. We've already established Keanu Ising into the semifinals. Rio Waida will match with him for a semifinal number 1 tomorrow on finals day. Who will be the other components in semifinal number 2? Well, those answers will come with Gatien Delahaye versus Jacob Wilcox in this here, the third quarterfinal. And of course, next one coming up, a heavily loaded Leonardo Fioravanti will take on Federico Moraes. And that will answer the question. Here we go. Heat leader, Delahaye. The tall frame of the Guadalupian. Two-turn combo, and he lets go some power on the rail, and even a third maneuver. He's going to like this one. He'll just stand tall, claim arms by his side. Almost John-like there in his stature. And he'll go back to the drawing board with 13 minutes to go. And, well, certainly we feel improving on his 4.33 lowly counting second ride.
Yeah, I enjoyed that ride. Once again, he is just so quick and responsive on those turns, almost looking like a second too late sometimes, and just flowing out of it. Quite poppy with his board underneath his feet and just wanting to start making some space between himself and Jacob. But we're taking a look now. And these are these right bowls I was talking about, Gigs.
Well, let's have a look how Jacob Wilcox goes. Top corner. He'll just narrowly miss Gatien, and he'll try and find an inside bowl track here. The energy has increased fivefold in the lineup over the last 2 hours. Some overhead bowls to work with. Certainly all being pushed along by this big northeast wind. It is strong onshore, but that is not deterring the scores, and we'll see where the scoreline can go as we wait for the score from Gatien.
Yeah, so he gets the pop on top there and manages to ride out of it really quickly, responding and reacting straight away to that second turn. So a quick three-turn combo, but looking like he had total control the entire time, Gigs. Once again, deep bottom turn. Gets the release, so releases the tail. Judges might be very critical on that and look at it as less control. But for what was being thrown at him, he reacted really quickly, and he should get rid of that 4.33.
Well, he stands well over 6 foot tall. It's a tall frame, but they don't mind at all. They're going to go 7 points, judging panel. 6.5 for the low opinion, 7.5 for the high. We'll average it out at a 7. And it was 11.5 minutes to go. A new requirement, a new stretched requirement for Jacob Wilcox, the Australian, trailing. Now looking for the 7.16. And Gatien, yeah, getting the job done. As I mentioned, he is able to go to the air as well. We saw Jacob Wilcox incomplete to the air a little while back. Meanwhile, Wilcox has fetched a 3.5 for that wave that he whizzed past Gatien Delahaye on. It's going to sit in his top 2 for now. But reminders, 11 minutes on the clock and a 7.16 requirement for the Australian out of Western Australia. Of course, we saw Jacob Wilcox around that mid-season cut. He was the wild card in at Margie's. 33rd, not a great visit that time. Of course, previous year also 2 wild card slots at Margaret River. And the other venue that really worked out really, really well from the value of a championship tour that hinged a lot of it around the Australian continent, Rottnest Island. So we saw Jacob in both of those. No real results. The first time we ever saw Jacob Wilcox was back in 2013 as a wild card, a very young teenager. Could have been as young as 14 years of age. I think he was maybe that young.
Yeah, I was going to say, very young teenager. I remember that year. I actually remember the interview that he had. He was so stoked to get in there. But it also has allowed him to get the experience at CT level despite never qualifying as yet. And that's why this Challenger Series is so important for him. And a good result here in Ballito would be great.
Well, his friend and, well, of course, fellow Western Australian, Jack Robinson, really flying the flag for the region. And you'll think that there will be inspiration in all of that. Can Jacob Wilcox get results on the Challenger Series in 2022? He's getting a good run already. The worst he can do here is 5th in Ballito, and he wants to go 1 better, perhaps 2 better for a win. He's got to find his way past the tall Frenchman who holds the priority. And Jacob still raking around the lineup, looking for the 7.16 requirement to ditch his low score of the 3.5.
Yeah, and for Gatien, he has only been improving in scores throughout this heat so far. That's always a big factor as a competitor out in the water. That 5.33 as a counter, then the 7-point ride, and you know, he's got the 2 highest wave scores in this heat. Jacob Wilcox with a 5.17, the 3rd highest wave score. So yes, Jacob needs a 7.16, but ideally he's going to get that 7.16 and have to have another breakaway score to really advance through to semi-finals.
Well, Etienne Delahay's lowest counting rider, 5.33. He won't want to use that priority unless he can improve on that. And a little visit behind the athlete area here, heat preparation. Coming up is Leo Fioravanti, who heads up the Challenger Series rankings. In a tough quarterfinal number 4, you'll be taking on Frederico Moraes. And of course, both Leo and Kikash not making the mid-season cut at the championship tour, and that'll be a lot to talk about in quarterfinal number 4. Meanwhile, 8 minutes to go. Etienne Delahaye out front. Now, Delahaye perhaps the lesser profiled name on a global scale, but don't underestimate the Frenchman. He has been very, very hard working on the European qualifying series, making a final in Israel, losing to Ramzi Boukhaim, so that's a good result. He's keeping his blades sharp there. He works the Portuguese part of the coastline very effectively, does Etienne, making finals in Caparica and in Santa Cruz, Portugal, all of those in and around the Lisbon area. So Etienne, no stranger to competition. He's been doing it for quite a while. And you see Stephen Bell on screen, the man that was behind many of Kelly Slater's world titles. And of course, his son-in-law, Leo Fioravanti, who is staying in the zone. Spoke to them yesterday and tried to chat about things other than Ballito, and they were like, no, we're staying very, very focused just on Ballito for now. It's one heat at a time. It's one day at a time. And perhaps focus required here for Jacob Wilcox. He's under the priority of Etienne in the lineup, and he's not going to find a solution as we go under 7 minutes now on the clock. Wilcox chasing the 7.16. And Leo and Kikash will be watching the lineup very, very carefully. Tide is falling out, so perhaps even a little more water movement, continued energy. The kilojoules continue to increase in the swells rolling into Ballito here. A distinct difference between the start of the day and what we're dealing with right now, Tash.
Oh, yeah, the start of the day, yesterday, the entire week. I mean, we finally do have a little bit of oomph to play with, and we can see the men reveling in this. It's been so wonderful to be able to watch, and that round of 16 was very exciting. These quarterfinals have been even more exciting.
Well, Etienne will use the priority, block out the opportunity for Jacob Wilcox, and he'll go to the air, and there he does it. We said that he had it in his wheelhouse. Not a massive height to it. We've seen some exceptional airs in the lineup today. I think particularly of the height of Matthias Hurdy, fetching some 9s in the lineup in the round of 16 encounter. Even in the last heat, Matthias was getting sort of mid-range 6s. Etienne will go to the air. We'll see where that number goes. We'll look for the replay of that. As down to water's edge, teeing up for quarterfinal number 4, Frederico Moraes will head to the water. It is priority now to Wilcox, who had to give way to this.
Well, this is the replay. This is the air. There's a lot to it. I mean, it wasn't a critical part. He set up. It was quite low in regards to the height above the lip. So there's the ramp, quite lateral, gets the rotation, nice and comfy.
Well, it's out on the shoulder, and judges will just draw a line through it, and they'll go, nope, we want more than that. 3.33, no change to the requirements for Jacob Wilcox, who has been handed the priority. But essentially what Etienne was doing there on that last wave was also blocking opportunity for Jacob Wilcox. So the Australian still chasing the 7.16. Etienne will go into a work rate now under that priority. And lots of waves in the lineup now, Tash. It's strong, it's rolling through. And you'll feel that both surfers may pull the trigger on at least another 2 rides each. It is possible, considering what we're working with here in the latter stages of a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, just over 4 minutes remaining. But for me, it's like a couple of years ago, even if we saw an air, we'd get excited. And now these guys are doing airs quite cleanly and only nailing a 3.33. It just showcases how the sport has evolved. And
well, that one was out onto the shoulder. So, you know, you've got to do it off a real vertical, steep pocket. It's got to have some size and some height to it. And Etienne will just keep rolling the dice. Here he goes. Lots of waves in the lineup. Inside bowl for the heat leader. Again, a throwaway. Already wave 8. in the lineup. But it is top 2 that count. So the 7 and the 5-3-3. Wave number 3 was a 5-3-3. Wave number 5 was a 7. So already 8 rolls of the dice, so to speak, for Gatien. And the Frenchman will just kind of hover around. He'll try and stay well away from Jacob Wilcox. You see a little bit of distance between them at the moment. Jacob with the priorities just has, you know, a canvas to work on. He can pretty much sit anywhere. He's not too concerned about the priority situation. What he is concerned about is being in the right place at the right time to use the priority. He's got to find a 7-1-6. We're looking for a well-structured wave, something that's going to give perhaps 2 opportunities for 2 big turns for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, he got the 5-1-7 on 2 turns, and now needing to find the highest wave score out in this heat. A 7-1-6 is what is required. But with time winding down, the pressure is on Wilcox.
Well, Jacob knows how to deal with pressure, as we mentioned. Number of wildcard invitations to the highest level of the sport at Championship Tour stops, particularly Bells. 2019 went all the way to the quarterfinals. And you think of the gateway to qualification back in 2019, pre-pandemic, was the big QS 10,000s. Jacob Wilcox got a 3rd in Ericeira and a 5th in Hawaii. So he's able to mix it up. He's able to find numbers. But he's now got 2 minutes to go, does the Australian.
Yeah, and with the 3.5 sitting as a second scoring ride, he really needs to get rid of that. He's hunting. You can almost see it goes a little calm right now, so a lull in the sets. And maybe with Gatien just in rhythm with the ocean. He surfed that round of 16 already. He's in that flow. He's in that rhythm where Jacob had to sit out and wait, unfortunately, to Michael Rodriguez, who was injured. And
well, that is perhaps a discussion point. Wilcox did not have to surf the round of 16. He got the walk-through care of Michael Rodriguez's retraction from the draw. Jacob Wilcox has also caught 6 waves in the lineup, so he has been busy here. But the bigger numbers belong to the Frenchman on screen. It's coming down to 1 minute now. We'll watch very, very closely anything and everything that Jacob Wilcox will do over the next 60 seconds. 7-1-6 requirement. It's hard to tell because the sets are just jumping out of the deep water. So it's not like with the current ocean surface, that northerly wind just buffeting us. It's not like an approaching set is going to be an obvious thing until it's literally on the doorstep of the sandbar itself. But the priority in favor of the Australian. All the gates are open. It's just a matter of being in the right place. A big bowl, perhaps 2 big backhand cracks would be foremost on the mind of Jacob Wilcox right now. Clock's down to 20 seconds. Is the clock going to beat him? He's starting to paddle for something that is not a wave. And, well, I'm not even sure he got on that. It was just to right of screen. Clock's down to 10 seconds. And, yes, there was a change in priority. And here comes Gatien to just sort of steer this to the finish line. And Jacob Wilcox is not going to get the opportunity to find a score, and this is a breakout result for Gatien Delahaye, and he'll know it. He'll be feeling it now into the semi-finals of the Ballito Pro, the 3rd Challenger Series stop. This is changing the year. This is changing the course of the career for Gatien Delahaye. It's a huge result, and he will be part of finals day. Stay with us. Quarterfinal number 4 coming to you next from the Ballito Pro.
circus. Calm yourself down.
Welcome back to the show. It is the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a good afternoon from the shores of Ballito in South Africa. Gig Saliers alongside Tashman Tasti for the call. And we've got one more quarter final to decide who is going to take on Caity and Delahaye. It is a good afternoon. And welcome to a heavy hitters quarter final in the Challenger Series. Leonardo Fioravante will take on Frederico Moraes.
Yeah, and Gigs, how cool is this? I mean, it's going to be a European semi for semi number 2, Italy versus Portugal right now. We've seen the Frenchman Gatien get through that third quarter final. And just so lovely to see how surfing's growing and see all these different nationalities featured now. The Brazilians are always strong, the Australians are always strong, the Americans and Hawaiians, but now we're seeing Europe coming through, and it's lovely to see. And then for me, Rio Waida, the Indonesian, really flying that flag so proudly.
Yes, absolutely. We are establishing our semi-finalists now. And, well, one of these two in the lineup, you said, for an all-European semi-final. The other an Indonesian versus a Hawaiian. Lots to talk about at the end of this when we wrap up a big day. But out in the lineup, what I'm seeing is a very focused Leonardo Fioravante. He's been in the zone. He is here to do business already, heading up and leading the Challenger Series rankings. Care of results in Australia. On the other side of the draw, Rio Waida coming here just a few points behind Leo. So outcome of this may perhaps decide who is leading the Challenger Series when we leave Ballito.
Yeah, and interesting as well, Frederico, I mean, we wouldn't think it, but sitting at 80th seed for the Ballito Pro, against now our first seed and top seed, Leonardo Fioravante. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, Leo looks really focused. I think that just based on what we've seen through the Ballito Pro, he definitely deserves to get into that semi-final berth. But Frederico, you know, he doesn't let anything go, and he's pushed through those heavy heats.
And have a look at Leo's second ride here. His first one was a 3.5. Carves it, wraps it. This bowl just keeps its shape. Some of them bend and twist. That one particularly just holding a little cup and an opportunity for Leo to wrap his rails. It's not going to be a groundbreaking score either. He'll go back to the drawing board. No rides yet for Frederico Moraes, who just is hovering on the southern end of the break itself. Of course, Willard's Beach here playing host. This is the venue we use every single season. There is the alternative venue which we got to use yesterday in the Cove next door. But essentially, all the results over the years since 2008, we have been anchored here at this break called Surfers at Willard's Beach.
Yeah, and the sandbanks have been really good leading up to this event. We've just been a little unlucky with the size of swell. It's nothing that we usually expect for winter in KZN. We ran the summer edition of the Ballito Pro in December, Gigs, and we had better waves then, which is very unique.
Here we go, opening ride for Frederico Moraes, the surfer from Portugal. Lovely heavy hit there, and we'll just play the same game as Leo. Finds the bowl, hits the two-turn combo. Meanwhile, a 3.57 has joined the scorecard for the up-to-date numbers for Leo Fioravante, top left of screen. We wait for the number now for opening ride of Frederico Moraes. And of course, Leo and Freddie anchor that topic of the mid-season cut. They were respectively very close to each other in the championship tour rankings come the end of Margaret River, the fifth stop. And well, everybody from 23rd and down was off, including Morgan Sibilik, Imai Kalani, DeVault, Connor Coffin, Zhao Chianca, Zeke Lau. Well, Leo and Freddie part of that unceremonious dump off at the mid-season. Of course, Ryan Callanan also part of that discussion, along with Lucas Messinas, David Silva, and Owen Wright. So it's been tough. They've had to process it. Leo Fioravanti's jumped straight back into the focus, and he's already campaigned well with the two Challenger Series events, my apologies, in Australia. Frederico Moraes didn't have a great run through Australia, Tash.
No,
Frederico,
this is his best result, I think, so far.
A 73rd and a 49th. Priority at play. Leo will block out Kikash, and he'll go to the air for the first time in the quarter number 4 for the incomplete. There's plenty of wind and plenty of power now. There are bowls. We saw a great high range 6 from Leo Fioravanti in the air in the round of 16 win. And perhaps bring that strategy back here. Meanwhile, Kikash in blue, a 3.6 to start. So opening scores very well balanced, 3.6 versus 3.5 respectively between our two surfers. And Frederico will just want to perhaps slow it down. You see he's perhaps a little deeper out, roaming around looking for one of those bigger sets. He's going to turn and pull the trigger on this. Here comes the second counting ride. And this one just has run flat. And while Frederico moves back to the lineup, let's go down and hear from a very delighted Gatien Delahaye.
Right, Gatien, you were pumped after that previous round. You've just won your quarterfinal here at a Challenger Series event in Ballito. And I think if the world didn't know who you were before, they do now.
I hope so. I hope so, because we've been fighting for this for a while now with all the French crew, and then finally it feels good to be here and on finals day. Best result of my life so far, and yeah, like I said before, I dedicated my time the last months for this, and I always dreamed of being here right now, and I am today. It's like unreal for me. I'm trying to soak it up right now, but it's too good, too good. I'm so stoked.
Well, the good news is the conditions were really difficult today, but we're looking at a very favorable forecast for tomorrow. You've had a couple of free surfs out here when it's a little bit cleaner. Any sort of changes to the game plan?
No change. I'm just going to keep on doing what I've been doing. I've been riding Ballito, the smallest day to the biggest, to the windiest, to the glaciest. Like, I've been surfing in every condition, so tomorrow is a good day, so hopefully we'll get barrels. Yeah.
Well, we're all hoping for barrels. A message for all the French fans out there?
Tout le monde à la maison, tout le monde derrière moi qui me supporte et tout. Merci pour les messages et à demain pour la finale.
Thanks, my bud. Looking forward to seeing you in action tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, Gatien Delahaye is through to semis. He's through to finals day at the Ballito Pro. We'll make all those decisions tomorrow. Of course, women's quarterfinals to perhaps start the day tomorrow. We'll wait for that official call. But to wrap up this afternoon here, one more quarterfinal unfolding. It is the challenge between Leonardo Fioravanti, who heads up the Challenger Series rankings, coming to South Africa. And he'll be in position for this one. Bowley wave. Leo will just snap it. And a little bit of frustration showing there from him. It's not like him to just sort of let go of that emotion. He needs to stay in that focus zone. Frederico Moraes has had a pretty rattly, I'm going to use that word, rattly run through this event. His first round heat back on Monday had an interference call, still managed to sneak the heat advance in the top two. And, well, certainly he was pretty much beaten by the Australian Mickey Madonna in the round of 16, and then somehow the Australian got tangled up in Frederico Moraes' leg rope, and an interference penalty was called, and that gave Frederico the gateway here. So Frederico will know, well, he need to buckle down and just rely on his own skills. Here goes the tall Portuguese surfer, who can speculate has a little bit on his side, and that was a big, hefty wave, the biggest one we've seen of quarterfinal number 4. A lot of mass to that white water, and he met it with strength, and he'll get rid of his low-scoring 0.5 in his two-wave tally. We'll wait for a value from that. We look forward to the replay of that, because that was a pretty meaty turn from the tall Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, meaty section, went straight for it, and just looked so solid on his board. It's going to be interesting, because we saw a couple of days ago you know, one big hit was getting into the 6.5s and above range. We've seen 2-turn combos or airs getting into that same kind of scoreline. So let's check this out. You can see how wobbly it is. He manages to check the section and then goes for the big hit. It's the landing, though. He rode out of it really well. So staying high, then drops down and gets that big hit on that lip line. And there's a lot of power behind that wave, Giggs.
Well, Coach Richard Dogmarsh will be happy with that. Of course, he works with both surfers, so he'll have prepped each one individually. We did see Stephen Bell on the beach, who will also be in Leonardo Fioravanti's camp. And a 6.33 is going to come to the scoreline, and that is going to set the quarterfinal number 4 alight now as we hit the 18-minute mark. That is a big number, maybe even another look with very slow-mo, because that last wave of Frederico Moraes is going to have a big impact on the scoreline here. 6.33, that will flip the heat over. Leonardo Fioravanti now chases a 5.44. And again, just one of the bigger meteor waves. And Tash, he doesn't do anything in the beginning. He just lets the board find the rail.
Yes. But for me, it's this, that good, great timing. He held on to it. He rode out of it really cleanly. But the commitment and control is what the judges saw there. Look at that. I mean, he literally turned his board and pivoted it through the lip line and then landed really nice and strong. So being awarded that 6.33 and totally deserved.
Well, a well overhead section that Frederico Moraes slams into. The tall Portuguese surfer stands at 6'1". Leonardo Fioravanti's taller than what you might think yourself. 5'11" is Leo. But why I reference Frederico Moraes' height there is because that was a well overhead wave that he slammed into. So some strong whitewater in the lineup to work with. Fioravanti, well, still has the lead. Care of a 5.67, so we did owe Leo a score. We're up to date now. Top left of screen, Leonardo Fioravanti leads. Frederico Moraes just looking for a 3.84. So it's game on here. Best of Leo, a 5.67 on his previous ride. Best of Frederico Moraes, his last ride, the 6.33. So we've got a heat on our hands here as we start approaching the halfway mark.
Yeah, you know, Frederico got the 6.33, went into the lead for maybe 10 seconds, and Leo just absolutely answering back, but unable to get into that 6-point range, that good score range. And wow, yeah, not even halfway through, but now a tiny requirement, and we're going to see things change. If we can see someone find a cleaner face, we've seen those rights run along the sandbar, being quite bowly and throwing those sections at them. I would love to see someone get into that excellent scoring range by just 2 solid turns.
Well, 2 talented surfers from the European region. Leo Fioravanti now at 24 years of age, out of Rome, Italy. 30-year-old Frederico Moraes from Cascais, Portugal. They've both been around. They're both household names. So about 6 years difference in age. And what's interesting is they both thundered to the top of the qualifying series to make their qualification in 2016. So both of them going full-time on the CT from 2017. And as we wait for some more waves to approach the lineup for our surfers, well, let's just stay. Well, no, we'll go to a quick break and we'll be back for more. The tussle between Leo and Freddie continues.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back to the action. As into screen comes Leonardo Fioravanti. You're with us in Ballito in South Africa for the 4th quarterfinal to wrap up the round and to establish who will go up against Caity in the semi-finals for finals day. It is a Saturday afternoon. It is a good afternoon. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. Just under 14 minutes to go as you join us in the lineup. And we'll reel back the tapes to have a look at Leo Fioravante's attempt to up a number. He's got to get rid of a 4.5 in the lineup and stretch out the requirements for Frederico Moraes.
Yeah, and as much as we're in the studio, I did hear some commotion outside on the beach side of this event. It's going to be really cool to see what happened during that ad break. But a 5.67 and a 4.5, you're not wanting scores like that to advance through. You know that your competitor can find something big. Oh, big chunky section. Nice takeoff there. Strong first turn. Almost loses it. Reacts really well. So 2-turn combo for the Italian.
Wow. This is power right here. Yeah. Absolutely nails it, Tash. How about that turn? Edgy.
Yeah, edgy and also great equipment underneath his feet. I mean, he did catch his rail and somehow rectified it really quickly.
Well, that's how hard the wind is blowing. He did the kick away and that board came back at him. This wind is around 20 knots onshore. But I'll tell you what else is heating up is the scorecard, because Leo Fioravante is going to go to the excellent category. A flat 8 from the panel. One judge went 7-8. One of them went 8-5. So that's a big number. And, well, it's in at an 8-pointer. And now Frederico Moraes must answer. Beautiful wrapping turn. Arcs that. But he's got to go more than that now, because his requirement will climb to a 7.35. And, well, game on with a little over 12 minutes to go in quarterfinal number 4. But that was a ripping wave from Leonardo Fioravanti. 2 power turns, particularly that first one out of the section in a heavy, heavy hollowed out bowl.
Do you think the judges were listening to me? I just said if we could see someone get 2 really strong turns and get into that excellent range, and that's exactly what we saw with Leo. But the commitment there, look how throaty that is as he drops in, sets up nicely that deep bottom turn, gets the pivot. There's the free fall, somehow is able to ride through it, and then gets that second re-entry in.
Oh, very, very powerful in the pocket. I love the transition out of the turn. Watch the tail drop. And just holds it together. So an 8-point ride from Leo Fioravanti. And now he'll go back and try and improve on his lowly counter of the 5.67. And we have a heavily loaded heat on our hands, as we expected, with the pedigree of both of these surfers. Before the break, we were talking both of them for top 10 finishes on the then qualifying series back in 2016. Would see them both go full-time in 2017. So they've both been around a while. Surf fans globally will know both of these surfers and a lot of their stats. Let's have a look at priority being used here by Leo, who's blocked this one up off from Frederico, and he'll now go to the air, just trying to mix it up for the panel in an attempt to get rid of the 5.67. Already the 8-pointer. That'll leave Frederico at the back chasing a 7.35. We're not sure that a replacement score will come from that last effort from Leo.
Yeah, it looks like the guys are actually sitting in a rip bowl and taking off in that rip bowl, and that's why we're seeing that wave bottom out. We saw a heavy rip bowl yesterday afternoon, but now we've got way more swell to deal with.
Well, a 2.5 comes in for Leo Fioravante, so no change to the requirement. Priority with Frederico Moraes, who trails looking for the 7.35 and coming up to the 10-minute mark. Ooh, little throwaway of priority there. Let's see if that factors in. You get a feeling that at stages in the heat, both surfers are in the same part of the break, and then every now and then, so they're there. They are in the same zone. So somehow Frederico's got priority back. So obviously everybody pulling the trigger here. He has an attempt to up the numbers. Frederico to the air. And what? That is not something you see every day. There'll be a big grin on the polished smile of Frederico, the best set of teeth I've seen in the lineup in ages. He's got one of those big grins, and he'll be absolutely smirking with that one. Big rotation, gets the air. We're not sure how high that number will go, but we'll remind you of the requirement of a 7.35. We've seen a couple of airs with sort of similar height going in the 6 to 7 range. You've really got to go, to get a 9, you've got to do what surfers like Eli Hanneman and Matthias Hurdy were doing earlier in the draw. But that was pretty spicy for Frederico.
Yeah, pretty spicy, really quick as well. Just watch how quickly he rotates his board. So he sets up, loads of speed, finds the ramp, gets the quick rotation. Also, that elevation of his tail and the landing was so clean. Gigs.
A little shrug as well. Let's have a look at it as well. We're going to just focus in and slow it right down for the height. That is a pretty lofty air by anyone's account. The landing slightly side on, but then just steers it. And well, where is that score going to go? He doesn't know himself. The hands are open, the crucifix claim, and well, the shrug of the shoulders. Remember that Leo Fioravanti holds the heavy hit with the 8-pointer, but an 8.07 built in a completely different way. This quarterfinal number 4 at the Ballito Pro has got value because now it's game on. Frederico Moraes meets the requirement and some loose change. Leonardo now trails, looking for a 6.41.
Wow, how exciting. An 8.07. I mean, 2 excellent scores. We haven't seen many go into that in the quarterfinals, but it just showcases how hungry Frederico is and now in that advancing position.
Ryan Callanan is buzzing. Richard Dogmarsh is making a lot of notes in his notebook. Go for airs when it's 6 foot and 20 knots onshore will be a side note in that little book of the Australian coach. And let's have another look at it because this is an 8.07. It's not something you see every day from Kikash.
Yeah, gets the rotation really easy. The landing was the difficult part there, but he is standing so firm on his 2 feet and looking stoked.
I love the shrug at the end as well, Tash. But how about the rotation and the height?
The height there. Quick rotation. I mean, almost not landing easily and just riding out of it.
That will have baffled Leonardo Fioravanti just a touch because that's not something you'll see every day from Frederico Moraes' wheelhouse. But he has the lead with just under 7 minutes to go. The tall Portuguese surfer, we mentioned both of them making championship tour level for full-time service in 2017. Of course, that was a year where Frederico Moraes would make the finals at Jeffreys Bay, and of course fetch a number of 10-point rides in the lineup. It was a huge year, and well, of course, just 3 days to go until the start of the Corona Open J-Bay, the second to last stop on the championship tour schedule. And there'll be a little bit of, angst from Frederico Moraes. There'll be a sadness that he's not part of it. It's one of his favorite stops, but right now he must focus in on the task at hand, getting the best result he can here from the 3rd Challenger Series stop. As we mentioned, not a great run in Australia, a 73rd and a 49th. It's the opposite side of the story for Leonardo Fioravanti, who had a brilliant run through the Australian leg of this year, the Challenger Series. Leonardo Fioravanti coming to South Africa at the top of the rankings. Frederico was way down, probably around 70th or so. And well, things about to change, things about to move. Frederico has 2 throwaways from Australia, but here is a keeper. And if he can keep some kind of momentum going, and we know Frederico Moraes always gets a sound result out of Ericeira in Portugal. He's no stranger to getting results in Hossegor in France. And we'll hang the question, does Frederico Moraes finish top 10? He's always a strong finisher on the North Shore of Hawaii. And well, many stories to tell from now until November at this year, the Challenger Series. Here's Leonardo Fioravanti, looking for the 6.41. He's not going to find it on that. So he'll throw the priority. He'll hand it back to Frederico. And here comes Fred.
Yeah, and now that's what's going to come into play is just managing your priority for the last 5 minutes. It's so important. Leonardo can definitely get that requirement and more. But if he does not get the opportunity because of priority with Frederico.
Well, under the 5-minute mark, both surfers in the same zone in the break. It's a late afternoon here. The crowd is packed in at Ballito. There's beach vibes. We've had a couple of comments. Even Matthias Hurdy was very impressed. He said that the cheers and the crowds were starting to emulate a vibe like Sakurama a few weeks back, and everyone totally welcoming the high level of competition back. Of course, 2019 was the last time we saw an international field here. The pandemic year, 2021, the restructuring. And well, incredibly, 3 calendar years later, we return to the shores of Ballito in a new status the Challenger Series, and we'll hang the question as does Leonardo Fioravanti fall out for another 5th place finish? Of course, Leo's been campaigning well, a 5th and a 3rd. Is he going to be served another 5th here? Either way, he'll stay in that top 5 picture on the Challenger Series rankings. But someone that will be making up ground now is Frederico Moraes with his first decent result of the year. He's going to just hold on to priority now. He's going to try and steer this to the finish line. 3.5 minutes to go. Perhaps another set and opportunity for both surfers.
Yeah,
just watching Leo here, just braking and trying to get out from underneath that wingspan of Frederico Moraes. And Freddie's going to let him go. So Leo is going to find a step on the inside. Here he goes. Can he go to the air? Oh. Lovely alley-oop, and he'll put it down flat. The requirement is a 641, and we'll put the question back to you, surf fans. Did he just meet the requirement? The focus of Leonardo Fioravanti has been tangible. And wow, quarterfinal number 4 is not over yet.
Such exciting surfing. I love the variation. He knew he couldn't do just a big rotation. He needed to get an alley-oop or something to show variation, and a 641 is what is required.
Fred watched him, Tash. He watched him. He gave him a scrap, and the scrap turned into an absolute bowl on the inside. And wow, bring us the replay of that with 2.5 minutes to go. This thing is far from done.
Whew, sitting on the edge of my seat again.
We love it. Under the watchful eye of the priority of Frederico Moraes, Leonardo Fioravanti. The judges will be taking their time with this, and well, we want to see it again because that was a beautifully flight path through the alley-oop, and an 8.5 is going to come in. It's a great number, and the heat rolls over again. New leader now in the Italian. Moraes must now chase an 8.4, and remember, he went to the air for an 8.07 earlier. Are we going to see the Hail Mary here with 2 minutes to go?
Well, anything is possible, quite honestly. And, I don't want to know how Frederico is feeling right now. He thought he had it in the bag. He was holding that priority.
He watched him. He just watched him. He just watched him. Wow, what a story. We want to get another look at last of red, an 8.5. So 2 different ways to construct the scores, Tash. That 8 earlier on. 2 very powerful turns through the lip for Leonardo Fioravanti, who is looking like a complete package in 2022. And, well, certainly, perhaps now on his way to finals day, just over 1 minute 15 on the clock for Frederico to reply. And have a look at this. Okay, well, this is not the situation. This is it. He's going to go into the cup.
So it looked like nothing.
Boom!
Lands so cleanly. I mean, he had total control over there, and it looked like this was nothing, absolutely nothing. But getting onto the inside here, doubling up, getting the alley-oop rotation, and just look how flat he lands.
Oh, that was gorgeous.
Yeah, what a great
8.5. It was a piece of scrap. Frederico turned his nose up at it. It didn't look like anything at all, and wow. Leo just broke out from underneath Frederico Moraes' watch there, and then that cup just stood up. What a rotation, an 8.5 plus an 8. It's 20 minutes, it's 20 seconds now to confirm, is this going to be the official result? Can Frederico Moraes find something else in the lineup? He has the priority, but the clock is now marching very quickly, and what a quarterfinal this has been. It has been high content, and wow, that one at the finish line for Leo will mean that perhaps he stays at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. Of course, finals day just 1 sleep away. And it's going to be a result. There's smiles all round. And, well, good friends on land. And, well, that was a high-value entertainment heat to wrap up the quarterfinals, Tash. How about that?
Yeah, what a great way to end the day. And Leonardo just absolutely showing that he wants this win. He wants to hold that first position on the Challenger Series, and he wants to be back on the CT for 2023.
Just see that smile. You think of Frederico Moraes, that big punt, the 8.07. And, of course, an 8 from Leonardo Fioravanti made up of 2 powerful turns. And then the perfect alley-oop on that bowl for an 8.5. What a quarterfinals. And that, folks, will wrap up the proceedings as far as surf action goes. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the day here from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
side forevermore. Calm yourself down. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never. Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Meeting Jack O'Neill for the very first time, I remember going down to Santa Cruz and meeting up with him at his house, and then just kind of saying to him, you know, like, hey, the water's really warm at the moment. And he just looked at me and said, you're welcome. And I laughed and didn't really think much of it at the moment. But then, you know, kind of when I thought back on it, it was just such a cool saying, and obviously I'll be forever grateful.
The story of Jack O'Neill is very special, being just ahead of his time and inventing.
Because it was like a ding dong and like, and both of those guys, CT guys.
And I also really like the man he was. You know, he was very adventurous, and it's just very inspirational for me.
As far as Jack O'Neill's story, he is the innovator, the perfecter, and somebody that I really think of as an icon.
How will you be celebrating Jack O'Neill Day?
A good afternoon, and we know how we'll be celebrating Jack O'Neill Day. We'll be soaking up all the action here at the Ballito Pro. It's a good afternoon, and welcome to the post show. Gig Cilliers alongside Brad Brickness for the call, and wow, Brad, what a day of surfing we've just seen.
Yeah, that was incredible. I'm still kind of here sitting and processing some of those heats that we watched, because some of those results went down to literally the final 2 seconds in the heat. We saw leads seesaw all day long, and from an entertainment value point of view, it was right up there on the ratings for me.
Well, later in the afternoon, we've just wrapped up men's quarterfinals. Of course, let's go all the way back to, we woke up this morning to another beautifully brushed morning offshores again. Signs of the swell that has filled in. We're already starting to show, Brad. It was a relatively easy call for Travis to get things underway. We had a slightly lower tide in the lineup. Dolphins everywhere. And we got underway with women's round of 16. We'd done 2 heats yesterday afternoon, but then we picked up on the 3rd heat of the morning, and we successfully went through that.
Yeah, the consistency was there right from the get-go this morning. We saw that onshore wind hold off for the majority of the morning, and then it sort of puffed through pretty strong in the afternoon. And then you know, we started developing our storyline for those quarterfinals. You know, so down to the quarterfinal mark for the women, and down to the last 4 men in the draw. So tomorrow's finals day. This is getting heavy.
You know, just thinking back on the content of the day, we didn't have to use the alternative venue next door. There was enough swell, as we mentioned, just to get the day moving. But then, Brad, of course, so we also had the round of 16 on the men's side. And we'll talk about that. But certainly a big value day. And it's whizzed by because we've been on the edge of our seats. It's just been one of those content days that each heat really, really hard to forecast. You know, you always go in thinking, oh, well, okay, I can kind of predict the result of this one. It's just been one of those days. Some stories played out and some, well, there was just complete subplots to play out.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, I guess we'll talk about a lot of those as the show goes on, but still processing a lot of them. I've got a lot of highlights in my head. I know I'm going to dream well tonight. Pro surfing's alive and well in Ballito, and yeah, looking forward to breaking it all down on the show with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go down and hear. That was such a high-value quarterfinal number 4. Let's go down and hear from Leonardo Fioravanti.
Who says onshore surfing can't be fun? Leonardo, that was like watching a surf video, that last heat. Thank you to you guys for entertaining us. It was so much fun watching that heat. Tell me how you felt when you saw Frederico pull out that first air. He's not known for aerial surfing, and it was one of the biggest airs of the event so far until you pulled yours. Tell us about that heat.
You know, Frederico's not an air surfer, but he's a competitor. And he's got airs in him, and I know because, you know, he's pretty much my sparring partner. We travel so much together, really good friends, and I was stoked to have a heat against him. And then, you know, when I got the 8, then he got an 8. You know, the level was so high, and I knew I had to take it to the air as well. And in those moments, it's, you know, I know I can do it, but it's like, can you do it right there? And I was, you know, really happy with myself that I was able to pull that alley-oop in a critical moment in the heat.
You scored an 8 and an 8.5. This second aerial that you had there, it seemed to have so much hang time, and you came down, you landed in the flats. Talk us through a little bit what you pulled and what went through your mind in that particular maneuver.
So, you know, Federico doing the full rotation, I wanted to do something similar because I feel like that's an easier air to do. But when I started pumping and getting down the line, it was an alley-oop section. There was nothing else to do. So I'm like, okay, this is it. I've been practicing my alley-oops quite a bit lately, and I was just going up into it. I'm like, okay, I got to get the rotation, and I knew I was going to go into the flat, so I tried to land tail first and just stick it with my legs, and I'm glad they held on, and I was happy to be able to ride out.
We're so stoked with the result, and thank you for entertaining the whole beach at the end of the day. Good luck for finals day tomorrow. 1 heat away from the final and some great points. Your Challenger Series campaign is going amazingly at this stage. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you.
Well, it's smiles all round, and why wouldn't you with an 8.5 and an 8 in the lineup? And Leonardo built that in 2 separate ways, Brad. Power surfing and going to the air.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Federico had an 8 of his own. So we saw 3 8s posted in the last heat of the day. And I think Federico's backup was a 6.33. So, you know, we're going to see Leonardo come up against Gatien De La Haye, who's having a breakout event here at Ballito. So that's going to be another tasty matchup tomorrow.
Well, of course, lots to talk about here on the show. Think about the South Africans. We woke up this morning. There's the good and bad side of that. We had a lot of them in the draw. We woke up this morning still with the hopes of Luke Thompson in that round of 16. It didn't quite work out for the South African, despite the good news that he'll be part of the J-Bay Open.
Yeah, he ran into a red-hot Rio Waida. It was always going to be an amazing matchup on paper. Unfortunately for Luke Thompson, just a little bit too much firepower in Rio surfing today. The big aerial assault that he put on a little bit too much. However, you know, Luke Thompson maintained pace within the whole heat. He was still within striking distance, and this kid's got a bright future ahead of him. And the good news for South African surf fans is we're going to see him along with 3 other South Africans in the next event, the Corona Open at J-Bay.
Well, we're talking all things South African, and of course, let's throw it back to Mike Frew for something a little special.
Hey everybody, I'm here with big Hawaiian Zeke Lau. And he heard that they're serving boerewors rolls for lunch in the competitors area today. And when I mentioned to Zeke that we're having boerewors rolls, he said, boerewors? What's that? Zeke, have you, you eat meat, but you've never had a boerewors roll in South Africa?
Yeah, no, I've never had this, so I'm excited. I came down just for this.
So we got him down into the area, and we're going to make our way to the boerewors buffet stand, where Bernie's from Groundswell Surf Shop is serving up boerewors rolls for the competitors. Right, Zeke, it's not very complicated. It's made up of a roll. There's basically you get fried onions and a piece of boerewors, and you put it together and you make up a boerewors roll. So grab a plate. This is a very traditional South African dish. This is coleslaw, so basically it's cut up cabbage and we put it with a little bit of mayonnaise. You can also have a version of Greek salad, also another very South African braai dish. This goes with the boerewors roll. So you got to get your roll first. You got to get it in order, Zeke. This is very important. So you get the roll, you open the roll, Okay. You put in some fried onions. There you go. And you select a nice piece of boerewors. That's what it's about. So boerewors is a traditional South African sausage that we make on the braai. So they've had braais around here. Now, it looks really good. Do you want to add any condiments? Bernice, what are the condiments we got here? Salad dressing and okay, we got we got Wellington's tomato sauce. We're going to go for some Wellingtons. We're going to load this up onto the boerewors roll. There you go. Let's go and find a little spot to sit, Zeke, maybe down near the front so we can watch the next heat. And then we're going to have a go and see what Zeke thinks of our boerewors roll. Let's get a good spot. You don't want the boerewors roll messing all over your shirt. Okay, let's try it right here. Here we go. Zeke Laus, first try of a boerewors roll. How's it taste? How's that? Isn't that the best sausage you've ever tasted, a boerewors on a braai?
I thought I ate lunch already. I guess not.
There you go. That's a traditional South African boerewors roll. That's how it's served, and that's what we're serving the competitors for lunch today. Back to you guys.
Well, a laugh and a chuckle at the culture and a visit to South Africa. You will be served up all kinds of strange dishes. Boerewors roll, of course, boere means the farmer, and wors means the Dutch word for sausage. So essentially, it's a South African hot dog, right?
That was amazing. I'm just sitting here salivating and looking at the reaction on Zeke Laus' face. Looked like he enjoyed it. So let's go have a braai. Hey,
well, perhaps tomorrow he'll have biltong and potjie. Many stories to tell. And of course, it's all part of a rich tapestry of culture. It is South Africa, 11 official languages. What a place to visit. And well, what a place to watch pro surfing this week with the Ballito Pro. Let's start thinking about highlights from the day, Brad. Well, highest heat total, Matthias Hurdy. What a heat that was.
Yeah, he kept his roll going from the day before. He's been one of the standouts of the event all day long, but he put on absolute clinic here for the air game. This one, the air reverse, but then he backed it up with a couple of two-turn combinations on the inside for an 817. And we're going to look at another angle here. Giggs, you can never count this guy out. He can make something out of nothing. And a big tail high reverse to start that wave.
Well, round of 16, heat 4. He was on his way to the quarterfinals with this. He added that little sting at the end as well on the white water, and he loved that one. And then he would take what he was doing, Brad, and he would just up it a notch.
Yeah, well, you can see building up a head of steam here, and he's got a little inside section. Bangs the full rotation. Now you can see he lands with his tail towards the beach. That means he is able to rotate that board all the way around for that full rotation, and the judges love that score, hence the 9.0 on this one.
Well, watch the elevation on this. We'll slow it down. And that was a huge spin. Absolutely hucked it through. And he was very happy to just... He mentioned that it felt like for a moment he was in Rio de Janeiro because the beach absolutely erupted for that. And wow, that was high value. Top heat of the day, and Matthias Hurdy, with that, would make his way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, just watching the replay of that last one, the speed of that rotation was lightning quick. You know, the rotation up in the air, it would have happened in a flash. You would have blinked, and you could have missed that turn. So amazing surfing from Hurdy.
Yeah, of course, results in and, well, whittling the field down. The rankings start changing. That's a whole discussion of its own because, of course, that is why everyone is here to try and climb up those Challenger Series rankings. And we'll start having a look at it on the women's side when we get quarterfinals underway tomorrow morning. And this was going into the event, Brad. So, Caity Simmers had done a great job. Nikki Van Dijk with her performances. Teresa Bonvalot had got the win in Sydney. We lost her. So we're going to start seeing things change up a bit here, Brad.
Yeah, of course, and just looking who's still in the event. Yeah, Caitlin and Molly Picklum, 1 and 4 are still in the event. The big news, obviously, a big matchup there between 1 and 2 during the course of today. Nikki Van Dijk just going down to Caity Simmers there. So a bit of a shuffle, no doubt, coming up on this leaderboard, but two very strong surfers still left in the draw.
Well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Macy Callahan still in the discussion there, Brad. So hard to pick a winner, of course. But by tomorrow, this time, we'll have the answers. We're just one sleep away from finals day. And, of course, we mentioned Caity Simmers coming to South Africa, top of the Challenger Series rankings. She didn't disappoint, Brad, today. She was back on form, and she's steaming her way to a result here in Ballito.
Yeah, such an impressive young lady, off that win of the first one of the year. And in this quarterfinal against Nikki Van Dijk, she wasted no time showing her class out of the gates for wave number 1 of the heat. and I think this was a 6.83, so you can see really squares up the bottom turn there and aggressively attacks that lip. And this was early in the morning before we saw that swell pick up in size, but she managed to pick her eyes out of the heat here as well.
Well, the young Californian, her power to weight ratio, and Brad, her timing, the quickness between turns, the transitions, you cannot argue that she is on a roll. We already introduced to her last year. Just 16 years of age, she is absolutely nailing the scores in the lineup here in
Yeah,
Ballito.
7.6 for that one there for that two-turn combination, so that put that one to bed. And then we have a look here at Molly Picklum, still in the draw. Beautiful front side arc here for the 4.27. It was a bit more of a grinder here, this one. We didn't see scores go up into that 6-point range, but 4.27 is all she needed on this opening one to put herself in a strong position.
Well, Molly Picklum's put her hand up as a star of the future, and just rail surfing, power surfing, and we love what she brought to the lineup here in Ballito.
Yeah, this one was a second scoring over 4.23, so a pair of fours got her through this one. You can see just timing that backhand hit to perfection. Only one opportunity on this one for her gigs, and we know in these early morning heats you've got to make those one maneuver wave count. And Molly Picklum just building experience, building muscle memory as she gets yet another heat win on the Challenger Series.
It's been a Ballito Pro where left-handers have played on the slightly smaller swells, and we got single maneuvers and lefts as part of the discussion. I don't think we've seen so many lefts in the lineup ever in the Ballito Pro's history, Brad.
Yeah, we're talking about some of the surface preparation coming to Ballito, really sort of mind surfing all those right-hand sandbars that they would have dreamt of and seen the vision of over the last few years. And we've arrived here. The bank's got a little bit of a different shape to it this week. And, well, it's been actually exciting seeing some of the surfers going left as well. Multiple random peaks sort of scenario, so a lot of opportunities for the surfers, especially in those two-man heats.
Yeah, well, that changed with the swell lifting through the lunchtime. We did manage to get round of the 16 of men's and then into the quarters. And Brad, we're down to 4 men left, and let's have a look at the Challenger Series rankings when we arrived here in Ballito this week. Of course, Leonardo Fioravanti is still part of the story.
Yeah, and so is Rio Waida. So, you know, those two guys have booked themselves a place in the semi-finals. There's only 4 men remaining. And looking down that entire leaderboard, I don't see the other 2 men anywhere in that conversation, Keanu Singh and Gatien Delahaye.
Well, yeah, exactly. They're so far down, and obviously a keeper result. It's going to be an interesting one to forecast, but Gatien Delahaye is going to be rocketing way up. We look forward to seeing how these rankings look come the end of finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a shake-up for sure. You know, there's going to be big points on offer for those finals. We're talking about 10,000 points for a win. So if you look at the scoreline there right now, Leonardo Fioravanti, 10,800 and something. My eyes can't see that far. And Rio Waida only sort of looks like, 10, 15 points behind him. So a 10,000 point win here is going to be really significant if you aren't in that top 5 already.
Just to reference, Michael Rodriguez sitting at 13th there on the rankings. We didn't get him in the lineup today. He pulled out, and it was a late decision to pull out. Do you have any more intel on that, Brad?
Yeah, well, we got some insight from Trav Logie just after that heat. He actually injured it yesterday afternoon. It's his ankle. He thought he was going to be okay, so he took it home last night, strapped it up, put some ice on it, but unfortunately he woke up this morning and it had completely blown up. It was very swollen and had a lot of pain this morning. So he wanted to make the decision, more so a longer-term decision for the rest of the year. US Open coming up, in a few weeks after this, so he is going to bag the result. Pity for him, though, because he was on a roll. He was building up to his best result here at Ballito. But we wish Michael a lot, well. Hope he recovers quickly, and let's see him back in action at the US Open.
Well, it's a Saturday afternoon, and it feels like the action's just simmering down from a very electric set of men's quarterfinals. And as we start winding it down, Brad, and think about an early start tomorrow, will be low tide conditions. The wind is forecasted to back off. So those are all very positive signs for as early as a 7 a.m. start again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's kind of a, carbon copy in early morning start. Up in the dark, come down, have our coffee, assess the conditions. And, I think, all things are pointing to a really good opportunity to get up starting early tomorrow morning. And we've got those, 8 heats of women left in that quarterfinal. So exciting to see action, getting underway tomorrow on finals day.
Well, let's have a look at some special waves of the day here. And this was the 8-pointer in quarterfinal number 4, Brad.
Yeah, what a ding-dong battle between these two great friends. Like you said in the live call gigs, there's 2 ways to construct these 8s. This is all power, all turns on the face, and a great execution there from the strong natural footer. And then we see the opposite end of the spectrum. we get some big airs down. We spoke about the alley-oop. We haven't seen one landed in the event so far. We saw 1 of 10 from Hurdy. This was the first landed one. You can see the amplitude there, and hearing him talk, he wanted to get that tail landing first, and then, pray that his legs held out on the landing.
And he did that under the priority of Federico Moraes. That wave didn't look like much, Brad, but then watch the rotation.
Yeah, well, but to be fair to Federico, that wave didn't look like much on the takeoff, but this end section cupped up beautifully for Leonardo, and that was such an entertaining hit to watch from a surf fan point of view.
And then let's have a look at Rio Waida, who also would go absolutely nuts in the lineup here, Brad. Lots of power on display. And, he's on his way to finals day as well.
Yeah, he surfed against his good friend Matthias Hurdy as well, so booked himself a place in that semi-final, coming up against Keanu Singh. This one sort of just tapered back a little bit for him, but allowed him to bide his time until this inside section came up. And then he posted the big one, Gigs, a 783, one of the first frontside straight airs we've seen all event long as well. Just a little shimmy in the tail there for a little tweak out. And then it rebounded off the white water to finish in and gets a little bonus turn on the inside. Yeah, a little back foot hammer. So that was really some exciting stuff, and that really changed the heat for Rio.
Well, the two things that stand out from that little package there, Brad, is the speed between turns from both Leo and from Rio.
Yeah, getting the wind under his board there. You can see just that little tweaked out front side straight air. Beautiful arcing turn there. And then uses the impetus of that white water to get him out here, lays the hammer down, and it's great to see Rio Waida in finals day once again.
Well, those highlights showing how much the swell had picked up through the course of the back half of the day. And of course, Brad will start thinking about finals day tomorrow. We mentioned that wind is forecasted to back off. Perhaps if it does it as soon as just after sunset, it'll allow the ocean to lie fairly still from the onshore for about 12 hours. And I think we'll wake up to some pretty structured overhead walls here at Ballito.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Giggs. Obviously, this onshore flow has been pretty steady this afternoon. There is a potential of waking up to what we call a bit of morning sickness in the ocean. The ocean is a little bit unsteady without having that land breeze blowing overnight. So, fingers crossed we'll see that land breeze pick up, late into the middle of the night. And by the time we get down here in the morning, hopefully we'll see some smoother conditions.
We had the high tide just around midday today, so it'll move out by an hour. So it'll be a high tide at 1 p.m., so it means we'll pretty much start at 7 o'clock on the bottom of the low, and that could mean some barrels in the lineup, Brad.
Yeah, let's get finals day party underway straight out of the gates. It's exciting. We've got 8 women left, so we've got to still get through those that quarterfinal round for the women.
Yep.
So we're down to the final 8 women there, and then it's the big ones, the semi-finals, and the men have already got the final 4. So a few girls are going to have those restless butterfly nights tonight because that's finals day tomorrow, and there's a lot on the line.
There's a lot on the line, and of course, at the end of tomorrow, we will know who is going to get the top points from their visits to Ballito. And of course, the women's exciting stuff from the lineup as well. A couple of top scores to talk about. Let's have a look at some women's highlights.
Overnight, like we were expecting, and it was Vahini Fierro up against Macy Callan, and a lot of friends in the water here against each other.
And Alyssa Spencer, you couldn't deny what she was doing in the lineup as well there, Brad. So good, clean conditions for the morning for women's. And of course, we narrowed it down, and we woke up to beautiful scenes again in Ballito, which is typical of this time of year. And well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, no surprises from her. She remains in the draw as well.
Yeah, just be impressed by her temperament as well. As we saw, of course, this is Caity Simmers, the world #1 on the Challenger Series, who beat Nikki Van Dyke in this particular one. But Nikki's, got a lot of experience. She's going to bounce back after this one, and no doubt we'll see a strong performance from her coming up at Huntington Beach for the US Open.
Well, hard to predict that quarterfinal draw. It's a tough set of numbers there. Bronte McCauley up against Zoe McDougall. Let's have a look at some men's highlights. And, well, there's a whole bunch of them. Luke Thompson surfed very, very well. But we did lose the South African in the draw. But a couple of strong performances. This is when the swell started lifting as well. Timothy Biso and, well, Matthias Hurdy, certainly a highlight feature here in Ballito today.
Such a massive rotation there from Hurdy. He's really enjoying his time here at the Challenger Series. But he came up against his good friend later on, Rio Waida, who saw himself go through. But this man, Gauthier Delahaye, having a breakout event here. He's sitting in 70th or 90th on the rankings, and this is the first time he's made the semi-finals in his career.
Well, Liam O'Brien also part of the round of 16. And what about the performances of Leo Fioravanti, who's done a great job and is going to be part of that semi-finals, a hard set of results to predict. And of course, well, we'll be hanging out for finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's all really primed and set up now. You know, it's we've been whittling down the field from 96 on the men's and 64 in the women's for the last week, and then it comes down to the final day. And this is where, you know, the rubber hits the road. This is where surfers really want to perform on finals day. This is where you make a name for yourself. This is where you can pocket valuable points. And, you know, this is what pro surfing is all about. So what a pleasure to be a part of it all.
We're absolutely loving it. We trust that all of you will be with us again tomorrow for finals day. Brad, any other parting thoughts as well? Where are we going with, you know, as we just sit back and let today soak in?
Yeah, you know what? Entertained. I was thoroughly entertained by pro surfing today. You know, who says that, you know, howling onshore conditions can't produce incredible results? You know, we saw some incredible battles, some heats go right down to the wire. So for me, as a fan of surfing, I was thoroughly entertained today. And yeah, so blessed to have these ringside seats to watch it all go down.
How about that?
Let it
for
breathe.
A Challenger Series. We're just going to let it breathe. Can we go and have a coffee?
I think so. I think we deserve it.
Anything else to throw into the hat before we
No,
sign
look,
off?
just congratulations to all the surfers. Thank you to the Kwaitakuza municipality. Thank you to all the helpers around the event. The hospitality at this event has been second to none. I've been thoroughly spoiled by how everyone's been serving us and looking after us. So, yeah, big shout out to all the local crew, O'Neill, Colette, Colin, everybody. Thank you for having us.
It's been a wonderful stay here in Ballito. We'll wake up tomorrow to crown champions on both men's and women's draws. And for that, we'll say good evening from beautiful Ballito. Gig Saliers and Brad Bricknell signing out. We'll see you early tomorrow morning from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.